Hello everybody and welcome to the Pokemon Midseason Showdown. We have a large turnout today and I'm excited to see some amazing Pokemon battles. Once again, I'm Matthias, also known as Matthias. I'm going to be co-casting here with Eric King Levchuk. It's good to have you here.
It is good to be here. I am excited. We have 26 players today. We are doing 5 rounds of Swiss and then we're going to a top cut of 8 in a single style elimination bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be good. We are going to have so many good games here today. A large turnout. It's going to be fun. We took a little look at the teams, and we have some interesting ones. We're not going to get too into the depths of it yet.
Don't want to spoil any of the fun.
No spoilers. But this isn't just going to be your typical meta teams. There's going to be some meta teams in there, but there's some really interesting tactics at play today.
Some Pokemon that you don't normally see. This is a big testing ground for a lot of your top players for Orlando Regionals next month. So we'll see some teams trying out some new things, in the format, and seeing what works for them.
Yeah, and this tournament is important to get to these world stages. You can earn points here, so people from all over have come to participate. I've even heard some people came all the way from Toronto here just to play in this tournament.
Yeah, we do have a few players from Toronto. The winner of this tournament gets 50 championship points. That's quite a bit. So
I believe you need 500 to qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, it's 400 or 500 to qualify for Worlds, so a big 50, that's a lot. For a lot of these players, this could be a big tournament to help get them that extra boost, maybe before going into Orlando to look to clear up their Worlds, get their ticket.
Yeah, so this matters so much. You need every point you can get, especially when it comes to these Worlds things. And it's just good to get in the community and get going. I see a lot of local faces as well. I'm sure they're very excited to be having this tournament here as well. It's a great turnout. It's great for the community as well. But Eric, what are you excited to see? What do you want to see here today? What are you hoping for?
I want to see something new. I want to see something exciting. We've looked through the sheets. There are some teams that I'm like, I want to see how this performs. What will this do? How will this work? It's always interesting because we're looking at going into Orlando. We just saw Articuno win a tournament a few days ago. Will people be using that Articuno team? Pretty strong team. Will people be playing to counter that Articuno team that is very strong? That's the question here today.
Yeah, that Articuno team seems to have shaken up the meta quite a bit. Not like a major amount, but just adding another layer to it. People now have to try and consider playing around it because you just don't want to get swept by an Articuno or some other ice type because the meta has just been blown wide open. Yeah,
it's not a game-changing Pokemon, but it's a Pokemon that if you're not prepared for, Articuno will run through your team and just destroy you. It's very tanky. It can take a lot of hits, which is weird to say for an Articuno, but this format is very light on your rock types, on your big fire type damage dealers. Incineroar is great, but he's a support type Pokemon. He's not going to deal that big instant threat damage. So Articuno could see some play today, and I wouldn't be shocked if we see it in top 8.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked either, because the lack of rock and fire types is really concerning when you look at that, because you have Incineroar, we have Hisuian Growlithe, right? Or
yeah, Hisuian Arcanine is a threat. But the question of if you play Hisuian Arcanine, you're then losing out on Incineroar.
Exactly. You lose out on a few things. It's a little bit risky, but let's take a look at our players soon enough. I'm just excited to see what they have cooking on their teams. There we have our trophies and a Glaceon as well guarding them, making sure no one takes a trophy unearned.
Glaceon there playing defensively. We're looking here, look at our players here. They are getting ready to play.
Yes, I believe our players here today is going to be Olivia Trusetsky and Silas Brooks. So that is going to be our matchup here today. And just without spoiling what the teams are, what do you think of these teams? What are your thoughts going in without getting into specifics?
They are some very interesting teams. I think they both they're not like the most common meta teams, but they are very good.
Yeah, I think we're going to be in for an interesting match here. And I like the controller choice as well. You know,
the controller choice is very nice.
Pro controller to match. The Glaceon is looking pretty good. As you can see, they're studying up. They're getting ready. You know, you don't want to bring the wrong team into this.
Yeah, the interesting thing for people who are new to maybe the Scarlet and Violet format of play, they do play with open team sheet. So they know what Pokemon they can bring. They know what their moves are. So there's less tricks. So it's a lot more strategy in the Scarlet and Violet game.
But you can only bring 4, so you gotta keep your options open. You don't want to go too narrow, go all in on one type. Maybe, a sun setup, it's all fire. A sun setup or a blizzard setup that's all ice. You don't want to narrow your focus too much and possibly get countered.
Yeah, so most teams still run 2 modes. It will be interesting to see which mode they run here. I mean, looking at this team, it will be interesting. We'll explain once they get up there what's being played. Don't want to spoil too much, but
or give any advice to them down there, right?
No,
we don't be like, oh, you should pick these 2.
But these teams are interesting. It'll be interesting to see how they play against each other here.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite interesting indeed. And what do you think you're gonna do? What advice would you give for them for nerves if you're going into this?
Okay. It looks like we are selecting Pokemon. Okay. So let's take a look at our teams.
Yeah, let's take a look at the teams. Let's just get right into it.
So Silas here looks to be running a Psychic Spam team. We got Indeedee F, Gallade, Armarouge, Lilligant, Hisuian Form, Torkoal, and Lunala. So looking at 2 different modes of an Indeedee Psychic mode, or you go with that Sun mode with Torkoal and Lilligant. Both pretty strong. I haven't seen this Lilligant team. This is a new team for me to look at, so I'm excited to see what it does.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of Lilligant play in the last tournament here, but it wasn't quite so dominant. It was just a solid teammate to have, but it really wasn't the star of the show, I would say.
Yeah, so the interesting thing, going over to Olivia's team here, kind of counters Silas's team here. We're looking at a Gouging Fire, King Gamut, Chien Pao, Ogerpon Wellspring, Landorus Incarnate, and Rillaboom. A lot of dark types, a lot of water types there.
Yeah, I don't know what you would do against that, really. But we'll see what they have planned as we're about to get into our first match. This is going to be the one everybody's eyes are on, the first one to start the day. And we have the Chien Pao and Gouging Flame starting off here.
Chien Pao and Gouging Flame versus that Gallade and Indeedee. You can see that Psycho Cut come out. Could see that Sacred Sword into that Chien Pao slot. I mean, Chien Pao, Ice Dark, does not take those fighting type moves very effectively. We'll see what happens.
It's looking like they're just going to try and nuke out this Indeedee. Oh, no, now they're going to go for the Gallade. A little bit of a reconsider right there. Oh, they're making choices here. Maybe the Indeedee going to just try and take out this Indeedee. Make sure there's not a single another Psychic Terrain reset coming out. But it's going to be a follow me. Maybe they even wanted this to happen here, as now it's looking like this Indeedee's about to fall right here.
Yeah, I mean, but that's fine. Indeedee did its job. It got the Psychic Terrain up. It's giving Gallade the boost. I wonder what you switch into, because you didn't get the Trick Room up, so if Ursaluna is in the back... Oh, no, Gallade sets up the Trick Room.
Interesting.
I missed that. Gallade sets up the Trick Room here.
So if you had to guess, looking at the team sheet, what do you think they're going to bring in here?
I wouldn't be shocked if we see Ursaluna coming next year. Ursaluna going to love using that Trick Room.
But would the Ursaluna be weak to this Chien Pao, though?
It would be weak,
risky.
But Chien Pao normally runs max speed.
Torkoal is brought out here to try and counter the Chien Pao, I believe.
Okay, I mean, that Torkoal got a really slow speed stat, so I don't hate it. Going for that Burning Bulwark, that's Protect, but if Gallade targets into that Gouging Fire slot, it's going to get burned.
I think they're going to go for the Chien Pao because they just want to try and take down that high damage dealer and not try and go for a risk against this Burning Bulwark.
Yeah, I totally agree with that play. The interesting thing here is with Psychic Terrain down, no priority moves can be used.
Oh, that's interesting.
So there's the Burning Bulwark.
There it is. Let's see how this turns out. We don't know what Silas chose to go up against here.
There's the Heat Wave. That's going to do a lot to Gallade there.
Okay. And wow, 1 HP
gets it down to the Focus Sash.
There it is.
Does he follow up?
Does he do? Oh, the burn hits!
That burn matters.
If this is a Swords Dance, that's going to be huge. No,
Sacred
it's a Sacred Sword.
Okay.
You might as well. You weren't expecting the burn, so that's a good choice.
You might as well finish off the Chien Pao, but that could have been huge.
That would have been huge, but you can't bank it all on a single burn as much as
going
you'd
into the
love
Rillaboom here, gets rid of that Psychic Terrain, sets up that Grassy Terrain, a little bit of healing here, and it's going to allow Rillaboom to use that Grassy Surge.
Yeah, that Grassy Slide. I don't know how effective that's going to be against both these mons. It's going to be strong against the Torkoal, but they don't really have anything to really one-shot take out this Torkoal.
No, but that Fake Out pressure going to block Torkoal from doing any damage this turn. The question is, what can Gallade do? How can Gallade get that damage down?
I think Gallade just needs to probably go for another Sacred Sword. I guess he could go for a Sword Stance potentially, but the Burning
Ooh,
Bulwark
something's
not-
Terra.
It's the Terra Orb. What's it gonna be?
We'll find out in a
It's
second.
loading. It's not a complete Clash as last time, but it's just gonna be a little bit of a loading screen.
My guess is we might see Terra
Flame
Gallade.
Torkoal?
No,
It's a Fire Torkoal.
into the Torkoal.
A crit
But Torkoal
fake
does
out.
get fake out, so Torkoal can't do anything this turn.
That's a huge fake out.
Psychic Cut, I don't think that, no. Does a bit of damage, but not enough.
Oh, and that flame
And that
crash.
heat crash does a ton of damage and knocks out Gallade.
That's gonna be rough for Silas now. They're down, I believe, 2 Mons.
Yeah, so
Meanwhile-
what's in the back here? That's the question.
It's a nickname. Let's see what Ruby the Social.
Ooh,
it's
Armor
Armor
Rouge.
Rouge.
Now,
Okay.
Armor Rouge really wants that Psychic terrain up, but it does not have it.
Sun is still up though.
Sun is still up, so it can hit hard with that Armor Cannon. It's got Power Herb. We could see Meteor Beam into the Gouging Fire here. That would be interesting.
And the Gouging Fire isn't defending here. We're gonna see a Terrestrialization come
Ooh,
out.
Terra Fire, Rillaboom.
That's gonna be good. That's gonna protect it against all these flame moves. And now it's just all fire on the field after that Terra.
Now, we do see that Olivia does have that Wellspring Ogerpon in the back, which is really not going to help either of these two fire types out here.
Yeah, so even if Silas somehow breaks through this Rillaboom and the Gouging Fire, it's not gonna be looking good.
Going for the U-turn. So it is Terra.
Terra, yeah, we gotta wait for it to load.
I think we saw that it was going to be Terra Gouging Fire. No, it's Terra Rillaboom and the
Yes.
Fire type.
So just a total fire type just across the board. No one really has any moves.
Going for that Burning Bulwark again, trying to protect itself.
There's the Heat Wave.
Heat Wave, not going to do a lot here. Only going to attack the Rillaboom, and the Rillaboom's a fire type now.
And so let's see how much damage this does. I doubt it's gonna do much at all, but that's
Okay,
decent damage.
about 40%. There's the Armor Cannon.
Let's see it.
Also
Just
into the
do
Rillaboom.
enough.
Oh!
7 HP. Just barely
Just-
not enough.
Just barely hangs on.
Now with a defense loss, that U-turn's gonna sting a little bit more than it should have.
Yeah.
And now they're gonna switch out to the water type.
I mean, I don't know if that's a damage roll there, but if it is, oh,
That is not looking good.
no, Silas is
Silas.
definitely going to have to do some work here to get back in control.
What do you do though? You have a Torkoal Fire, and Fire really is not the name of the game right now.
No. I mean, Silas still has the Meteor Beam in hand with the Power Herb. He'll get a +1 on his Armor Rouge. That could be helpful here.
It's like we're seeing a swap out on the Gouging Fire just to get him out of there and get that Rillaboom back in.
Yeah, it's
Is that to reset the Grassy Surge potentially?
potentially, yeah.
Alright, there
The
it is.
interesting thing here is you're going to lose
Spiky Shield.
Rillaboom, because I would be shocked if that Torkoal doesn't Heat Wave here.
It's a Heat Wave, but it's Spiky Shield. It's not going to do much, but it's still
So-
going to be protected. There it is. It's going to hit the Rillaboom.
Yeah, you really just take out the Rillaboom there.
I guess they are just looking to burn that like a faux substitute there with
Well,
Rillaboom.
Trick Room might still be in effect. Actually, Trick Room, I think, is still in effect here. There's the Meteor Beam.
But it's going to be Spiky Shielded out.
Gonna get Spike shielded out, but he'll still get the +1.
There it is.
That +1 matters. If Trick Room is still up, Silas may have found his way back into the game here.
Potentially.
I
See, is
don't
Gallade
know
still
how many turns of
alive?
Trick
I
Room
don't
we
think
have.
Gallade is still up. Well, he got taken down, right?
Yes,
Down to the
Gallade got
last
knocked
two.
out.
All right, there it is. Back. Fire. Here it is.
That Photosynthesis now, because of the sunlight, is going to get that speed boost. Maybe a detriment here to Gouging Fire if Trick Room is still up. Go for that Ivy Cudgel.
It's going to hurt so bad,
It's gonna
especially
hurt.
after the Armor Blast. Going to have not much defense to block this.
No, it's need to take out that Ogerpon this turn. If Trick Room is still up, it is doable. Trick Room is not still up. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, this is a nail biter right here. It all depends if
There's the Howl. I don't think
Trick
Trick Room
Room's
is
up
up.
because of the speed boost. And the attack boost is
And
gonna be-
Ogerpon getting that. Howl is such a good move, getting that double attack up.
And there's the Ivy Conjure. Look how much damage that did.
That did a ton of damage. Absolutely brutal.
And that is going.
Can
looking to
Torkoal
be
do it alone?
Is he choiced into Heat Wave? That's all we've seen him use.
Torkoal is choiced into Heat Wave.
Oh no.
Torkoal does get the knockout though on
that's-
Ogerpon.
That's pretty good. It's not all over yet. This Torkoal might be able to carry right here, but
Just
it's
maybe,
gonna
but-
be tough.
He's
Down to a 1v1.
stalling out the grassy terrain here to get some recovery back. Not a bad choice.
Red choice. There's a Heat Wave. Gets blocked out. How much PP does Heat Wave have? Because I feel like we've seen at least 5 Heat Waves come out.
Heat Wave has quite a few. I don't remember off the top of my head.
I feel like it's around
Want
10.
to say probably 16.
16. Okay, so
Yeah,
we're
so
not gonna
enough to
get
last.
struggled out here. But
No.
there's the Heat Crash.
Not
Doesn't
a
do
lot. I mean, Gouging Fire doesn't really have a better option here.
That Heat Wave, not going
That
to be
did a-
doing much either, but it's
Did a lot more than I thought it would do, because you're throwing Heat Wave into a Fire and a Dragon type.
it is doing a decent job.
Question is, who can win this stall battle?
Yeah, this is going to be a war of attrition right here.
But that grassy terrain is gone now.
Yeah, the stall's not going to be in the favor of Gouging Fire anymore. Torkoal is a little bit healthier and a little bit more tankier, but it feels like it did a little bit more damage
That Heat
time.
Crash, yeah, that Heat Crash did a lot there.
Now, it's getting down to the wire. I would give
I
it to the
think-
Torkoal, but
Oh.
this is getting dicey.
Yeah, I think that Torkoal has just enough damage output to maybe win this fight. That Terra Fire was really important.
I think this is going to come down to PP. If he just has enough Heat Waves to win out this stall, he will be set. But if he runs out at any point, this is going to be disastrous. They're getting down to the wire.
The
This Heat Wave needs to
knockout
hit.
here.
Will this be it?
The Terra Fire.
2
Oh,
HP!
look at you!
Oh no! This is gonna be
Oh.
disastrous. He's choice banded in. Will he live? No, he will
Wow.
not. The Torkoal goes down. The fire types trading blows. That's
What?
gonna be Olivia taking the first game.
What a damage roll there. Wow. You live on 2. What else do you say about that?
You have to have that grassy terrain up. That's what got you to 2 HP. You know,
Yeah.
if you didn't have that stall, you would have been way lower. You would have been dead and gone. But props to Olivia for holding it out.
Yeah, what a battle for our first battle of the day.
And now, Silas has to reconsider what he's throwing out here. What do you think he should do against this team that Olivia has brought in here?
That's a good question. I wonder if you play the Ursaluna. The Ursaluna is pretty good. It's tanky. It can hit hard with guts.
Does it have anything that can counter the fire on the side?
It's got Earthquake. It's got Headlong Rush. Those are both pretty good.
Those are some good options. All right.
Yeah. The
And-
question is, what else does Silas bring? I think if you're leading Ursaluna, you're probably leading in DDF Ursaluna, or you're leading in DDF. I wouldn't be shocked if we see the Lilligant this turn.
Yeah, the Lilligant could be good. It could be all right. You know, you don't want to go all in on the fire like you did last time. Of course, Torkoal did carry pretty hard there at the end, but, you know, you didn't really make good use of the sun, really. You didn't really get too much off of that.
And the issue is, if that Gouging Fire retreats, it comes back in with that sun up. It's getting its photosynthesis off and getting that sun boost again.
Yeah, do you think Brooks can bring anything different in here, Silas Brooks? Or do you think they should just run the same team once again to try and
I think you
victory?
try and switch it up, but I don't think you want to get too out of your comfort zone. You know, Olivia didn't bring the King Gambit, didn't bring the Qian Pao, so you know that. You know, maybe it's a little bit safer to bring your psychic types and do more of that psychic push. But we'll see what change is made.
Yeah, I'll see what the predictions are here. Once again, it looks like we're having a redo, but this time Ogerpon's going to be starting out on the side of Olivia.
Yeah, I like that Ogerpon out early. Ogerpon is really able to pressure a lot of the fire types out here.
Yeah, that's going to be rough. And
We are seeing the Qian Pao from Olivia here.
Yeah, I think it's the same team, but just a little bit of a different rearrangement with leading Ogrepon here.
Yeah, we're seeing that Qian Pao in this game, which Qian Pao is interesting, hits really hard. I mean, we saw it last game, but it didn't get to do much. It died pretty quickly.
It got a nice skill crash off. He'll take out that Ndidi, but other than that, we didn't really see it pop off too much.
No.
And then now, I think they're once again going to try and take out this Ndidi, but we see the terrestrialization.
Early Terra on who? That is the question for today.
That's the question. I believe it is going to be the
Terra Grass Armor Rouge.
Oh, that's interesting.
Okay, trying to block damage from that Gouging Fire, but it's going to Howl. Get that attack boost. That's pretty devastating there.
I think they're prepping for the Ivy Cudgel, but that's going to be going over to the Ndidi there. And wow.
Does it knock out the Ndidi? I know Ndidi's bulky, but that is scary.
That still did a lot of damage. Now Ndidi's on the ropes here.
And there's the +1 Meteor Beam.
No, Gouging Fire is going to take some damage here. I'm going to guess here. There it is.
It's going to do a lot of damage into that Gouging Fire.
Oh, a one-hit knockout.
That's a lot of damage, and that's definitely Silas finding that rhythm now.
There it is. That's definitely the setup that they were hoping for.
And the Trick Room goes up for Ndidi.
Now, on paper, Silas is in an amazing spot right now.
Yeah, really good position. I mean, we'll see Psychic Terrain go down and replace with Grassy Surge, so he loses that ability of Expanding Force, which isn't great. You love getting that Expanding Force onto both targets with Psychic Terrain. So I wonder if maybe he'll switch. We'll see Silas switch out Olivia, or switch out Ndidi. That's the one I'm looking for.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't think so. I think they're just playing this Ndidi to try and get the setup once, get what you want out of it, and then maybe try again. Because having the Ndidi in the back line, once you bring it back out again, it's just going to be knocked right down. But there's the switch out. You're correct.
He does
Good
switch
read.
out. They want to get that Psychic Terrain back in. We are going into Gallade back out.
That's the Gallade. All right. We're seeing a Terra. Is this going to be on the Rillaboom once again, or is this going to be Ogrepon?
I wouldn't be shocked to see the Ogrepon turn Ogrepon to a pure water type here.
Oh,
no, Terrifier Rillaboom.
There it is once again. I wonder why you would run Terrifier other than type coverage.
I mean, it gets rid of all your grass weaknesses, right? Because now instead.
Oh, 8 HP. That's a huge clutch live right there. And now Ruby is not looking too good. That Armor Rouge will be hit with a U-turn.
A lot of damage.
A lot of damage, and they get the switch out as well. Now we're seeing
Qian Pao going in here. Interesting time to move into Qian Pao, as you do have that Gallade with the Trick Room up.
And Armor Rouge can also hit with a Fire-type move.
Could hit with a Fire-type move, unless...
That Ivy Cudgel one-shots!
I mean, we have to remember...
the Howl.
Yeah, that Howl at the start of the game, giving it that +1. Gallade, not a super defensive Pokemon.
Wow, I was not expecting that. I don't know. I thought they were going to try and finish out the Armor Rouge here. But no, Olivia very confident in that Ivy Cudgel.
Yeah,
for good reason.
We are seeing the Lunala, or the Ursaluna, shiny Ursaluna, very fancy.
Very fancy, but fanciness might not win it all for you right here. You're in a very tough situation.
The question is, do you protect, try and get that guts on that Ursaluna, or do you just go and try and remove something from the field instantly?
Trick Room is still up here.
It's still up.
So there's a lot to consider here. This Armor Rouge is at least going to have another turn to act. What is the move you select if you're going to use that Armor Rouge? Do you try and swap it out? You have many options. You have the Ndidi still in tow, but I think you're waiting for a switch out like this from Olivia.
If you're going to bring the Ndidi back in, I think you would have put in Ndidi instead of Ursaluna. It doesn't make much sense here to replace Ndidi with Ursaluna this turn. So there goes down the Armor Rouge.
There it is. Now we're down to a 2v3.
There's the Earthquake. Whoa!
Big Earthquake.
Big Earthquake does not remove anything from the field.
It's going to be tough to deal with on the Rillaboom. I guess the grass coverage on Rillaboom is going to be tough for this Ursaluna to deal with.
We do get the guts up. Did not see Trick Room go down, and now the Ndidi comes back out. Now Ndidi still does have Follow Me, but in this Trick Room scenario, we could just see the Expanding Force, maybe Earthquake. and maybe the lack of care of removing the EDD themselves.
See another switch out. This game is having a lot of switch outs back and forth, a lot of mind games at play. We're going to see that Ogre Pawn come back into play to maybe tank a hit. This Qianpao.
Yeah. The protect on the Qianpao, trying to keep that Qianpao alive and trying to bait out those Trick Room turns. Because if Trick Room gets reset here, really, Olivia's in a great position.
Olivia is in a good position. It's just risky. You don't want to lose any mods before this Trick Room goes down. There's a swap out into the Ogre Pawn. Oh,
Olivia's clicked expanding force. That's going to take out the Ogre Pawn for sure.
See it.
Follow me.
Follow me instead.
Now, did Silas attack?
The Facade comes out.
No. Facade takes out the Ogre Pawn.
It's going to be rough, but not an awful scenario as we only have one turn of Trick Room left, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Now.
And Rillaboom comes back in, removes that Psychic Terrain again, and now applies Fake Out pressure.
This is a very even last fight here. It's a 2v2. Both Mons, a little worse for wear. No one died just yet. I think we are going to see the Fake Out come out, though, for sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if we see that Fake Out. I wouldn't be shocked if we see Follow Me and something else. Does not go for the Follow Me. Gets the Fake Out off. No, Follow Me goes after Fake Out.
Okay. Does he still get stunned from the Fake Out?
Will still get stunned, and the Sucker Punch fails. And then he did not attack.
And he flinched and couldn't move. That's a great turn for Olivia. That just stalled out the game. Just
it
one
really
turn
did.
longer.
And have that grassy terrain back up, healing it back up.
The burn. Well, it is good for the Facade. It's whittling away at your HP. And now Trick Room is
over.
down. It's
Going
looking
for the big
like
Wood Hammer.
Yeah, this is
Icicle Crash into Indeedee.
This is looking like the finishing blow.
There's
Olivia
the Follow
here.
Me. Who goes first? Is it Qianpao or Rillaboom?
I think it's gonna be.
There's the Qianpao with the Icicle Crash.
Oh,
Does pick up the knockout.
It's big middle there in the focus sash.
And does Woodhammer pick up the knockout here?
It indeed, I believe it must with the grassy terrain. It should be good, and there it is.
And your winner for round one is Olivia.
Props to Olivia. They played amazing all throughout.
There were some great games there. That could have gone either way.
Yeah, Brooks did not disappoint either. They played very, very well. They showed some great strategies. Overall, an amazing first game. It really came down to that first game. Was a real great first game. 2 HP.
Brooks is one of our regulars here in Windsor, so I wouldn't be shocked if we see Brooks down the line and we see them play something else, if we see them change up their strategy.
Yeah, that was it. That was the 2-0. And what a first game to start.
Yeah.
Like you said, Brooks is a regular. We'll probably see them more and more often. But, you know, Olivia, we should look out for Olivia as well, because they're the one that made it all the way through the set.
Yeah, again, some great plays by Olivia. Living on that 2 HP was insane. That 2 HP, living with the Gouging Fire, getting that Heat Crash off.
The stalling out the grassy terrain as well, I think it just enabled that 2 HP to even happen, right?
Yeah.
Because if you didn't have those little heals throughout, those heat waves would have just chipped you all the way down to nothing.
Oh, for sure.
And going forward, that Torkoal, we didn't see it in the second game, which is interesting because Torkoal really was the one that held out the longest, but maybe that was more of a detriment to Brooks' team.
I mean, the Torkoal really didn't do much into Olivia's team if they weren't planning on bringing King Gambit, or they brought Qianpao, but again, you have Glade to deal with Qianpao. Bunch of other Pokemon that just... Qianpao is not a bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, no, not at all. That's why you run the Focus Sash, because you're just expecting that Qianpao to get one shot.
Yeah, it's pretty frail. But it does a lot of damage, and it's pretty fast. Especially with its ability. Again, the Sword of Ruin is very strong. But we'll see where these players go. I will be excited if Olivia keeps going and we see them down the line in our top 8 cut here.
I'm excited. Yeah, potentially we shall see that. I'm just curious as to if we will see anything Very different, because that game we've seen these metas before. Not to disappoint anybody, or put anybody down. We've seen these mods. These are very popular mods and very good mods for good reason, right? If you're playing to win, you got to run some sort of meta, right? But I don't think this is the new cutting edge meta. We haven't seen the Articuno, which everybody's talking about.
No, I think we'll see Gouging Fire a lot today. I think we might not see Gallade anymore, but what else we saw was we didn't see Lilligant come out, but the Lilligant team there. I think Lilligant and the Psychic Spam team has a lot of opportunities to change up its play style.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to bring the Lilligant out when there's so many fire types on the field with these teams potentially.
No.
Like, it's a little bit too much of a risk. Like, Lilligant could be strong, but I don't think it's worth potentially it being dead weight on the team.
Yeah, again, a hard matchup for Silas. They did their best, but we'll see what they do going forward.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens in Game 2. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll be right back with more Pokemon action. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We just finished round 1 of our Pokemon Midseason Showdown. And Eric, what are your thoughts on what we just witnessed?
It was an exciting first round. We saw a 2-0 win by Olivia there, playing that sort of gouging fire team.
Yeah, and I want to review that first game, because it looked like it was going in Silas's favor for quite a while. And then right at the end, Olivia, just through sheer willpower, managed to drag this game out to a win down to 2 HP.
Yeah, Olivia did a great job at protecting the Pokemon they needed to win that game. Protecting that gouging fire, keeping it alive, protecting that Rillaboom. A lot of our chat was saying that's some great Rillaboom movement there. And Rillaboom was a key piece there, playing that Terra Fire, blocking the big attacks from the Armarouge, from the Torkoal there. That really just kept Rillaboom alive and allowed Rillaboom to come back in and pick up those kills at the end.
Yeah, that defensive Terra type was strong. They did in both matches as well. And in that second match, it seemed to be a lot more switches coming out. It was very chaotic from both sides. They're both trying to get an edge on each other, but they couldn't find anything. It was really another close game as well. But it looked like Olivia was more in control throughout that whole game.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what happens going further and what we see in the next few rounds. One Pokemon we haven't seen today yet is Fluttermane, one of the best Pokemons in the format. We haven't seen Fluttermane, we haven't seen Incineroar.
We haven't seen Raging Bolt either,
No,
which is another very strong typical pick.
Those are the top 3 Pokemon in the format right now. We have not seen any of them this week, and that might be a thing of players prepping teams without them, prepping teams that can beat those Pokemon, and using other formats.
Yeah, because you don't want to run all the typical things and potentially get countered, because we did see some interesting picks coming later on. I know we're not going to get into specifics just yet until we get team sheets in front of us. We saw some interesting picks that could potentially counter some of those typical plays, but now it seems like everyone's trying different things, feeling out what works. It's interesting that these potential counter teams might not work out as counter teams at all, because they might run another counter team.
Yeah, we really did. I mean, one Pokemon we might see a lot today is Ursaluna. Ursaluna is a weird Pokemon to use.
Yeah, like you're saying, Ursaluna is a very strong pick. You know, that ground coverage is huge, and it's just a strong, bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, it's bulky, takes a lot of hits, a little tricky to use with the Trick Room, but I wouldn't be shocked if we see more Ursaluna today.
Yeah, do you think they're all going to be running the Facade, though?
Yeah, Ursaluna typically runs Guts and Facade, gets that big damage boost, and has a really strong normal type attack, so I'd be shocked if we didn't see that. I think the only reason we don't see that is with Blood Moon Ursaluna. And
looking at the team sheets that we did have, those teams that we did see, what didn't we see? What do you think we get to potentially see going forward? But
didn't see Fluttermane, we didn't see Incineroar, didn't see Raging Bolt. Those are the next 3 Pokemon I would be shocked if we don't see next round.
Yeah, so speaking of the next round, we're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll be right back with the second round of Swiss. And here we are, Swiss round 2, right around the corner, and we have the trophies in shot. That's what everyone's playing for right now, and we have our two teams, our two Pokemon teams here. It's going to be Emmanuel Abraha and Rishi Gupta facing off in Pokemon here. I'm excited to see, and we have some very interesting teams to boot.
These are, when I looked through the team sheets at the start of the day, these are two of the teams I picked out where I was like, you're a funky team, you're a funky team, and now they're facing each other, and I don't know what to make of these teams. I am excited to see how they work. I don't know how you play against these teams. These are some interesting teams that will make for quite the interesting set of battles here.
And that's not to say that these are uncompetitive teams. They have the pillars that they need to make this structure strong. But they just have some little extra spice in there to make things very interesting in some very off-meta picks.
Yeah, we're seeing Pokemon that don't get played here, but have been good before.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we could talk about these. Let's just get right into it.
Yeah, let's start with Emmanuel's team. You have Incineroar, you have Fluttermane, both Pokemon I said we'd see. You've got Amoonguss, pretty typical. Fluttermane is running Choice Specs Parasong. Sure. I mean, at the end of the game, if you can get your Fluttermane to live, you put out that Parasong, that's another win condition. We have Ting Lu coming back. Ting Lu really big in when it came into the game to start off because it was very defensive. Does a lot of damage.
Where it starts to get a little actually very strange is the Porygon and the Como.
Yeah, we're seeing Porygon 2 here with the Eviolite Trick Room. Trying to set up Trick Room maybe for that Ting Lu, for the Incineroar maybe.
And a Terra Poison with a Terra Blast.
Yeah.
For the coverage.
For coverage. I love the Porygon line. I think they're a very fun line. So I'm excited to see what happens there. The other teams we have are Como here. Como is a very interesting Pokemon. They're playing this like a Steel-type Como with Protect, Iron Defense, Body Press, and Iron Head. And we are just going into the second match here, or first match of Swiss Round 2.
And here we are, starting off Amoonguss Fluttermane versus Ogerpon Zapdos. And that Ogerpon is going to be the cornerstone mask.
Yeah, we're seeing the cornerstone match, Ogerpon, and the Zapdos Galar form.
And it's looking very interesting here. We're going to see the withdraw, though, from Rishi out of the gate.
Pulling in that Regice. There's the other Pokemon that really I did not expect to see today.
But yeah, I wasn't expecting to see that either. We're seeing the Terra out of the gate. This game is starting off with an explosive start. And what is this Terra going to be on? It looks like it's a Water Terra type,
Water Amoonguss.
There we go. It's going to be nice coverage against that Ice type there.
Going for the Rage Powder, trying to block the damage.
Put the swap out. They might not even be going for damage.
Power Whip into the Fluttermane. Oh, the one-shot.
Wow. What a way to start this one off.
I mean, Fluttermane's defense stats not strong, so I'm not shocked to see the one-shot knockout there.
The fact
going into the Steel-type Como.
You need that, though, against this Regice. That's going to be
very true. But the question is, can it live and attack?
He didn't take the Steel Terra, though.
No.
He's not going to have any stab going in on this Como.
Going on the Protect here for Amoonguss. Very strong move there.
Oh, he does have body.
See what happens to Como. I think Como has to Iron Defense and hope the Regice doesn't get a one-shot knockout.
Project comes up from Amoonguss. If Rishi went for a setup here, this could be massive. The Power Whip comes out, though, and it's going to be blocked out by the Amoonguss.
Good block, good block. I wouldn't be shocked if we see... There's the Iron Defense from the Como. We see that Ice Beam from the Regice, and my guess here, there it is. How much does that do?
Oh, wow.
The 6, it lives on 6.
And the freeze comes out from Rishi. Oh, no. This is a pure disaster for Emmanuel. What else could you do at this point?
That freeze mattered.
It certainly matters. Amoonguss is not going to be your attacker here. You're going to have to swap out in a panic state. And he's on 1 HP as well. This is just not going well for Emmanuel. And Rishi is just controlling the game right now.
Yeah, going to have to really hope that you can buy some time here. Hopefully get out of that freeze early, but not in a great position. Pulls out. Switches out the Regice. Doesn't go for the almost guaranteed knockout here. Switching into that Zapdos Galar.
I think he read the team sheet and he has a feeling.
Power Whip takes out Amoonguss.
No. I have a feeling Rishi knows that Porygon is probably the last piece of this puzzle and he wants the fighting type.
Yeah, I mean, if you're if you're Rishi, you're really in a good position here.
Oh no,
The freeze doesn't get out of the freeze. Does get that leftovers recovery, but really, Como is now facing down a Zapdos Galar with choice specs. It's got Brave Bird, Close Combat, Stomping Tantrum, and U-Turn.
Those leftovers are freeze or burn right now. They're not good anymore. They're
No,
not gonna help
with
you
that
too much.
freeze, get the attack raise. That's not what you want to see from Porygon with download. You really want to see that special attack raise.
And now, I think that might be just about it. It is a standstill right now. Both
Let's see
players
what happens.
thinking, what can we do here?
Go
How
for
can
the
we
Trick
make this
Room.
work?
Might as well try.
Okay.
Gonna go for the Body Press, knock out the Ogre Pawn.
If he breaks out of the freeze, but the close combat
Close
comes
combat.
out, and he
Does
lives.
not get the knockout. Porygon 2 very defensive with that Eviolite.
The Trick Room is about to come off unless the second Ivy
Ivy
Cudgel comes
Cudgel
out. That's gonna
into Porygon 2. Takes out the Porygon with the
a
crit to boot.
Adding insult to injury, making sure that Porygon had no chance left to live. And the freeze comes out from Como.
Como,
I mean,
what do you do at this point?
Is it.
Yeah.
Congrats to Rishi. He played a very aggressive game here.
A dominant first round win there by Rishi.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
a nice, courteous forfeit. Don't drag it out.
Don't drag it
longer.
out. Really, at this point, there's not much Emmanuel could have done to
If
win
he
that round.
If he unfroze, maybe there's something he could have done, but at that point,
Rishi still had another Pokemon in the back that we didn't see.
oh, that's true. We didn't know what he picked there.
Don't know what his fourth Mon there was.
So that's going to be some information deprived on the side of Emmanuel. So going forward, this match is going to be even more tougher.
Yeah. Rishi does have a really interesting team. We didn't go over his team before. Let's go over it now. We are looking at Regice. We are looking at a Slowking
With chilly reception.
with Chilly Reception, which is the interesting move here. Trying to get up that hail, give up the snow, give Regice even more defense, and it's already insane defense stats.
And you get the swap out as well of Slowking. You don't have to fully commit to keeping that Slowking out there with the Regice.
Yeah, we are also looking at that Zapdos Galar that we saw with Defiant, a great ability in this set with Incineroar around. Really gives it that boost. We haven't seen Zapdos Galar really much before, but it's that niche pick that maybe, hey, Zapdos Galar is a ticket here to win.
Yeah, and then we had the Ogre Pawn of the Cornerstone Mask. We did see that, but we didn't really see it use that mask for any great reason, right?
No, it had the Power Whip, it had the Ivy Cudgel. That's all it really needed to deal the damage there and get the win.
But it's good coverage. Rock types are going to be very good, especially if other teams are running that Articuno meta. So
Yeah.
it's decent coverage. And then we also have the Incineroar and the Raging Bolt in tow, just for those powerful picks.
Yeah, they're both very strong Pokemon. We'll see what changes get made. Emmanuel's going to hope not to get that freeze off. I mean, if he doesn't get that freeze, maybe it changes up. You have the Iron Defense, you have the Body Press for the big damage. Really, just that freeze was not what they wanted to see.
No, that freeze was the freeze that really ended it all. If
Yeah.
he didn't get frozen there, this would have been probably a competitive game, but Rishi got the lucky freeze, and it really just spelled doom for Emmanuel.
Yeah, so we'll see what they do to change up the game plans here. If you're Rishi, I think you feel confident in your team. We are going into the battles here.
Once again, we're starting on an Amogus
We
here.
see the Slowkings out.
Oh, I just realized you can chilly reception.
He could.
Into switching into your Regice.
The Porygon 2 is going to tear it into the Poison type.
Interesting. Is this effective against any? If the Slowking Terra's Fairy would be effective, but otherwise,
Yeah, but with Porygon 2, there's really not much that Rishi can do to take out a Poison type quickly.
okay.
Going for the Follow Me, but really doesn't do much this turn. We'll see if the Chilly Reception goes out.
There's the Ice Beam.
There's the Ice Beam. Does a fair bit of damage, not a ton though. Going for the Psychic into the Amoonguss, but it fails.
Oh no, that's not a great
So
start.
Emmanuel into a better position just off the gate here.
Yeah, Emmanuel played that start perfectly, and now things are looking great. It's a little bit of a reversal here. Got to see what Rishi does to try and get himself out of this bad scenario.
Emmanuel, think about the Trick Room there. I don't hate the Trick Room. Got a lot of slow Pokemon. Tinglu in the back, Incineroar in the back. Looks like they might be switching into the Incineroar, having a few technical issues, but that's okay.
Yeah, they're going to be switching into the Incineroar instead of this. Are we also seeing a switch on the Slowking as well? Or was that a move committed? Either way, we're going to see Tinglu
Tinglu
coming
comes out.
instead of the Porygon.
Who else? Who else are we going to see? The Ivy Cudgel into the Amoonguss. I guess they predicted the Amoonguss switch. Amoonguss did not switch. The Psychic
Once this Amoonguss
also into the Amoonguss.
gone. But does that kill?
I mean, Amoonguss is pretty weak. I
the
don't think it
special
did.
attack
It
got
did not.
weakened.
They got the Spore off.
But
How much is Amoonguss alive by? Cannot be alive on 13.
I think the Tinglu was clutch there. His ability weakening the special attack of everybody.
Yeah,
Really
that is true.
Saved that Amoonguss's life.
That is a huge change with that Tinglu coming out.
That's a big.
We're going to see Amoonguss switch out, try and save Amoonguss for later. Porygon 2 is back in. That Terra Poison gets the download, gets the attack raise again.
Once again.
Again, not ideally what you want. You see the spiky shield go up.
It's protecting itself. Let's see.
There's the body press.
Which is it on? And it's on the spiky shield. That's going to hurt a little bit. Not too much, though.
No.
Just a little bit of damage. It all adds up eventually. Slowking going to be very slow to waking up as he's still asleep here. We're going to see Team Blue try and go all in on the Slowking. Well, it's all vulnerable. Now, I think, will this be a Trick Room or will this be an Ice Beam? And now, oh wow, the Power Whip one-shots Tinglu.
No,
Oh no, it doesn't. He
Still
looks
up.
with
Tinglu's still up. Use that Ruination, does half the damage too. Slowking there. Slowking does have the Citrus Berry. It will heal that back up. Also with Regenerator if it needs to switch out.
Yeah, this is getting very dicey here. Trick Room goes up,
Room's
and
going
now Emmanuel should be in a good spot here. Tinglu, 2 HP, might be able to get one more move off. We might see the swap out come in as well. Really thinking about it.
Thinking about the Incineroar there. Switching into the Incineroar, gonna get that Intimidate off, try and really weaken that Ogerpon.
And this Slowking.
Ice Beam into the Ogerpon, really just take it out as a target to be at all.
Yeah, you don't want this Ogerpon up for much longer. That Power Whip nearly took out Tinglu in one fell swoop. Now we see the Intimidate come out. That's going to be huge against that Ogerpon.
There's the Follow Me. Fine with losing
He thinks he's going to wake up.
Oh.
Oh.
Slowking was trying to get its Chilly Reception off, but it's still asleep.
And Ogerpon is hit with the Ice Beam and knocked out
And
with
the
a crit.
Just for the sake of why not. I don't think that crit matters there. I still think the Porygon gets the knockout no matter what. But maybe it does matter.
Yeah, it could have been a weak hit. Maybe that crit really pushed it over the line here. There's the Regice, and with no snow, he's going to be in a little bit of a bad spot, especially against this Incineroar.
That Slowking has been asleep for all 3 turns, so it will wake up this turn. But what do you do? Bring in the Tinglu by the looks of it. Slowking will wake up. Will it use the Chilling Reception? I believe so. Maybe it will try and pressure the knockout here.
We'll see. Now we're seeing a swap out. Of course, these things take time. You have to amp yourself up before you make the big old swap here. Now, Porygon, you want to protect that because Porygon has been doing the work here on the field. Now, Tinglu going to go back in. Probably just be a sandbag for the team. Take the hit, get a re-swap back in.
Yeah, Emmanuel really doing a lot of the damage here.
Oh, Terra.
Terra on what?
On Rishi, what's it going to be? Regice.
Terra Regice will change it to an Ice type.
Oh, it's just going all big damage here.
Yeah.
He needs this snow.
I think they will get the snow up. I think.
Goes for the fake out.
though.
I find it crazy he didn't go for a Flare Blitz there and just try and snipe out this Regice.
There, it wakes up. We'll get the Chilling Reception off.
There it is.
It's a move you don't see very often as it's only on the Slowpoke line.
A very rare move. It's like a U-turn that sets up snow. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting move.
It's a very interesting move. And if it was on Ice-type Pokemon, on Pokemon that want to use snow, you might see it more. And we see the Incineroar come out.
Oh, that's going to be big.
Now, you would have to assume that the Tinglu Tinglu does not have Protect. It's Assault Vest. So you can fake out that Tinglu and remove it from the battle completely if you don't switch it out here.
could, or you could try and fake out the Incineroar if he goes for the swap out. Rishi has a few decisions to make here, and one of the big decisions to make is who do you sick this Regice on? You put so much setup. That is going to be the one to take down. I think you might have to try and fake out this Incineroar, because if you don't, it's going to do a lot to take out this Regice. But we're actually going to see the swap out come out. Trying to get the hard read there on the fake out. Download. Once again, the attack raise on the download.
Going for the Blizzard. That's going to do a lot of damage.
Let's see it. Effective on Tinglu. We expected that.
Takes out the Tinglu.
Porygon.
Doesn't get the freeze again. Does not gets the parting shot, though, off on the Porygon 2. Going to lower its stats. Really, Porygon 2's stats are already low to begin with. Taking that -1 special attack, it's not going to be able to do much.
See the swap out back into the Slowking to try and deal with this Incineroar, I believe, is what he's expecting, but I have a feeling the Amogus is going to be committed here. Because if he gets sleep on this Regice, that would be massive.
Yeah, the sleep on the Regice would be almost detrimental here. Did not see how many turns of Trick Room we have left, but Trick Room is still up.
Yeah, we still have to account for that. And Regice
Now,
is...
It's important to know that this Regice is locked into... It is locked into Blizzard.
That's choice.
So we'll keep seeing that Blizzard spam. Gonna go for the Protect here. Yeah, we will see the Protect. Try and keep that Amogus alive a little bit longer. No.
Maybe not, maybe not. Maybe we see the swap in.
Looking to be going into Incineroar. Incineroar should be able to live a Blizzard here.
Yeah, there is the Incineroar committed. It should be able to live, like you said. Intimidate comes out, not going to do all too much. The clear body, Regice not going to affect it at all. But it's going to be a special attack coming out here. Blizzard is going to be unleashed.
Doesn't do a lot to the Incineroar. Does not do a lot. The Psychic into the Porygon 2 takes out the Porygon 2.
I forgot that Slowking was running Psychic there because it didn't land on that Amogus the one time it used it.
No, it's not.
So that Poison type Porygon really took the burn there. Now,
only Tinglu and Amogus left, or sorry, Incineroar and Amogus left. Pokemon that really don't do a lot of damage. These are mainly support Pokemon. So how do you get out of this scenario here?
I don't quite know. You have the fake out, you have the Flare Blitz. You might be able to whittle down this Regice, but with another Incineroar in the pocket and this Slowking on the field, it's looking like Rishi has this one in the bag as well. But we'll see.
Fake out on the Slowking this time.
They're not afraid of this Blizzard. Flinch comes out. Blizzard will get a kill.
How much does it do?
Yeah,
it takes out the Amogus.
It should take it.
It should. I mean, it's Terra Ice stab Blizzard in the snow.
It's still not doing as much as I thought it would, though. I thought it would be just sweeping here, but I guess with no stat boosts.
No, Regice is a very defensive Pokemon. There's the Flare Blitz.
That's a massive Flare Blitz.
Big Flare Blitz. I don't think that'll be enough to knock out. No, Regice is still alive. The Scald into the Incineroar.
And that's
going to do it. So that is a 2-0 victory for Rishi.
That's game, set, match. Rishi, weird team, amazing performance.
Yeah, we didn't see the Raging Bolt this game, but that Zapdos Gallon in the first game, that Ogerpon did a ton of damage. That Regice really, as much as it's not a super offensive Pokemon, it's able to stick around and deal a ton of damage in the back half there.
Yeah, it required some setup, not too much really. It just needed the chilly reception. The main thing that slowed Rishi down there was the sleep on the Slowking.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining now the match in which that sleep didn't come out and that Regice so early on was that powerful. Yeah,
really what Emmanuel needed to do was find that point to get that damage in, but really with Incineroar and Amogus and Porygon 2, you have a lot of support Pokemon that really can't deal as much damage as quickly.
Yeah, Tinglu is up, but he got very low very quick.
Yeah, the Regice into the Tinglu matchup here, not great for Tinglu. Regice able to really take it out quickly. But they were some incredible games. I'm excited to see if Rishi goes forward with this team, if we see it in top 8, and to see how the other players deal with this team, because this is a very interesting team that players will probably not have practiced against.
Yeah, I don't think they're prepared to go up against this, but what a joy that one was to watch. Like, I just love seeing the variety of teams, because the first time we did this, not to put it down, it was a great showing. It was a lot of Sun, Raging Bolt teams, a lot of the same teams, but now at this mid-season showdown, we're seeing so much more variety at play here.
Yeah, 100%. I'd be shocked if these teams are so diverse, and we've seen a lot of diverse teams today. I will be shocked if a standard team picks up a win. You have the standard teams are good, but there's so much variety today that we'll see something unique and different take a victory today.
And the thing with standard teams, right, you kind of know the MO that they're going to go for. You
Yeah.
know what their goal is. You know what moves they're going to do when. But with these teams, you're just guessing. You're like, I know he's probably running these moves, but I don't know what order he's going to use them. I don't know what the exact setup is going to be. And that just leaves so much more up in the air and gives you such an advantage over your opponent.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, especially about
Yeah, the thing about that is it's tough to deal with, right?
Yeah. And the interesting thing about today is this is a 2-day event. We will see a lot of these players tomorrow, so this is a good chance to take a look at today. There'll probably be a lot of players tonight going back to their hotels, wherever they're staying, and watching today's stream and looking at these very unique teams and prepping for them.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be very interesting. We'll see a lot of team shifts probably to account for these weirder teams. And then those weirder teams are probably going to shift as well, and it'll be a whole crazy mess all over again. But that's what I love it for.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting day. Round 2 is finishing up now. We still have 6 more rounds to go today.
Yeah, and I'm here for it. I'm excited to see what is, going to come out through the sieve. All of them are going to be shaken out. We're going to see which of the best teams will remain.
Yeah, it will be an exciting day, and I'm excited to see what teams we get to see next.
Yeah, just to account once again, we didn't see the Como come out with the Terra Steel, which I think really was the detriment, and I think just the free scared him into not using it again. I think I would have liked to see it again.
I think if we see Emmanuel again, I wouldn't be shocked if we see him try Como again.
Yeah, with all that said, though, it's looking to be a good one. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll be right back with more Pokemon with round 3. Welcome back, everybody. We just finished round 2 of Swiss in the Pokemon Midseason Showdown. And what a round that second round was. As we move into this round 3, we should just go back and review that crazy round once again.
Yeah, we saw some really incredible plays last round, some incredible Pokemon that we don't regularly see. Really, the star of the show in that past series was the Regice. Getting the freeze from the Como, dealing a ton of damage in the second game. Really, Regice could be the star of the show if they make it to Top Cut.
Yeah, if they can make it to the Top Cut, which I don't see why not. They're a very tricky team to play against. Sure, a few of the mainstays could maybe go toe-to-toe with it, but I think it's still a very good pick going forward. And the Chile reception is a very interesting pick. There's not a single other team running that. Even the Articuno teams, I didn't see running a Chile reception.
No, and the reason you don't see it played much is it's really only on the Slowking line. And really, are there better Pokemon you can use than Slowking? Maybe. But that Chile reception is interesting. It's a U-turn. It gets the snow up. Is it better than running the Alola Ninetales that gets the snow up and Aurora Veil? Who's to say? But maybe they saw some niche with the Slowking and decided to use it.
Yeah, do you really need the Aurora Veil, though, if you're running Regice?
I mean, the Aurora Veil's nice, right? You half that damage again, and you take even less damage.
But then you're committing so much just to tank up that Regice. But it could be pretty crazy if you go all in on that taking this. But I think, Chile reception's good enough. Of course, we have such a large turnout today. The reception to this tournament was nothing but Chile. It was the exact opposite. It was flaming with passionate Pokemon fans. And here they are. We're like almost filling up this entire place. We have to pull out so many more tables. It's great, but it's just because there's another event running at the same time. So we have more than enough room, and this is just great to see that all the fans turn out.
Yeah, 26 players for really our first mid-season tournament. Talking to John, who's one of our coordinators for this event, he has only started Pokemon here 6 months ago. So this is the 6 months into the Windsor lifestyle of Pokemon VGC. You can see all of our players there getting ready to receive their round 3 matchups. So round 3 will be starting soon. Hopefully have team sheets soon for that.
Yeah, I'm sure we will once we throw it to a break. But we're not going to do that quite yet. We're going to just keep on talking. I want to talk about the Cornerstone Ogerpon.
Yeah.
Which is an interesting choice. We didn't see the Ivy Cudgel come out because there's nothing that Rock was really good enough. But I think the Rock coverage is something you might need, especially if we're going to see more Ice types.
The interesting thing is the Cornerstone Ogerpon has been the least played of the 4. Really, that Rock typing is interesting, but that Grass Rock type isn't super beneficial. You see a lot more use with the Rock Fire, with the Rock Water, and the boost they give. Getting that special defense boost from the Water type, getting that Fire type boost, or you're getting that attack boost from the Fire type mode. So really the question is, they're good, but will we see Rockstone going forward? I don't know if it's enough to change up the format, but it's a nice tech piece.
Yeah, it's an interesting little piece of the puzzle right there. And one thing we were talking about earlier that we haven't quite seen played yet is the Glamora, if we're going to be talking about Rock types. Yeah,
Glamora is a Pokemon that really shot up once the Blueberry Academy DLC came out. It got access to Meteor Beam, and with that Power Herb, similar to what we saw with Armarouge, it's able to use Meteor Beam, instantly heal off that 2-turn effect and just use it once, and then really just start setting up.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because those setups are key. And of course, you it puts you in a weird scenario, right? Because the power-up, you want to try and take that thing down as soon as you can, but if you do, you activate its effect. And
Yeah.
then there's toxic spikes on the ground, and now you have to deal with that. You can't switch out as easy.
Especially if we're running Urshifu Rapid Strike, you have to be really careful to play around that team.
And the team sheets are in. We have our next matchup. So let's start talking about this. Of course, they're handwritten, so please forgive us if we are taking a little bit too long to read some of these. I think that's Darone? Soup Hammer? Anyways,
Sure.
we have a D name, and then we also have Eric Luong. That's going to be our matchup coming up very soon. And just looking over these, Eric, I see the gears turning in your head. What are you thinking of these matchups?
Yeah, so on our one team here, we are seeing that Farigiraf Ursaluna Blood Moon team. That's a very strong team. It's done great in all of the regional and the big tournaments. Farigiraf able to get that Trick Room up, able to block those fake outs, block those priority moves. And that Ursaluna Blood Moon able to do a ton of damage. So that's really the cornerstone pieces of this team here.
We also have Ogrepon Hearthflame, and then we're also using an Urshifu single strike. But the Ogrepon's interesting because I feel like a lot of people go for the water Ogrepon. But so this is the first time we're going to be seeing the fire Ogrepon here today.
Yeah, fire Ogrepon is really good. It hits really hard. If it gets that Terra up, it gets that fire type attacks, and it also has Mold Breaker, so it can hit through those abilities. So those abilities don't really matter to Ogrepon Heartflame.
Oh, the Urshifu single strike also has the Stellar Terra type, which is interesting.
Yeah, we don't see Stellar very often. I don't know if we'll see much use of it, but maybe we will, and maybe it'll be helpful to get off those big attacks.
Yeah, so that team from Darun is looking very interesting here. But let's take a look at Eric's team and talk about that for a little bit. We have a Hatterene, a Sneasler, Ogrepon, Teal, DDF, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, and Incineroar. But what sticks out to you on this team?
Yeah, so in this we're sort of seeing that Psychic Spam team. Instead of the Armors, we're seeing that Hatterene. A bit more tanky, a bit more defensive, but you still have that Trick Room, you still have that Dazzling Gleam, that Expanding Force, really strong attacks.
Sorry, speaking of Ogrepon, though, we have an Ogrepon plushie out there. That's great. That's such a cute plushie.
The Ogrepon's great. We're also seeing Sneasler here. Sneasler is not an uncommon Pokemon, but it's not the most played. You're looking at that Unburdened with that Psychic Seed, so we'll probably see it pair up with the Indeedee at some point. The Dire Claw really strong. That Acrobatics does a ton of damage, especially if it tears into Flying type there.
Yeah, I love Dire Claw. It is such a strong move if you can get that effect to proc.
It really is. Plus, we're seeing the Ogrepon Teal here with the Ivy Cudgel, sticking with just the Grass type, but it gets that Defiant ability. So really there to shut down any Incineroars that may come out.
Yeah, and do we see an Incineroar on this side?
I actually don't think we do. We do not have an Incineroar.
Yeah, we don't.
So really the question is, will that Defiant be much of a play here? And will we even see Ogrepon out in this game mode? I don't know if we will.
It does. I don't think he has any water types on the team. I guess Ursaluna Blood Moon might be what you take against Ogrepon. But
yeah, is that normal ground type? I don't know if we'll see Ogrepon be played here, but maybe we will. I think we're really going to see that combo of Indeedee F and Hatterene will be really strong. That Sneasler is really strong here.
And what do you think is going to win, the single strike or the rapid strike of the Urshifus?
That is the question. I mean, Rapid Strike has been seeing a lot more play recently just because of Ogrepon. Ogrepon, the Water Ogrepon, has been really taking out the need for Rapid Strike Urshifu as your Water type attacker. So you've been seeing more of that Urshifu single strike being played more. But in the beginning of the format, really, Rapid Strike Urshifu was just better.
Yeah, so we're seeing a Rapid Strike with the Ogrepon Teal, so not the water type Ogrepon, which is interesting. But then we have the Incineroar. We know how that's probably going to go. We're just going to see a Parting Shot, Intimidate. That's just going to be the bread and butter right there.
It doesn't have Parting Shot. This Incineroar has U-Turn.
Oh,
ooh. U-Turn is a move you don't see on Incineroar very much anymore because Parting Shot sometimes is just better. You don't deal damage, but you get that minus attack, that minus special attack, and you get to switch out.
Maybe they want bug coverage for some reason?
Maybe. I mean, there are a lot of grass types in the format right now. You have Rillaboom. You have all of the Ogrepons really don't love taking a U-turn to the face.
And Psychic types as well.
And the Psychic types. I don't hate U-turn. I think U-turn is an interesting tech move here that maybe has gotten forgot about.
Yeah, now I'm just looking at the Terra types to see what the full breadth of this is. I wonder why they have Terra Fire Hatterene.
Terra Fire Hatterene is interesting.
Because
This is a
it's
good
not really
question.
does much defensively, I don't think, and it doesn't really do anything offensively either because they don't have any fire moves. So
I am curious to see what the game plan there behind the Terrifier Hatterene is. Maybe there's something I'm missing and something I'm not understanding. But maybe it's just to resist attacks from your Incineroar, from these other big threats.
that's true. That could be a move there. But going back over here, we have the Tornadus with Prankster. Don't really have. They have
Tailwind, they have Taunt, they have
no weather.
no weather,
But
which
they have the Tailwind.
isn't needed. The Bleakwind Storm, pretty inaccurate, so we'll see if it really gets that off. We did see in one of our early games that Bleakwind Storm get off all of its attacks and actually decide the game there.
Yeah.
The other thing that could be interesting here is that Iron Hands. Iron Hands is on Daravone's team. I think that's how we pronounce his name. And that could be a really interesting Pokemon. And we were looking at the Hatterene does not want to take, probably doesn't want to take a wild charge. You don't want to, Sneasler definitely doesn't want to come into a close combat. Ogerpon, Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Oh, we have a World Championships.
Oh, that World
Pokemon
Championships
bag.
London case. Very, very cool. I do really love that case. I'm pretty sure, I don't think this Cyndaquil, I have a Typhlosion plush at home that did come from London Worlds that one of my friends bought for me.
That's awesome. That's awesome. But yeah, people here from Worlds here, so there's a lot of good contenders out here. So this match should be very explosive. And just to get a prediction, do you think we're gonna get our first Game 3 here, or do you think this is gonna be another 2-0? If you just had to guess.
I think these teams are very interesting. These teams are very diverse. I wouldn't be shocked if we got a Game 3 here. There's a lot of different change-ups you can make with these teams. You have a few different modes, a few different things you could bring. If Eric doesn't trust that Psychic team, which really, I don't know what the counter for that Psychic team is here. There's not a lot. Maybe that Urshifu single strike is the counter there, but really that Sneasler can deal with that Urshifu. So we'll see what the play there is.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting because that Psychic, now that you point that out, is going to be very tough for him to deal with. He doesn't really have any Dark-type moves, no Ghost moves on his team either. Psychic can just go all the way there.
Yeah, and here's the interesting thing. This is the 5th or 6th team we have seen without a Flutter Mane.
You're right.
We are seeing a lot of just lack of Flutter Mane, and maybe that's people trusting, knowing what Flutter Mane does, not needing to experiment, not needing to test, just trusting that this is what I know Flutter Mane can do. I don't need to bring it today. I already know what it can do.
Yeah, I feel like once we get to tomorrow, people might bring out the Flutter Mane, bring out the more typical stuff. But today, we're getting a lot more experimental, seeing what works. I'm excited to see what's going to work into our next match. And what do you think is going to be the star here on each team if you had to pick 2 Pokemon?
From Eric's team, I wouldn't be shocked if we see Indeedee Hatterene lead. It's a strong lead. It would get him set up for Sneasler if we want Sneasler in the back. And we do see it. We see Indeedee Urshifu against Ursaluna and Farigiraf.
Oh, that is going to be tough here. But maybe if this Farigiraf can get off the Trick Room, Daravone can be in a good spot here.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the play here is.
Yeah, I don't know what the exact play should be. See very soon. I have a feeling we're seeing either a swap out or a Terra because there's only buffers at that point. And now, there it is. Urshifu being swapped
Rapid
out.
Strike coming out here. No, that's...
Oh, the close
it takes
combat.
the close combat.
Wow.
Oh, it lives.
Does it have a Focus Sash or was that just lucky?
It did have the Sash. It did have Sash.
That's going to be Focus Sash going down. His defense falls. And now, who's going to win the speed battle here between these Urshifus?
Dazzling Gleam comes out and sets up the Trick Room.
It's going to be disastrous here. That's going to be the single strike winning out the speed battle by a large margin here. Now, we're going to see swap it back to the Hatterene. Try and get that Urshifu out of there. Try and save him for later because you know you're going to need him. Now we're seeing the Terra Steel come out on the side of Urshifu. Just get that type coverage. And I think I see that Surging Strike be committed here. And now it is. Surging Strikes is going to be unleashed. The close combat as well coming out on the other side there.
Okay.
Who will win? Who will take it all right here?
Yeah.
Who will knock out the first Pokemon? Darvon withdraws the Urshifu. Now we're going to see what he's going to replace it with. There it is. It's back with the Ursaluna. And if the read is correct on the side of Eric, this could be huge. There's the Terra Steel coming out on the Urshifu. It's going to be more of a defensive typing, I believe.
The Terra Steel Urshifu is something we don't see, isn't the most common Pokemon. I think it'll be interesting to see what we see come out here. Going for that Helping Hand Indeedee into the Terra Steel Urshifu. This is a Rapid Strike Urshifu. Going into the close combat, gets the knockout there.
It's going to be huge, and now you're going to want to get this Urshifu out of here as he has no defense to speak of after 2 close combats.
No, that Urshifu is going to be like lacking those defenses. That Blood Moon Ursaluna, we'll have to see what it can do here. And that Life Orb, it's going to hit hard no matter what. Just the question is, with Trick Room up, when will it move in this turn order?
Volt Breaker comes out on the side of the Ogerpon. The Fire Ogerpon has been unleashed. There's nothing really...
Going for Follow Me, trying to protect that Single Strike Urshifu, and going for another close combat into Urshifu?
I think he's just trying to get all the use he can out of Urshifu, trying to throw off Darvon
because
here.
this Urshifu is Choice Band. There it is. It's a Choice Band Urshifu, so really just locked into close combat here.
I would think the swap potentially.
I would look at the swap here. I mean, your Terra Steel facing an Ogerpon Hearth Flame that's going to hit you really hard if you're not careful. But maybe at this point, do you care about giving up Urshifu?
And maybe he's just trying to throw off Darvon here and just go all out on this Urshifu, but the Ursaluna Blood Moon comes out on the Indeedee.
Remember that Follow Me from Indeedee, able to redirect it.
There it is. That's going to be huge. Now, will he get the close combat off, or will this Ogerpon take him down? No, there's a close combat.
After Ursaluna takes out the Ursaluna.
Wow, 3 close combats. This guy is a glass cannon right now. He is living on by a thread. Any hit will take out this Urshifu.
Yeah, there's the super effective Ivy Cudgel. That's going to take out Urshifu, no questions asked. But that Urshifu did its job. It took out Ursaluna. It took out the Farigiraf. Really, what else do you need from Ursaluna there?
But Darvon doing a good job at keeping pace. It's a 2v2 situation. This is not bad for either team. It's pretty dead even right now.
See the Hatterene come out. It's still got that Psychic Terrain up. It's still in Trick Room.
Oh, that Urshifu.
Yeah, that Urshifu is low. Remember, we saw that Urshifu almost get knocked out before. Lived because of Focus Sash.
I may have misspoke about how this is even here. This is actually looking anything but even. Now deciding between Dazzling Gleam, Expanding Force.
Going for the Expanding Force, you would think Dazzling Gleam here, just trying to get that double attack. But they might be cooking something else. We'll see what happens. We are seeing the Grass Ogerpon here. You haven't seen that as much, the other two, but still good on its own.
Yeah, but against the Fire Ogerpon, they might be having a little bit of a rough time.
Yeah, that's the question here, is what do you do? I also don't believe we have seen the Terra from the other side here.
We haven't yet. Or did we not?
I don't think we have.
Oh, you're correct. We haven't. You see a Terra come out.
So I would be shocked if you see Terra Ogerpon here. There's the Expanding Force into the Ogerpon. It fails. It doesn't hit the Urshifu because it is a Dark type. Wow. But also protected. We see the double protect.
There's the Ivy
Cudgel.
Also going to be protected out.
Into the Urshifu.
I think maybe Darvon was trying to bring out the spiky shield on the side of the other Ogerpon.
Possibly.
But now, with the defense is down on Darvon, it's going to be a full-on assault from Eric.
Yeah, the Stomping Tantrum. Maybe we'll see the Follow Me. We are going to see the Follow Me here. Just trying to protect that Hatterene for even longer. Really, you want it to do that big damage.
And now, like you said, I think Darvon's going to commit the Terra here. And it's going to be on that Ogerpon. If it's on the Urshifu, I will be shocked.
It's on the Urshifu.
Wow, going out with a bang, the Stellar
Urshifu does not change its typing. It keeps its typing, but it will hit with those fighting and dragon type, or those fighting and dark type moves even stronger than it did before. Spiky Shield fails. Follow Me off of the Ogerpon.
Now, who is this Hatterene going to hit here?
Dazzling Gleam is going to hit both, going to take out the Urshifu and deal a little bit of that chip damage to Ogerpon.
And And that is looking to be a very tough position for Darvone. He could potentially maybe take out this Ogre Pawn now that the Spiky Shield is down. He has the advantage on type, but against this Hatterene with the Psychic Terrain, it's going to be very tough. Trick
Room and Psychic Terrain are both up, are both gone. Gonna try and set up that Trick Room and the Follow Me again. Really does not want that Hatterene to go down.
He is playing very defensively around this Hatterene. This is his win condition. He wants to ensure this win. He doesn't want to leave any room for Darvone to have a chance. There we go. There's the Follow Me. There's the Ivy Cudgel. And it's going to come swinging.
It lives on one with the Focus Sash.
It does have a Focus Sash. You're correct. And there it is.
Because it does not have a mask, it is allowed to hold the Focus Sash. Sets up the Trick Room. The question is, who is faster here? The teal Ogre Pawn is a lot slower.
So that means with Trick Room, it's going to be faster.
With Trick Room, but he might knock himself out here.
Let's see, the Spiky Shield is up.
Puts up the Follow Me again.
Wants to be followed. That Ogre Pawn is an attention hog.
And there's the Expanding Force. Expanding Force fails.
There it is, but it's not a physical move, so I don't think Spiky Shield comes into effect there.
No, Spiky Shield will still block it, but it won't get that damage off it that it would if it was physical attack. We'll see if that Ogre Pawn, is Eric going to go on the offensive here and close this game out, or will he just hold on for just a little bit longer?
Yeah, he is in a rough situation here. You gotta try and take out somebody here. That Ogre Pawn, you know it's going to use Follow Me, so you could just go swinging at that Hatterene and end up hitting its mark anyways.
Really could.
Wish you had any type of coverage move so you could try.
Expanding Force.
Will he live? No, he will not. The Psychic Terrain is too strong.
Eric picks up the first win here. And if you're Darvone, what do you do to change up your team going into the second match here?
I don't know. You don't really have anything to answer that Hatterene. You were just not prepared to go up against these Psychic types. I'm just looking. The only thing you have is Sucker Punch on Urshifu Single Strike, but
you have that Sucker Punch. You also have that Wicked Blow, but really you have to be careful with that Urshifu there.
Yeah, you don't want to just go all in, potentially die there, but that Urshifu is for sure being brought back here because you kind of have to. We might see Tornadus committed next.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if we see almost a Urshifu and Tornadus lead here. I mean, you really need to get that Tailwind up, get that speed control, but you have to be careful of the Trick Room. The Trick Room is in play here. The Trick Room is a factor, and really, it got Eric the win in that second game with having that in that first game, keeping that Trick Room up.
Yeah, that Trick Room was key to victory there. He played it very, very well, and his whole team he played very well. The only thing I don't think he got total use out of is the Ogre Pawn Teal. Just kind of used Follow Me here to tank some shots, but it got him the win, so I'm not going to complain.
Yeah, it protected the Hatterene. I mean, he didn't need to go offensive with it. But what'll be interesting to see if we do see that Sneasler come out instead of maybe the Urshifu Rapid Strike this time. Yeah, that Sneasler is strong. That Sneasler can do a lot of damage here if you're not careful with that Psychic Seed. It will get the speed boost. It will get the special defense boost. It does a lot of things pretty well here.
Yeah, that's Sneasler, and going up against the Terra Flying Acrobatics, that could be doing a lot of damage, especially against the Urshifu, which is the one counter.
It really could, and I'm excited to see how they change up here.
Yeah, especially another thing with Urshifu, that's your one ticket against Hatterene, but you're also weak to Hatterene. So it's a scary battle. You
have to play very carefully with Urshifu, because if you take that full force Dazzling Gleam, I would be shocked if an Incineroar if an Urshifu was able to live that.
He unfortunately doesn't have any Follow Me, Rage Powder, nothing to take any heat off of that Urshifu. So
no, that is true.
It's a very scary fight when you bring out that Urshifu to take out the Hatterene.
Yeah, the Hearthflame. The Hearthflame isn't playing the Follow Me here, which is pretty common for a lot of Urshifus.
Yeah, it's really common on the Ogre Pawn to have that, but I don't know how this next match is going to go. On paper, I think this is just going to go Eric's way once again, but I believe Darvone might be able to eke something out here if he plays his cards perfectly right. If he gets his setups perfect, he might be able to do this. It's all about this first little battle, or this first turn here.
Yeah, the question is, can you find a better use for Farigiraf here? Looks like we are about to jump into the match here, so let's see what happens.
Looks like we have a similar setup here, but both Urshifu is going to be starting out on the field. Now, it's going to be Fire Ogre Pawn versus the Indeedee F setting up the Psychic Terrain.
So what is paired up with Indeedee? I did not get a chance to look at it here. I'd like to see what's decided.
It's the Urshifu.
Both the Urshifus, all right.
We got a little bit of a duel happening right here.
So do you keep your fire type, or do you keep, there's the Follow Me.
Follow Me trying to take the heat off the Urshifu.
Really, Indeedee's job is to set there, get the Psychic Terrain up, and then it's fine with going down if it needs to. Don't need Trick Room in this game. The Wicked Blow is going to take out the Indeedee, but I think we are going to see that Rapid Strike, those Surging Strikes go into that Ogerpon. I'd be shocked if it doesn't.
Well, there's the Surging Strikes. There's a crit.
There's the first crit.
Take it out though. Oh, it's a multi-hit.
It is a multi-hit.
It's
It does
Rapid
hit 3
Strike.
times.
It's in the name.
Yeah. So down goes Ogerpon. Both Urshifus still alive, both at full health. There's the Sneasler. Bringing the Sneasler this time because it doesn't. They're not playing Trick Room.
And the Iron
Hands.
All right, we're having an interesting battle here. It's a shiny Sneasler as well. Maybe that a bit of a competitive edge here. There's the Seed also.
So gets that special defense and gets that speed boost from a Burden, so it's doubled its speed stat.
Do you, Terry, here?
Going to go into Acrobatics.
He's gonna
Just right to the Urshifu.
Yeah, that is crazy. And now Iron Hands gonna go on the offensive here.
If you're Urshifu, do you detect this turn, try and block something? The Iron Hands has Fake Out. What does it attack? That is the question.
I don't quite know. I think you're going to go for the Urshifu potentially. Try and take that one out because you don't want to keep him up. He's going to keep hammering your team down.
Yeah, both Pokemon are really strong here.
Do they?
I think the Sneasler puts more pressure on you, so you got to take out that Sneasler first. Withdraws the Urshifu.
What's he going to throw out here? This last mon.
Farigiraf comes out.
All
An interesting Pokemon. Going to Terra. That is the Iron Hands. Terra Iron Hands into that Stellar type again.
It is the Stellar type a second time. I love to see it. Let's see how useful this should be.
But that Acrobatics doesn't do a lot into Farigiraf. A good switch there. Surging Strikes once. Will not get the knockout here, but it's going to do a lot of damage to that Iron Hands. That Iron Hands actually did not Fake Out this turn.
Correct. But what did it do? We're about to see.
Wild Charge.
On who? Which one? There it is. And
it's true.
8 HP left on the Sneasler. Just barely lives. That Seed. Actually, no, the Seed was a special defense boost.
Yeah, that Sneasler just able to tank it. I forgot, with the Psychic Terrain, that would have blocked Fake Out.
That's correct. So
there was no reason to play Fake Out there.
Now he's just going to try and take somebody down. The Sneasler being up is a disaster for Darvone. I don't know what you're going to do here, as you're going to lose a Mon either way.
Yeah, it's a really sticky situation here. So we'll have to see what happens. Surging Strikes possibly into that Farigiraf. Really, that Farigiraf, I don't know if we'll be able to take 3 of those attacks. Withdraws the Iron Hands.
I think that was a read from Eric as he's going all in on this Farigiraf.
But the Urshifu comes back out. I don't think that Urshifu will live in Acrobatics. Close combat though. Farigiraf lives.
And I think the Urshifu is also going to go against this Farigiraf. Oh, the eats a berry. Which berry is this? It is the citrus berry.
It's going to heal up a bit of that health back though, but is it enough? No, it is not. Those 3 Surging Strikes, one of the strongest attacks in the game. It's really hard to block.
And now a disastrous turn for Darvone. He got no move off that turn.
No.
Swap out. That's all he really got. Farigiraf is going to be a major thorn in the side, but Iron Hands and Urshifu are on the field. Those are his 2 most powerful Mons. He wants them up.
Close combat into the Urshifu, Surging Strikes into the Iron Hands. That Sneasler is going to take something out unless we see the detect here.
Let's see what happens. It's communicating. I believe we're going to see a big move come out. We see a Terra on the side of Eric.
We could. The other important thing to note here is that Darvone Urshifu does have the speed advantage. Tries to go for the Fake Out into
He landed it.
Own Urshifu?
Did he do that? Strange, maybe a misclick, or maybe he just already is done with this.
Yeah, I am a little confused here. Okay.
There it is.
There
the
it
game is over. A little bit of an FF situation for Darvone, but fought well. But Eric just had him on the ropes the whole time. He knew his game plan.
Yeah, Eric's team is really powerful. I mean, that Ndidi Hatterene combo is incredibly strong. We also see that Sneasler is able to come in outside of a Trick Room mode. You have two different modes here. You have that Trick Room with the Ndidi, the Hatterene, but you don't need it with that Ogerpon, that Urshifu, that Sneasler can all work outside of Trick Room.
Yeah, and he just really didn't have anything to answer the Psychic types as well. There's nothing to take down that Hatterene, nothing to take down the Ndidi. Like, the Ndidi's squishy. He's guaranteed to lose that one, but overall, just a little bit of a bad matchup for Darvone. And great gameplay from Eric.
It'll be interesting to see if we see Eric come back into our top cut again. I mean, he played a really strong team. We get a look at the crowd here. Everyone else in their matches taking down as many notes as possible. I'm curious to see where this goes next with what gets played.
Yeah, with the information now that we've seen these teams, you got to be thinking, how would you go up against Eric if you were paired up with him? What do? Do you have... I feel like a lot of people aren't running dark types or stuff that can counter the psychic types.
No, you really got to deal with either that Sneasler or that Hatterene really quickly, which is hard with Ndidi being out there. Ndidi blocking all of those damaging attacks and being able to redirect towards it. So really the question is you have to take those out. What's important to note is we are doing a top 8 cut, so you're probably looking at needing a record of 5-0, 4-1. 3-2 is a really hard top cut today. So you need to look at getting most of your games won. We may see some 3-2s, but really you want to look at that 4-1 as your cutoff point.
Yeah, things are getting dicey. With such a big turnout, we're going to have a lot of games being played today, a lot of matches to go through. So there's even more interesting teams on the way as well, but we've seen such a variety already. I don't think we've seen a single typical set yet. Like, the most typical we've seen is an Incineroar. We haven't seen the Raging Bolt. We haven't seen anything insane.
No, and we're still games to Fluttermane. I think the question is here, I think the real key of today is Ogerpon, this little guy back here. Ogerpon has been such an important Pokemon in all of our battles today. We've seen Ogerpon be that key piece that is winning matches.
And we've seen every type of Ogerpon today now.
We have. We have seen all 4 Ogerpons. So the question is, who can use Ogerpon the best? I think that will decide our winner for today.
And we're seeing more and more that this follow me move is just insane. It's so good at manipulating the battle in your favor. Sure, you're tanking hits on maybe not the most tanky Mon, but it's worth it sometimes just to keep the heat off of your main attacker.
Yeah, follow me is really going to be that important move, and I'm excited to see what happens in our final 2 rounds of Swiss today.
Exactly, and you talked about Mr. Teal Master, but what about that cute little doggy back there? You think we'll be seeing him today?
Sadly, I don't think we'll see Okidogi. If someone pulls out the Okidogi, I'll be shocked because that is a wild Pokemon.
We'll see. We'll see if someone out there is bringing it. You never know.
You never know.
We read most of the team sheets, not all of them.
No, we may have missed a few. I'll be impressed if we see the Okidogi.
But what I'm impressed with is how well this day is going, and we're going to have even more impressive matches on the way after a quick break.
to support our Pokemon communities. We are a locally run family business offering a safe, comforting, and welcoming environment.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Midseason Showdown, and we are about to get into the Swiss Round 4, and we've been having some very, very fun matches so far.
It has been an exciting first few rounds of Pokemon. We've seen some creative teams, some exciting usage of those teams, and the true star of the show this whole tournament has been Ogerpon.
Yeah, Ogerpon has been so strong. The Follow Me, just ignoring the rest of the moveset, Follow Me has just been so strong on its own throughout. And then Ogerpon on top of that, very strong Pokemon, Spiky Shield, very good. It's Protect, but has physical coverage, a little bit of bounce back there. And then you also have the Ivy Cudgel for that extra type coverage if you want to run some different masks.
Yeah, the Ivy Cudgel, you get that stab move there, depending on its type. We've seen all 4 types of Ogerpon today. We haven't really seen much of the Water Ogerpon. I'm sure we'll see that much going forward into our top cut there. But the rest of the Ogerpons do have their niche.
Yeah, the fire boosting the attack, and we even saw Cornerstone Ogerpon a little bit on the team. We didn't see it Terra, but it just had that little bit of extra type coverage that you kind of need because you're a little bit starved for rock types in this meta if you really think about it. You have Glimmora, which is a good pick, but you also have Hisuian Arcanine. But other than that, your rock type picks are a little bit slim.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. As we do get our team sheets for our next matchup here, we have Jeffrey Yang versus Charles Moses.
Yeah, this is looking to be the teams we're going to be seeing next. And as I was saying, there's a Glimmora on the side of Charles. Let's just run through the teams. Just do a brief overview, and we'll analyze a little bit further.
Yeah, so from Charles here, we are seeing Glimmora, Chi-Yu, Urshifu Single Strike. We're seeing that Flutter Mane that we haven't really seen much today. There's that Water Ogerpon, that Wellspring, and we're seeing the Tornadus Incarnate, which has been on quite a few teams today, but we've never seen it be used and brought to the battle.
Yeah, maybe we'll finally see that come out, see those Bleak Wind Storms come out. The risky plays are always fun to see.
Yeah.
Look over at Jeffrey Yang's list.
On Jeffrey Yang's side of the bolt here, we have that Raging Bolts, we have the Hisuian Arcanine, that Landorus Incarnate, the Ogerpon Wellspring, and there's that Ice-type duo of Alolan Ninetales and Articuno.
Yeah, they're going to be going for that tanky Ice-type pairing once again, while also having a lot of good typical coverage, which is that Raging Bolt and Landorus as well. Yeah, Arcanine Hisuian is an interesting pick, especially with the Terra Ghost.
Yeah, the Terra Ghost is interesting because really Hisuian Arcanine took that Rock type or that Fire type Terra to really boost its attack damage, but you're seeing it instead of Incineroar, which really Hisuian Arcanine like 5 in a row. A regional champion before Arcanine came back, or before Incineroar came back into the format. But we did see it picked up the win on the Articuno team. It does provide that rock typing, it does provide that fire typing, that bit better damage than Incineroar can deal with. So maybe that's the key here for this team to work well.
And speaking of, some classic picks, we're seeing the Chi-Yu there with the choice specs and Overheat.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Chi-Yu be useful. Mm-hmm. Chi-Yu was really good at the start in the B or C formats where there really wasn't a ton of super strong fire types. Mm-hmm. So we saw Chi-Yu pick up a few wins here or there. Now we have Incineroar, we have the Hearthflame Ogerpon, we have all of these strong fire types that Chi-Yu has sort of fallen off a bit. But it's always have that space to come back into the battle.
Yeah, but on this specific matchup, I feel like Chi-Yu is going to be very, very strong, just as that Ducklet is going to be very, very strong there. A little plush, it's going to be out of frame now, but as we see our players, this is going to be Charles and Moses here on the left, and it's going to be Jeffrey Yang over on the right. You always have those little bit of tournament nerves, as you get higher points in here. You want to make the cut here.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough. And there's Jeffrey Yang. Going to be bringing out, I'd say, a little bit more on the edge of the meta kind of team.
Oh, for sure. I think this team from Charles here is a lot more standard. You see a lot more standard picks. But I like that Glimmora here. I mean, looking at this Articuno team, you do not want to face a really strong rock type, and Glimmora will put a ton of pressure on with Meteor Bolt there.
Yeah, I feel like Charles has a lot that can counter out Jeffrey Yang, and I don't know what Jeffrey has to answer. I guess the Landorus would be the one you want to counter it out with. Maybe the Raging Bolt, but I think Chi-Yu and Glamora will do a lot to shut down this Articuno Ice-type matchup.
Yeah, I think we'll see Landorus. I definitely think we'll see Ogerpon maybe in the back here. If he chooses to lead with Ninetales and Articuno, I would be shocked if Ogerpon isn't coming along here to deal with those rocks, those fire types. Maybe help deal with Tornadus there as well. There's a lot of interesting play on these teams, so we'll have to see what goes out. Will we see Fluttermane finally for the first time in this event? We have not seen Fluttermane today.
I think there's a very high chance we're going to see Fluttermane, at least for the first round. I think this has the highest chance of going to Game 3 out of all of them, because these are two very competitive teams. May not. We could still see another 2-0, but I have a feeling this one's going to go the long way here, because you're going to get a feel for each other. I think the first round, going to be very typical. We're going to see Fluttermane come out, just start off strong and try and get this win in here, get the first win.
Yeah, this is an interesting Fluttermane set. We're seeing Dazzling Gleam, Shadow Ball, and Icy Wind. Sometimes you've been seeing Moonblast instead of that Protect, really just to do that damage. Because really, Fluttermane isn't going to last many attacks. If it gets hit by a physical move, it's gonna get KO'd.
Yeah, it has a tough time getting out there. But one other thing I want to point out, I'm just looking at the Terra types. I don't see anything out of the ordinary aside from the Terra Steel Tornadus and maybe the Grass Glamora.
Yeah, I think you're seeing that Terra Steel Tornadus to really block the powerful electric type moves, block those maybe powerful rock type moves, go into the steel type mode.
Maybe counter Fairy, but he doesn't actually. No, he has no offensive steel.
No,
moves.
but it's playing it more defensive. As we get into a battle here, we're seeing Ogerpon and Glamora off the lead against Arcanine Ogerpon. So that double Ogerpon pairing up here. That Glamora very scary to lead out there.
That is very scary for Glamora, and not great for the Ogerpons either, but it's good on one side, going to be very effective against that Arcanine, but overall, this Glamora probably wants to get out of here. If it's going to die, it really wants to get hit by a physical move, which I think has a high likelihood.
Yeah, we're also really seeing that. We saw Fluttermane in the back here. I did not check what the other. There's the Follow Me.
There it is. We've been seeing it so much today.
What are we going to get? Really, that Arcanine isn't going to do much. The Horn Leech will do a fair bit.
There it is. There's the rock slide. And it takes him down decently low. That Ogerpon still alive.
Sets up that first wave of toxic debris, though.
It's gonna be pretty
There's
nice.
the Meteor Beam.
Look at that. And with the white herb, this is going to hurt here.
Gets that special attack boost. The Power Herb into the Arcanine. It gets the KO.
That is a great start for Charles Moses. Now he's up in Pokemon, but with his Ogerpon not doing too hot, this is looking to be a very interesting match.
Yeah, that +1 from that Glamora, you really got to deal with it really quickly now. It's set up. It is going to start doing damage. You need to find a way. Take it out as fast as you can now.
We shall see. Jeffrey has his work cut out for him here for his choice to make. Don't know what mons he chose to bring in here. So it's going to be the Articuno.
Articuno's coming out.
But against the Glamora, it's going to be tough, but at least the white herb has been eaten.
Yeah, there's the Follow Me. Going for the Sludge Bomb. Into the Articuno. The Articuno will still get hit pretty hard by that Sludge Bomb.
And because he also doesn't have the Snow Up, Articuno still could be a little bit squishy so far, especially without his teammate there, the Ninetales, back him up.
We do see Charles maybe thinking about the Horn Leech. Sticking with the Follow Me. Fine with losing Ogerpon here.
Yeah, you definitely want Glamora to stick around as long as you can. It's going to be your ace in the hole going forward.
I'm going to Sludge Bomb into the Ogerpon, try and get that knockout. Gets the Follow Me.
There it is. What moves did Jeffrey
No
Yang
switch
pick,
from Jeffrey. The Horn Leech
that's going to take him out.
takes out the Ogerpon.
Crit, adding insult to injury. Ogerpon is taken out of the game. Now the Articuno, the next one to move, is going to Ice Beam the Glamora. It's going to take him down.
Knockout. Wow, I did not think that knockout was there.
This goes to show how strong Articuno is. And now, there's the last two mons on the side of Charles come out. It's going to be Fluttermane and Chi-Yu. He still has Terrestrialization on his side.
We do have that Terra. I wouldn't be shocked if we see... we could see Terra Ghost or Terra Fairy. I'm not sure which one you want. Neither of them really. You go for the Terra Fairy if you want an offensive. Gets the photosynthesis. Fastest thing on the field is probably this Fluttermane at this point.
Yeah, we're going to see the Terra Fairy come out, go for the full-on assault here, like you said, and Chiyu going to be another offensive nuke coming forward.
Yeah, we have the Choice Specs Heat Wave here. That's going to do a ton of damage.
Especially with the sun up.
To remember that Beads of Ruin lowering the special defense stat of all Pokemon on the field, so that Chiyu hits even harder.
That is going to be very, very tough. There's the Terra Fairy. So strong it slows down the screen, but hey, we know it's coming. It's going to be one of the strongest moves in the game right now. It's going to be a Dazzling Gleam, but we're going to see a Terra be answered. Which is it going to be?
Wellspring. This move I don't hate. You're going to fully resist that fire type attack from Chiyu. Going to fully resist that Heat Wave. Probably not going to take a lot of damage from it anymore. There's the Dazzling Gleam.
Let's see it. There it goes off, and it doesn't take anybody out. There's the Ivy Cudgel coming out from Ogerpon. Does it take out the Chiyu in time before the overheat comes out? There it is. And now, just on a dime, Jeffrey Yang, once his Articuno has been out on the field, it has just flipped the script completely, and the Fluttermane, being so squishy, is probably going to go down next turn.
I mean, once again, we see this Chiyu be this, or not the Chiyu, we see the Ogerpon be this unstoppable monster that really, whoever is playing it better has pulled out the win every time.
I mean, just look at this. The Ivy Cudgel is going to be the one to seal the deal, just like Ogerpon seems to be the one to seal the deal in all these games.
Yeah, Ogerpon has been such a dominant Pokemon today, and we really have to see what people are going to do to counter it. Jeffrey picks up the first win there pretty handily, only losing one of his Pokemon. He takes it right to the Sun Chips.
Hey, not running a Sun team, unfortunately, to match the chips, but hey, he's pretty cool because he's running the Ice team.
Chad is asking if there was Aurora Veil up. There was no Aurora Veil up. No. That was just Articuno's pure bulk right there.
And one thing I want to talk about is, what do you bring to counter that Ogerpon, like you said? Do you maybe bring a bug type? Because grass is the only consistent, but then if it's Ogerpon Fire, bug does not really become a counter there.
Yeah. I think if you're Charles here, you need to look at that Tornadus. I think that Tornadus is your key here. It's a little bit more of a support mon, but really you need that Bleak Wind Storm. You don't have any electric type attacks, or you gotta hope that your Ogerpon can live and take it out with Horn Leech.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate thing is he just used Ogerpon less as a tool, but more just a sandbag with the Follow Me to try and take the heat off Glamora. When really, I think Glamora should have been there to absorb a couple more hits, lay down a few more spikes, maybe be in a better position, but I don't know.
Yeah, the other question here is, because Articuno is a flying type, it's not going to be affected by those toxic spikes when it switches in. So really, how good is that toxic debris strat on the Articuno here?
Yeah, it's a tough scenario for Charles. He doesn't have all too much to do with these flying types, like you said. No electricity. He has Glamora with the rocks.
So we are seeing that Tornadus come in and that Glamora, along with the Ninetales and Raging Bolt. First time we've seen Raging Bolt today.
Yeah, that's a surprise to be sure, but it's going to be very strong, especially against this Tornadus.
Yeah, I don't know.
Terra the Tornadus to try and take some heat off.
Do you leave that Tornadus up, try and get that Tailwind, but probably be fine with losing it? Or do you keep it in, hope that maybe the Raging Bolt is going to go for that Thunderclap for that priority move?
Yeah, so many questions up in the air, and it'll be answered soon enough. Maybe we'll have even more questions. There's the helping hand on the Raging Bolt.
Going for the Tailwind. It did not go for Thunderclap. We would have seen Thunderclap activate already.
And there's the Meteor Beam.
Meteor Beam. That could pick up the KO on the Ninetales.
Potentially. It's going to be very close.
Can we close? Ninetales is pretty bulky, but that's a +1 Meteor Beam.
There it is.
Not enough. Does not live. Maybe with that Aurora Veil up, but I have to assume that Jeffrey was fine with losing Ninetales there. Goes for the Snarl.
That's a interesting.
Lowers. Actually, what was the special attack of Glamora?
You're right. Now Glamora lacking the setup. It's going to be much less of a scary thing to consider. Now,
there's the Articuno. In the snow, doesn't have the Aurora Veil up this time. We have the Urshifu and the Chi-Yu in the back for Charles, so we'll have to see how he uses those.
Yeah, Articuno has the odds stacked against him, but if he uses his moves correctly here, I think he might be able to eke out a win. But right now, he's down him on and in a really tough position.
Charles is really looking to target that Raging Bolt there. That Raging Bolt puts a lot of pressure on his team, and I don't think he has an answer if he doesn't get rid of it now.
Yeah, Charles has a lot of answers for this Articuno, but none for Raging Bolt, really. It's going to be a tough pick here.
Goes for the double protect, trying to
There's
bait out the snow. I think this is going to be Terra Ice on Articuno, because Articuno is going to want to do a ton of damage. It is. The thing is, even though that power herb has been used up by Meteor Beam, you still don't want to get hit by Meteor Beam.
Definitely, that Meteor Beam is going to be very, very tough against this Articuno. Double Protect comes out. Do you think Jeffrey might have anticipated this? Gone for a setup move? I don't quite think so. Could be a possibility, though. No, the Blizzard comes out.
There's the Blizzard. So he's now choiced into that Blizzard. He will be constantly using Blizzard.
And it's going to be good against this Tornadus, but it's the rest of his team. I don't know how well this Blizzard's going to shake up.
Yeah, that is the question here.
Gets blocked out by both. Now, what does this Raging Bolt do? I think it used a Snarl as well. Got blocked out once again.
Yeah, I mean, really, if you keep snarling this, Glamora can't do anything. Glamora's already at just regular. We're going for the Terra Steel Icy Wind. I don't hate that. You really want to try and protect that Tornadus in case Ogerpon is in the back. But yeah, we're going to start seeing that Blizzard spam.
Oh, a Terra coming out on the side of Charles.
Yeah, seeing that Terra Steel Tornadus here.
Interesting, interesting. To see what he does with this. This is more of a defensive coverage here. There's an Icy Wind.
Really not doing much, but lowering the speed stat of both the opposing Pokemon.
Yeah, that really did nothing to Raging Bolt.
No. Raging Bolt, very defensive, can take quite a few hits. Really just eats that Earth Power. There's the Blizzard.
And that's just going to be where we see the damage come out.
Oh,
Glamora lives.
Glamora lives, but it's not going to live the Snarl. Glamora goes down. Tornadus is on 29. Tornadus not in a good position here. Tailwind's about to drop.
And now,
got the Chi-Yu and the Urshifu, though. The Urshifu at this point should be faster than both Pokemon with that Icy Wind and the Tailwind. The question is, does it one-shot Articuno?
That is the question.
One more turn of Tailwind. Articuno can't protect. It is locked into Blizzard. Urshifu's going to detect and let its Tailwind go down?
Maybe,
I feel like if you're Urshifu, you have to put pressure on this turn. Maybe you try and bait out the snow, which makes sense, but
I have no idea. This is a very intense match. There's so many moving parts to consider. And both players are towing the line right now. They're dead even, but it looks like this might swing the way of Charles. If this detect is worth it, let's see. He protected himself. The double protect comes out once again. There's the thunderclap, and it fails. And now the Blizzard
also fails because of protect.
There it is.
This is the interesting thing about the about this Raging Bolt here. This Raging Bolt doesn't have Thunderbolt.
Oh.
It has got Electro Web, it's got Draco Meteor, it's got Thunderclap and Snarl. So it does not have that Thunderbolt. It doesn't have a strong regular electric type move. So it could be pretty easy to play around it for the Tornadus.
Yeah, this is a very tough scenario. But I think Jeffrey is just in the leading position right now. Tornadus not looking too good. And this Chi-Yu. This Chi-Yu might be able to do some work once it gets out here. Sucker Punch comes out in the Raging Bolt. There's another Tailwind set up by Thundurus right before he dies. Tornadus.
There's the Blizzard.
There it is.
What does it do?
It's gonna kill that Tornadus.
Oh, Urshifu lives because it has the choice. It has that Focus Sash.
Wow. This Articuno is unstoppable right now. No one is able to take it down. It's all just come down to this Chi-Yu and this Urshifu.
Electro Web will take out Urshifu.
I stand corrected. It's all
It
down
is
to
just Chi-Yu left.
He has 3 Pokemon. We haven't even seen the last one in store.
We have not, but here's the interesting thing. Snow is gone now. So Blizzard is not 100% accurate. I wouldn't be shocked if we see Articuno leave here.
And the special
Articuno
defense-
really doesn't have a position now. It really needs to switch out, get rid of its choice band. It's not. It's going to stay in.
And there's the Heat Wave.
Heat Wave.
There it is.
Gets the double, gets the knockout, does not get the double. Raging Bolt hangs on.
It gets the burn! That is a game-winning burn right there, turning this into a 3v1 into a 1v1.
Does Raging Bolt get the knockout? It needs to get the knockout here.
It
But-
does!
Gets the burn. Raging Bolt is gone. What is left?
This is it. If this last Mon is weak to Chi-Yu,
It is Ogre Pond.
but this is Water Ogre Pond. This is disastrous for the Chi-Yu.
Locked into Heat Wave here. Ogre Pond's going to Ivy Cudgel. It is the question of what goes first. Heat Wave gets the knockout!
There it is! The Tailwind from earlier made sure the Chi-Yu can go first. And now we're going to our first Game 3. Charles defeating Jeff in Game 2. What a match.
What a comeback there. That Chi-Yu did so much damage. That burn, I think, mattered.
Of course it mattered. If he was up there, he would have done another priority move. Maybe didn't, but it could have. That could have it could have put him in a very bad spot. Can it? I don't think it can paralyze. No, it can't.
If Thunderclap can't paralyze, but it
Yes.
could have done a ton of damage.
Well, he would have gotten that one off. If he didn't burn, he would have lived again, done it again.
Yeah.
It would have been a risky situation if there was a crit in there somewhere.
It would have been very intense. So now the question is, what do you do now? What do you change up? What do you go for it into this first Game 3 of the day for us here on the stream?
I think Jeffrey wants to go back to something typical because Charles actually does have a lot that can cover these ice types. He has Glamora, he has the Chi-Yu, he has Urshifu. He has 3 Pokemon on his team that are able to go toe-to-toe with these ice types and just take them down to nothing, melt them completely.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what you play here. I don't know what you want here. There's so many different things. There's so many different pieces. I mean, you saw that Glamora really wasn't useful against that Raging Bolt, against the Ninetales and Articuno. So do you leave Glamora at home?
I think the problem is he's leading Glamora because he wants to try and get this toxic debris off, right? You want to get up as early as you can. But the the Power Herb Meteor Beam could just be so clutch to take out that Articuno when you needed to.
It could, but he has to burn that Power Herb a little bit earlier, and then he took the Snarl, and then it went down. It was really not as effective as it could have been.
I think if he holds the Glamora maybe as a 3rd pick, it could work out a lot better for him.
We could. I think we're getting ready to jump into the next match here, but really, the Alolan Ninetales also didn't do a lot. It went down pretty quickly. I'd be shocked if we don't see Articuno this time.
Yeah, maybe another Articuno. Articuno was strong, but it really didn't win him the game there. It really was not doing enough damage because it wasn't effective against anything. So I think you're right. As we go into this Game 3,
Ninetales Raging Bolt against the same leads we had last time. How will this change up this time?
Let's see. I think we're going to see a Snarl once again coming out, try and cancel out this Meteor Beam from the Glamora.
The question is, do you set up the Aurora Veil now? Because you know you died a Meteor Beam. Do you set up the Aurora Veil to have it?
That's the question.
I think Alolan Ninetales will go first if it wants to set up Aurora
There's
Veil.
the Tailwind. Which
There's the
Glamora's
Tailwind.
going to go. Let's see it.
Meteor
There's the
Beam
Meteor
gets
Beam.
out.
And no Focus Sash on this.
No Focus Sash, so Alolan Ninetales will most likely go down here. I actually think with that Tailwind, Glamora is faster.
There it is. And that's going to be a one-shot right there. And Jeffrey off to a rough start, and Charles really perfecting his opening here.
Yeah, there's the Snarl, though. Again, negating the fact of that Meteor Beam. The Meteor Beam did its job. It got rid of the Alolan Ninetales before it could set up Aurora Veil. But really, that Glamora is now in a bad position.
Glamora did its job, though. It got its pick, and now it's just going to try and sit around here. do something useful, but I think we might see a swap out come out from Glamora, because
Yeah.
unless you commit to this 2-turn Meteor Beam to try and take out this Articuno, it's not going to be a great game going forward.
No, you have the Tailwind up, you have the time now, but you're going to protect, double protect, try and burn the snow, but also burn your Tailwind.
Yeah, try burn out the snow maybe. Just trying to keep this up, maybe just have another Tailwind at a later date. Here we are, 2 turns committed. Maybe Jeffrey sees this once again. No,
There's the Blizzard.
Choice into it now. Now what does this guy do here on the Raging Bolt side? It's going to be probably another Snarl. Yeah, there it is. Try and just make these Mons operate now as useless as he can. But the Protect comes through. Stats soon get lowered. We're right back to where we once were. Now, seeing Tailwind 2 more turns.
2 turns of Tailwind. I believe there's 3 more turns of Snow. Go for the Icy Wind, try and lower those speed stats again.
He's really trying to win the speed battle here, but
Earth Power into the Raging Bolt. We know the Earth Power didn't do a lot of damage last time, so I'm shocked they're trying it again.
I think he's just trying to run the exact same thing that got him the win in the end, but I don't think he can bank on that every single time, but I could stand corrected. And
There's the Earth Power.
It does a decent bit, but not enough.
Not what it should be doing. Tornadus goes down this time.
And that's going to be very tough for Charles.
Thought Tornadus was a big piece. There's the Snarl.
He's going to hit the Glamora.
Glamora lives. Glamora lives on 6, but it is at that -1 special attack stat. Chi-Yu is coming out.
Do you want this Glamora up, though? Because it's kind of a sitting duck right now. It's not really able to give any buff to your team in any way. Sure, it could do another move or 2, but it's not going to be hitting that hard with 2 special attack debuffs.
Yeah, one important thing to note is that Articuno does have Snow Veil or Snow Cloak up here. There's a chance this Heat Wave misses. It is only a 95% accurate move. Chance to miss is there. Will it miss? Possibly. Who's to say? Will this Articuno still live? I do not know.
I think we're seeing a Terra come out here. I see that communicating symbol. I know what that means. We're going to see a Terra come out from Jeffrey Yang. It's going to be a big one. Don't know who it's on. Who would you guess?
I think you Terra Fairy the Raging Bolt here. Unless they may... No, there's no Terra.
Oh, no, it was just taking a little while.
Articuno does not live. Raging Bolt lives, though.
Articuno falls. That's a big thorn in Jeffrey's side. Now, one more Earth,
Earth Power.
That should do it.
The Earth Power, even with -1, picks up the knockout there.
And now, Jeffrey is down to his last Mon.
It's a 3v1 situation. If you're Jeffrey, you got to have a god tier Ogerpon play here.
Oh,
I would be shocked if we don't see the Terra Ghost Heat Wave. We are not seeing the Terra Ghost Heat Wave.
What do you do here as Charles? You're in a very good position. But
yeah, it is still a 3v1 here. Really, Glamora does not have much health, but it is enough health. There's the Terra Ghost into the Heat Wave.
There it is.
Nope.
Oh, he's thinking about it. He's
switching in Ogerpon.
It's just interesting. Maybe he just wants to get as much damage as he can on this enemy Ogerpon, hoping this Ogerpon chooses to go for a spiky shield.
Yeah, you probably see. I feel like if you're Jeffrey, you have to play very offensive here. I don't think we have to. Oh, that is true. There's the spiky shield.
No, there it is. He's burning the spiky shield.
One important thing to know here that I did forget is that Ogerpon Water's other ability is Water Absorb, so it can't Ivy Cudgel into that Chi-Yu. That's probably why he didn't.
This Glamora also can't spiky shield anymore, as it just used it twice in a row and failed.
And this Glamora is not hitting very hard. This Glamora is pretty weak. It's got -1. It will still deal damage, but it won't deal as much damage as it would like to do.
I think he just wants this Glamora out of here as soon as he can so he can get this Chi up and out and swinging.
Spiky shield.
See Ivy Cudgel land on the Ogerpon. He's forcing him to attack this.
Point Leech into the Glamora, get a little bit of health back just in case that Ogerpon did something.
Spikes are down, but it's not going to amount to much at this point in the game.
Yeah, there's no switching anymore. It is a straight 2v1.
It is a 2v1 ditto, I must add. Ogrepon v Ogrepon. And Chi-Yu is going to be the one to break that tie. And I think...
Going for the follow me. Into the Terra goes Dark Pulse. Interesting. My guess is he is predicting the Terra from the Ogrepon there. So we might as well go for Stab Dark if it's going to Terra. There is the Terra.
There it is. All right, let's see it. It's going to be Terra Water.
Terra goes Chi-Yu.
My
It's
bad.
Chi-Yu this time.
Yep.
Will we see the Terra Water? I do not think that Jeffrey has Terra this game.
Don't think he has either.
He's not going to. He's going to Spiky Shield instead.
He's going to live one more turn. It's the follow me. But I'm going to be completely honest. I don't know how Jeffrey gets out of this one.
It is a hard battle. It's not impossible, but it is doable. He now knows that Chi-Yu is locked into Dark Pulse.
Let's see if the
Will we
Dark
see?
Pulse
There's
lands.
the Terra.
There it is. All right, let's see what Jeffrey and his Ogrepon can do. This game has been won. This game today has been won and lost on Ogrepon plays. If Jeffrey can get a very clutch play in here, he might be able to...
We do get that special defense boost.
There it is.
Which could be crucial here. There's the follow me. Will the Horn Leech do enough damage?
Let's see. There's the Horn Leech.
Oh, it does
much at all.
nothing.
There's the Dark
There's the
Pulse.
Dark Pulse.
It does half.
That's too much.
But I think that might have been very too close to a kill if not for that Terra right there.
Horn Leech, Dark Pulse. This could be the game for Charles unless there's the Spiky Shield.
It's going to do a little bit of damage on the other enemy Ogrepon. All right.
Dark Pulse miss. That Ogrepon, though, is going to take some chip damage from that Spiky Shield.
Let's see it. I don't think this Ogrepon is very weak at all, though, so it's not going to amount to too much.
Gets it down to below half.
It's within kill range. Ogrepon doesn't have any spread moves, unfortunately. And the Water Absorb on the Chi-Yu, it's one super effective move. Not going to be much use.
If you're Jeffrey, you've got to be playing out of your mind here to figure out what to do. There's the Horn Leech.
On the Chi-Yu.
On the Chi-Yu. Doesn't get the knockout, which I think he was looking for.
Now, it's very dicey here. The Dark Pulse does not
with the crit.
Hey, the crits have spoken, and that is the game. Going over to Charles Moses. And what a comeback. He lost the first game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was a really good comeback from Charles. Really took that first game, took that loss, and figured out how to change his strategy and what he needed to do to win game 2 and 3.
And that's a skill in and of itself. He really adapted, brought the correct team up against this Articuno after it just completely destroyed his team right there. But props to both players. They both played exceedingly well. And what a nail biter.
Yeah, what an incredible match. That match really could have gone any way there. Be exciting to see what these two players do going forward. I'm sure we will see them tomorrow and what they do to change up their teams a little bit going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the changes in tomorrow, but what a game for our first game 3. That's what you like to see. You like to see kind of the reverse comeback situation. You lose game 1, you really analyze your opponent, win 1, and win again, bring it all the way home.
Yeah, Charles did a great job really adapting his team to beat that Articuno. Really just locked down that Articuno, was able to get that icy win, get that snarl off, get rid of Alolan Ninetales, who's really strong. Alolan Ninetales, if you can take it out before it can do anything it wants to do, really shuts down Articuno very quickly.
Yeah, that Articuno was great in the first game, but I feel like Jeffrey maybe should have moved on, switched up a little bit more. I know his team has 2 mons centered around that Articuno, but he has enough that he could have switched it out entirely, gone a totally different direction, and probably still found success.
Yeah, I think if we see that Landorus Incarnate form in there, I think honestly Landorus probably had a better matchup there, but there's...
Against the Chi-Yu, that Landorus would have had a great time.
Yeah, against the Chi-Yu, against really that Glamora, it does a ton of damage too. A lot of Pokemon there that Landorus does not want to see, but it's hard about what do you leave behind to bring in Landorus.
Yeah, that's tough. Maybe the Ninetales, because I feel like you only want to bring the Ninetales if you want to bring the Articuno, so then bring in 2 different Mons. I don't know. There's a lot of things to consider. I'm sure Jeffrey considered them, but nonetheless, Charles just adapted a little bit better, knew Jeffrey's game plan going in, and played accordingly. And that is what Pokemon's all about. It's about those knowledge checks, about knowing what your opponent's about to do and trying to predict accordingly.
Yeah, and as we get ready to... Yeah, with round 5 coming up soon, this is going to be the really important battles for a lot of these top players. We know top cut is 8. There's 26 players here today, so only the top 8 are going to make it to those final 3 rounds today. So who will be able to win ahead and get there today?
Yeah,
that's the question.
And everybody is looking for those points today. There's 50 points up for grabs. You need 500, I believe, to qualify for Worlds, so every little bit counts. Everyone's here playing for those. And it is getting dicey. You know, you want to get those as much as you can. And you can tell everybody's playing their best shot. A lot of different teams are being brought up. A lot of experimentation is at play right now. But it's really paying off. I see the more experimental teams starting to win more and more.
It'll be exciting. And listen, if you're not here in Windsor this weekend, what you can look forward to is the May long weekend. That's May 17th, 18th, 19th, and the 20th. We have 4 mid-season challenges all running at once. So if you're looking for those world points, we will have more info about that for you after these tournaments. So look out for that, because if you want to be here, it's a great experience. We'd love to see more players out as we just start this Pokemon takeover here at St. Clair.
Yeah, the community's so great. The vibes are so good out there. Everybody's happy, joking around, making so many new friends. It's great to see. I love the Pokemon community. But you know what I also love, Eric? Our next round of Swiss. It's going to be very, very fun. It's going to be very, very good. We'll be right back after a quick break. Welcome back to Swiss Round 5. We've had so many Swiss rounds, and now we're getting down to the last couple rounds right here. And wow, what a match that last game was. Won by a burn and a crit. That's just peak Pokemon right there.
Yeah, really, Pokemon is as much a game of luck as it is skill. Really, sometimes you just gotta play for that. You gotta play for that luck, hope for that burn, hope for that crit. And really, sometimes it just comes to bite you back.
Yeah, hey, some people say luck is a skill, it just has to make it work. You need to make some luck sometimes, but, sometimes it's not in your favor. But that's what separates us from the pros.
Yeah, as we do go into our fifth round of Swiss here, we are looking at people who need to win these games, who are looking to make it into top cut. Both of our players for this game are 2-2 today, so if they want to sniff the top cut, sniff that top 8, they need to win this match right here.
And let's introduce them. It's going to be Zane Youssef and Parker Simmons. And their teams, pretty typical teams, but a few key differences here and there.
Yeah, so on Zane's team here, we are actually seeing a rain team. We are seeing Pelipper, we're seeing Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Entei, Tornadus, Landorus, and Amoonguss, and that's regular Entei, not that typical Fire Entei or the Rock Fire Hisuian Entei that we've been seeing.
Yeah. Terra Normal's interesting here. Counters out a lot of the weaknesses, but doesn't quite save it from anything either.
No,
it's
it
just
doesn't.
normal type.
Doesn't get that. It's not running. So that Entei, it's got that inner focus. I mean, it's a strong attacker. It really does those fire type attacks really well. Tornadus is interesting here with that Bleakwind Storm. That's probably why you have Pelipper there to set up that rain. Or you have Pelipper there to help Urshifu Rapid Strike deal more damage.
Yeah, there's some interesting things there. The Pelipper is probably going to be the star of the show there, being run on every single team. But let's see if Parker Simmons has anything to answer that Pelipper. Any electric types, any electric moves, or anything at all. But when I look over there, don't see much of anything really that quite perfectly counters it. We have the Indeedee female to set up the Psychic Terrain. We have Iron Crown, which is an interesting pick as well, the first one we're seeing. And then we also have the Hatterene, another pairing there, Indeedee Hatterene. We have the Luna.
We're sort of seeing a mix of almost 3 different teams here that you could really run. And the probably team we won't see, sadly, is this Torkoal Lilligant team. Mm-hmm. That team is really dependent on Pelipper not showing up. If Pelipper shows up, Torkoal and Lilligant are a lot of trouble. So I think we're mainly going to look at these top 4 mons here. We're going to see Indeedee F to set up that Trick Room to pair up with either Hatterene or Iron Crown. Iron Crown's a Pokemon we haven't seen today, but that Tachyon cutter move is pretty strong. It can do a lot of damage. It's also got Expanding Force. It's got that booster energy to boost that, actually a special attack stat booster energy here.
That's interesting.
To
use the Terra Blast?
Could use Terra Blast. It's Terra Water, so Terra Blast could be good here. I don't think we'll see it much, but against that Entei could be powerful.
Could be good, yes. Ursaluna.
Ursaluna's always strong. And with this Ursaluna, it's got Sword Stance. You cannot be sitting there in front of that Ursaluna. You have to be ready and putting pressure on it. If you let it set up a Sword Stance and it gets into Trick Room, that could be game over for you there.
That's true. That Ursaluna is going to be the sweeper to look out for. You don't want to let him go untended. Once again, we see the Hatterene, Terra Water. A lot of Terra Waters on this team.
Yeah, but I don't think Terra Water is super out of the ordinary. Because we're seeing a lot of the water Ogre Pawns. We're seeing the Rapid Strike Urshifu. We're maybe seeing Rillaboom, but otherwise Water is a pretty safe type to tear into right now.
That's fair. And then as we get down to the bottom, like you said, we have Lilligant, Hisui, and Torkoal on the stage there. Sun. Do you think this... You could use potentially the Sun to try and counter out the rain, but it's a risky play.
Yeah, I think the Sun team is pretty strong here. We've seen Lilligant on a few teams. We haven't seen it been brought yet, but it's got that Sleep Powder. It's got After You to make something else go faster. A lot of Pokemon here that could be good, but I do not think we'll see Lilligant and Torkoal in this first match here. Just trying to bait out.
Well, we see Lilligant.
Well, we do see Lilligant, and we see Cobalion, interestingly.
Yeah, the Iron Crown makes its appearance.
Yeah, we switch out. So what are we going to go with here? We're going to go with the Close Combat into the Indeedee. Predicting maybe that the Indeedee switches out here.
All right.
Doesn't have that Sun up yet to help Lilligant get faster. Lilligant's actually switching out here.
Interesting play. Now,
Lilligan going out for Ndidi.
that's weird that he didn't lead with the Ndidi.
Yeah, but maybe they didn't want to make it too predictable on what was going to happen.
Definitely keeping them on their toes there. There's the Psychic Seed there, boosting the special defense on the Ndidi.
Interesting.
Now,
You don't see Psychic Seed Ndidi very
Terra.
often. But we are going to see something Terra. We are going to see Terra Tornadus. Tornadus is going to Terra into the Steel type. We've seen that Steel typing once before earlier.
I wonder why in particular, just good defensive typing, I guess.
Oh, chat is right. Torkoal does actually underspeed here, so Torkoal would get Sun up first before Rain, or Sun up after Rain.
Interesting.
Chad is right. I am not looking at my speed stats, but that's a good point. Torkoal is slower, which means Sun would go up second.
So you could potentially counter this Pelipper, but there it is. There's the Pelipper, and now you have the Torkoal potentially. Did we see his fourth Pokemon on the Switch screen?
Yeah. There's the Expanding Force. That's going to do a ton of damage.
Wow, the
The
Pelipper.
Pelipper lives.
On 1 HP because the
Lives
focus.
with Focus Sash,
There it is.
which is an interesting item for Pelipper to run. You don't normally see Pelipper with Focus Sash.
Bleak Wind Storm goes off, hits both targets.
Doesn't do a lot, though. Bleakwind Storm is good, but not enough. What do we see here? Do we see the Trick Room? Or do we see another switch?
That's the question here.
I wouldn't be shocked if we saw the switch back to Torkoal. Or if we saw a switch to Torkoal, get rid of that Rain.
That is a smart play. You know, you want to try to nerf this Pelipper before you get that Hydro Pump off. But maybe the play is to just try and go fast. You know, take the hit on one of these Mons and then play after that. All right.
That is true. Weather is a slow and steady race.
It's going to be tough here. What is this move hitting everybody here?
I think it's Trick Room.
Yo, you're right. It's Trick Room. Oh,
There's the Tachyon Cutter. Takes out the Pelipper.
That's going to be huge. And now it's just this Tornadus left on the field. I'm going to go for another Bleak Wind Storm. I don't think that's going to kill.
No, I'd be shocked if Bleakwind Storm gets the knockout here.
Let's see.
No, both live. Does almost nothing.
They are
Does
in
a
the
little
yellow,
bit of
though.
damage, but not enough. And the Trick Room goes up, which is interesting because we know Cobalion is faster.
Interesting. Maybe we're going to see a swap out. They're just planning for next. Keeping Zane on his toes here. And what do you think he should do here? Go back to the Urshifu while the rain is still up, or maybe even swap to another Pokemon. Keep the Urshifu in back. But no, it's going to be Amoonguss.
I think the play here is to get Torkoal into position. I think they want Torkoal out. They want to do some damage with Torkoal. Gonna follow me, protect the Iron Crown.
All right, there it is.
There's the follow me.
Do we see another Bleak Wind Storm, though? Just try and take them down little by
Amoonguss
little.
with the Spore into the Ndidi. Really, the Ndidi goes to sleep, but does that matter anymore?
I don't think...
Ndidi's not doing much at this point. Bleakwind Storm doesn't get the knockout. Cobalion lives on 12.
There's the Expanding Force with the Psychic Terrain, and that is going to
No,
take them
gets
both
the
out.
double knockout.
Wow. What a way. A critical hit as well on the Tornadus to seal the deal.
That crit may have mattered. I think that crit mattered there.
I think crits always matter, even if it's just insult to injury.
Yeah.
They matter.
The crit's the mind game.
And now, with one Mon left on the field, that's going to be the Urshifu.
It's the Urshifu. The Urshifu, I think, loses the speed, is the fastest Mon on the field here. I'm just double checking. Actually, no. This is a very slow Urshifu.
So maybe the Trick Room works in the Urshifu's favor with Ndidi asleep. Not going to be doing too much this turn. Move back over the Iron
There's the
Crown.
Expanding Force. Maybe I have my speed stats wrong here again. The Expanding Force gets a knockout. It doesn't matter.
Wow, Parker Simmons. What a strong start. All four Mons up and healthy, not losing a single Pokemon in this battle.
Yeah, what a strong play here. I mean, really, that Sun team, he had the Sun team in the back that, if he needed it, was there for him. The Sun, the Lilligant, all of it playing incredibly strong here. If you're Zane and you know you need to win these next two battles, if you want to make top cut, what do you do? What do you change?
That's the question right now. If you're Zane, just looking, what do you have to deal with this Ndidi, really? Or what do you have to deal with the Iron Crown? You don't have all too much, really, in terms of the
I think
you
your
need
best,
to bring the Entei in.
Yeah, I think your best bet here is Entei and Landorus. I mean, Landorus will put Entei will really put the most pressure on that Iron Crown. That Terra type of water, though, really protects it from that Entei. So that's the question here. What do you do if you're Zane?
It's tough, and I think he just got off on the wrong foot there too. Maybe a couple misplays from Parker, but or Zane. I don't quite know. It's very tough. These matches, as we get further into the bracket, are getting tougher and tougher, way more evenly matched. And now that you're fighting for entry into this top cut, things are definitely very tense.
Yeah, I think chat's right here. I think you need to bring Landorus. Landorus is really maybe that key check here that you have.
And Landorus, for being so strong, we haven't seen anyone really bring him on yet. We've
No.
seen a lot of Tornadus. Haven't seen Landorus yet, even though he's been on a majority of these teams.
Yeah, I think Landorus is maybe the Mon we have seen the most on team sheets and never used, which is kind of wild.
It's wild. Maybe it's people just experimenting, but I wouldn't do any experimenting now when you want to make it to this top cut. You're so close. You don't want to give that up. So
Yeah.
I think we're going to see Landorus come out. That would be the smart play.
I think if you're Zane here, you can't bring Amoonguss. I think Amoonguss
No.
it's weak to the Iron Crown. It's weak to the Indeedee. That Torkoal is just going to take it out. The Hatterene, if he brings the Hatterene, will take it out. There's really not a place here for Amoonguss. And maybe chat will correct me again. But I think the play is just to...
You could Terra Water on the Amoonguss, but that's still not going to do anything.
It's still not going to do a lot.
And now we move in to potentially our final match, unless Zane can step it up right here.
We do see the Entei and the Landorus, both Pokemon that I thought he would need to bring to win this matchup here.
Good start on paper, but we'll see how Parker Simmons deals with this one. Now, we're looking up. There's no sun. The same starter he started off with. We're going to go for a
Terra Water, Terra Blast.
That's going to hurt going forward. Don't know what Zane's answer is to this. If he Terra'd right back, maybe a Terra Normal Entei could save himself right here. But otherwise, one of these Mons is going to take a major hit.
Yeah, this Entei also is running the Assault Vest item, does not have Protect, so it is just going to eat the full blast of this Terra Blast here.
It is going to be dicey, but there's a Terra right back, and it's going to be Terra Normal Entei.
Ooh, so it's not going to take that super effective attack here, but that Terra Normal really only looking at that extreme speed for the damage boost. Terra Normal is an interesting type. Going to get that extreme speed. Will it be enough? Not enough.
Does half, though. The Sleep Powder goes off.
Sleep Powder miss.
Sleep Powder missed. There's the Earth Powder.
Powder.
And it takes
the
him out.
knockout.
Wow, Zane.
I did not think that would get the knockout.
That's an amazing start for Zane, taking out that Iron Crown, which has just been a thorn in his side the entire time. Now, Parker, though, able to go with this Torkoal and start the sun.
Yeah, that Torkoal's out there now. That Entei is in a bad position. It's got that sun up. That Lilligant is going to be able to go to work with Chlorophyll and just start dealing damage. It's also still got its Choice Band up, which is the interesting fact here.
This is looking pretty
Life Orb
crazy.
Blando goes crazy from chat. You know what? That's true.
It's true.
So, now the question is, how do you deal... Oh, withdrawing the Entei.
Oh, depending on what he throws out here, this could be massive.
Into the Pelipper. Pelipper's going to eat that close combat and be totally fine.
Oh, it counters the sun as well, Chlorophyll.
Does counter the sun. Does that change our speed stats here?
Oh, but he switched out the Torkoal. Back to the Indeedee, putting down Psychic Terrain. There it is.
Again, both these players fighting for their lives here to make it into Top Cut. They need, both of them are at 2-2. If they want a chance to get to Top Cut, they need to win this match.
There's the Psychic Seed boosting the...
Protect on Landorus.
Now we're seeing what's going to happen here. There's a close combat. It eats
Oh,
it,
it does a
but that's
lot more than I thought it would do. It's the crit! That crit matters. That crit matters.
Going forward, this Pelipper might be on his last legs here. Setting up the Trick Room. Now, what does this Lilligant
Chat, I will inform you, Landorus is faster than Lilligant here. That is the debate here. Landorus is faster based on these stat spreads I'm looking at.
Now, that Trick Room could be massive here for Parker. Just needs to get it up in time before this Pelipper might just blast him right away. Oh, the
Landers goes back.
Now we'll go back. There's the Amoonguss.
Amoonguss.
Interesting pick, but good support Pokemon for Pelipper.
There goes
But
Pelipper.
Never mind. Back to Entei?
Into Entei?
Yes, it must. There it is. Entei is.
Oh,
coming
I'm
back.
looking at things wrong. I just can't read stats today. I've been having that trouble twice.
But speaking of trouble, Entei is put to sleep
Oh.
after the switch out. And now the
Edie
Trick
gets
Room is
Trick Room
up. This is looking like it's all going in Parker Simmons' way right now. As Trick Room's up. Only thing he doesn't have is
Helping
rain.
hand.
Entei's asleep.
He's trying to try the close combat again.
If he switches to Pelipper once again, it's gonna still do enough to kill, I believe.
I think with that helping hand, it will knock out Pelipper.
Let's see.
There's
Switch out.
Does not switch. He's gonna stay in.
All right. Oh, the Spore comes
Spore
out.
puts the
Puts the Indeedee to sleep for some reason, trying to take out the support before
well, it
taking
can't
out.
put Lilligant to sweep.
Oh, he can't
Yeah,
support
can't
Tangrowth.
put Lilligant to sweep here.
There it is. Close combat.
Gets
Takes
the
him out.
knockout on Entei.
Defense falls, and Entei falls as well.
Yeah, that Entei going down is not great. Lander is still in the back. Pelipper still in the back. What comes out next? My guess is Lando.
Parker's not in a great spot right now, though. Sure, he just took out Amon, but still just a 3v3 with Indeedee asleep. That is just going to be dead weight on your team.
Yeah, switching to Torkoal. Get rid of that rain. Get Indeedee. Get that. For the sleep powder again.
If he can get a few more sleeps in here, he'll be in an amazing spot. And you want this Torkoal in here to deal with the Amoonguss as well.
Yeah. The double sleep here would be absolutely insane. It's rare, but it's 65% accuracy on that sleep powder. It's not impossible.
It's the drought. Comes through.
Pollen Puff does nothing to Torkoal.
There's
Sludge
the
Bomb.
Yo!
It lives with the Focus Sash.
That does the sleep powder hit. This is going to be potentially this Lilligant's last
Sleep
move.
powder hits!
What a move from Parker Simmons.
Parker is playing wild out here with the double sleep.
And now with Torkoal on the field, this eruption is going to totally mess up anybody left on the field.
Close combat into the Amoonguss, because sure, why not?
I think you might just be expecting
A switch maybe into Pelipper?
But even then, maybe you'd go for the Solar Blade, because that close combat's not going to do much either way.
No, but this eruption is going to do a massive amount of damage.
What is Parker?
That Amoonguss will try and go for the knockout. But I do believe Torkoal will go first here. I think we are still in Trick Room. We are still in Trick Room.
All right.
Switch into the Indeedee.
Oh,
There goes the Landorus.
All right, the Drizzle's going to come out before the eruption. That's a smart play. Going to try and keep this Amoonguss up and healthy. Lilligant going to be swapped out for the Indeedee.
What a move here.
There it is. Maybe try and wait for the...
There's the eruption.
Wow.
Doesn't take out Pelipper, does not take out Amoonguss.
Because the sunlight's gone because of the switch to Pelipper. That's an
Switch to
amazing move
Pelipper.
from Zane.
And gets the Spore onto Torkoal.
It's a very sleepy match, but you can't stay asleep for long with how crazy this is about to get. Oh boy,
Oh,
Parker in
what
an
do you
awful
do?
position.
Trick Room also just ran out. Oh no. Oh, if you're Parker, that's not what you wanted to see.
You're begging for one of these Pokemon to wake up, but
They won't wake up. They'll be asleep for one turn guaranteed. Indeedee needs to wake up, hit that Dazzling Gleam.
needs to take out this Pelipper.
If he gets rid of the Pelipper, there's a chance. Trick Room is still up. I'm being corrected.
All right, now there it is.
I think Psychic Train ended last turn.
Yes, it did. All right, Lilligant back in, maybe to take a hit, maybe to try and get him
All
back
Puff.
in things. This
Into
Pulp that's gonna
Lilligant.
kill.
Lilligant goes down.
Now Indeedee, snooze. One more turn. If Parker can just get past these two raid bosses here.
Hurricane
Oh
does
boy.
a lot.
And now Trick Room's
Now
down.
Trick Room is over.
And Torkoal comes back out, cancels the rain. But regardless,
Sun goes back up. Trick Room goes down.
Still
Or Trick Room
asleep.
goes down. Sun is up. Raid is down. Go for the heat wave. You won't wake up this turn, but you gotta hope. Indeed, he's setting Trick Room back up.
it needs to wake up. One of these
Gonna try
Pokemon
and
need to
protect
wake.
Torkoal.
If no one wakes up this turn, this is gonna go Zane's way. Now, Sun beating down. Have we seen a Terra on either side so far?
I don't
We
think
saw Terra Normal on Entei.
We saw Terra No, we saw
Parker.
Terra Water
Oh,
at the beginning of the match here.
You're correct. It's no Terras. This is just plain old Pokemon from here on out. All right, we're swapping back to the Landers, prepping the rain to try and get rid of this drought. Because
Yeah.
he won't be able to set it up again.
Pollen Puff. Indeed, he lives. Torkoal's still asleep. Indeed, he needs to wake up this turn.
Torkoal sleeps. And Diddy woke up! Gets Trick Room off! And now this Torkoal needs to wake up. Because indeed he has one more move left in it. But after that, it's going to be all coming down to this Torkoal.
If Torkoal wakes up, get a helping hand
Going
eruption.
all in. Or I think you have to go all in.
Gotta go all in.
You have to go all in on this, Parker. It's all or nothing. If he doesn't wake up here, that's the game. Let's
If
see it.
Torkoal wakes up, but Pelipper will probably switch in. I'd be shocked if Pelipper doesn't switch in here. It doesn't. Pelipper doesn't switch in.
Does he wake up? Torkoal. It's time to rise and shine, Torkoal. And
It's
with
the eruption.
and look at
It's
the
a double
double.
knockout.
Look at that.
This game is not over.
And now a 2v3 has turned into a 2v1 in Parker Simmons' favor. And now Zane.
Parker is playing out of his mind.
Oh no.
What a call to try and just get the helping hand eruption.
And with Trick Room, I believe that this Pelipper is moving last. Too fast for its own
What
good.
an insane turn of events.
What a turnaround from Parker. Look at
Wow.
that, the eruption to end things. What
What
a
a match.
gamble.
Parker takes the set 2-0. Wow.
He's probably saying my heart was racing. It was all, he bet it all on black, and Torkoal woke up. What an amazing end to our pools. And congratulations to Parker Simmons. And I'm sorry, Zane, that is going to be it. He did not make the cut, but what an amazing game he played today. He fought his heart out. He had the lead in that game. He played everything correctly. But that Torkoal,
Yeah, that
a little too much coffee.
Parker was playing just super aggressively. Was just gonna go with it. If he wakes up, then he's fine. If he doesn't wake up, he loses that match. Very intense. We will see if that is enough for Parker to get into our top 8.
We'll see.
If not, this is some good momentum for Parker to go into tomorrow with a 3-2 record. Takes that momentum with him. Will probably feel good. I mean, we don't know how the rest of his games went today or who he faced, but ending today with a positive record is always a good thing. Again, this is 2 days in a row of mid-season events. You can come back tomorrow. You can play better.
Definitely, the 2 days allows so much more variety to come out with the teams, and it's just good vibes all around. Really lets everybody get to know each other very well. But just to recap that match even further, that came down to a gamble. The helping hand on the sleeping Torkoal. I can barely believe that happened. That could have gone a total other way. We could have been here in Game 3, but no, that was the early run from Parker Simmons. And what gameplay from him. He was in the losing position from the start there. The extreme speed, all the things just did not go his way. And wow, he managed to bring it back from the brink of ruins.
Absolutely. I think Parker played really well that match, but what he needed to do, Zane played really well that match. What he needed to do was put that Pelipper in a turn sooner. He doesn't switch it. He doesn't switch out. He leaves Pelipper into the end, but if he puts Pelipper in, maybe that eruption doesn't get the double knockout as it's doing a lot less damage.
You're right.
So it's hard to say. Sometimes you just got to take the chance, look back, and go into tomorrow thinking, I can do better tomorrow.
Yeah, you got to try and recap, but wow, what great gameplay all around. I can't believe that was, I think, the loudest I've screamed here
Yeah,
on
that was
this stream here.
that was an intense final game. Again, those players fighting for their lives. Again, Parker makes the call. He says, "My Torkoal is going to wake up. I need to play like my Torkoal will wake up," and plays it and gets the victory off of it.
He has that bond between him and his Torkoal. I can just imagine the anime about that Torkoal. So many good stories there. What a way to end that last round. And I believe that's the end of Swiss, no?
Yeah, that is the end of our Swiss rounds. There are a few more games just finishing up, but we are done our Swiss. Then we will go into our top 8 finals bracket. You can see a few of our games still going on there. We'll see who makes top cut here today. And listen, if you want to be here for a next tournament, you're looking at the May long weekend, the 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th. It's we're calling it our Tetra Midseason Showdown. It is going to be an intense 4-day event. We'll have more details on housing at residence if you're not from the Windsor area. So keep your eyes out for that. We'll share that more info with you all shortly.
And is entry still open for tomorrow in case there's some people locally watching?
Yeah, if you're local to the Windsor area, you can still come down tomorrow. We start at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Registration opens. It's on the back there. Opens at 2 p.m. Come, try out, have some fun. Win a trophy, win some prize money.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun to be had here and a lot of fun opportunities. You can make so many friends. Everybody here is so friendly. I've been talking with people out there. Everybody's open. Everybody loves Pokemon here. You already have a topic you can all talk about. But overall, today's been great so far, but that's just the end of Swiss. We'll be right back with the top cut of the best after a quick break.
FNC House of Cards is proud to support our Pokemon communities. We are a locally run family business offering a safe, comforting, and welcoming environment for new and established customers alike. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff looks forward to helping you out whatever your Pokemon or sports card collecting needs are. Please call us or stop by for a visit or participate in our free Saturday afternoon Pokemon League. Located at 4635 Tecumseh Road East in Windsor, we are happy to serve you 7 days a week.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Pokemon Midseason Showdown. Now, after we're out of the Swiss rounds, we're only left with the best of the best. It is the top cut here for today. The people here are playing for the points at the top. Who will win them is the question we're all asking. And do you have any ideas? How have you heard that are up in the high ranks right now?
It's hard to say. I know Olivia, last time I looked, she was 3-1. I don't know how she did in her 5th round there, so we could see her in top cut today. Few people at that 3-1, at that 4. I think there's a few 4-0s, so it'll be interesting to see what top cut does look like at the end here.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see this top cut, and I'm interested to see what teams are included in that, because I'm trying to think back to what Olivia's team was, and it wasn't the most standard team of standard teams, but it was more general. I remember there's a Chen Pao, there's definitely an Ogerpon. I think everybody has been running an Ogerpon.
Yeah, I think we've seen I think Ogerpon is the star of today's show. It is, normally you got that Fluttermane, you get the Incineroars that really dominate the meta. I think today is easily Ogerpon. Ogerpon has been so dominant and has led to what is leading teams to their victory. I don't think we have seen Ogerpon. Ogerpon has been brought almost every match, and there's a reason for it, because Ogerpon is very strong. That Follow Me redirection is incredible.
Spiky Shield
is incredible. We are going to top 8. Will be interesting to see if any of those exciting teams made it to top 8.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if Parker makes it in. I know he finished with a 3-2. I don't know if that's good enough to top cut. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But Parker played an amazing job as well. Let's review that last one. He really brought it back there in that second match. First match, it's pretty much dominant, going his way. The Tachyon Cutter was hitting the Iron Crown, not losing a single Mon. Did an amazing job. But his main star of the show there, the Iron Crown, was defeated in the first turn. He really had to crawl his way back to that victory there in the end.
Yeah, it really was. We've seen so many strong teams today. We've seen so many interesting formats. And that, again, I think Iron Crown is a Pokemon that's kind of slept on. It's a Pokemon that really gets overcrept by maybe your Armarouge, your Indeedee, your Hatterene, where Iron Crown doesn't really have its slot there. But it's starting to. It found its niche today. It found that spot where it's really powerful and brought Parker to that 3-2 victory.
Yeah, another thing with Ogerpon as well is there's type coverage there as well.
Yeah.
If you're not running the teal, that water type coverage is so good to have, as there's not a huge variety of water types you really want to run. There's Pelipper, of course, but I struggled to find anything as versatile as a water Ogerpon.
Yeah, I really think Ogerpon, just because it can be put into every single team no matter what. We saw someone with Teal Ogerpon able to get the win because it just had that pure grass coverage with the Defiant to block maybe Incineroars, block any stat lowering. So it had its niche. We've seen the Hearth Flame and that Fire-type Ogerpon really fill that void of not having a strong Fire-type attacker, be able to pick off other Ogerpons. We've obviously seen Water, very defensive, able to take a few more hits and provide a good Water typing that's not Urshifu and allows maybe to bring in the single strike Urshifu, bringing these different types of Pokemon that you don't need.
And we saw the Cornerstone Ogerpon, but we didn't really see it used because it was Cornerstone. It was just Ogerpon there, and it also had the Rock-type coverage if it needed it to try and take out these new Ice-type metas. And let's talk about those for a second. We saw Articuno and Regice as well.
Yeah, we've seen 2 different Ice-type teams today. I think people, now that Articuno won that major event over in Europe, that people are starting to look at Articuno and go, okay, this is something that works. This is something I can do. How do I make this work? And we saw that with the Slowking Regice, which is an interesting combo. We saw that typical Alolan Ninetales Articuno combo.
I feel like the Regice, though, outperformed the Articuno at times. Not in terms of damage, but I feel like it was a more successful game plan going forward, because I think that the Alolan Ninetales was kind of just shot down by the Glimmora it had to face against in that match every single time before it could really do anything to set up. It couldn't get the Aurora Veil up. Just kind of got sniped down every single time.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think we saw that Slowking with the chilly reception. Well, it's a bit more shaky to actually get off that snow. When it did, Regice was pretty impossible to take out. I think it would be interesting to see maybe if we saw Regice and Alolan Ninetales in one team, but I don't know how viable that is. So the question is now, what teams are we going to see in top 8? What Pokemon do you think we'll see in top 8 besides Ogerpon?
Besides Ogerpon, I think, feel like, I don't know, we've been seeing Glimmora sitting on a lot of teams as well. I think, in the back line. Not always being deployed. I've been seeing that on quite a few teams just because of the versatility. We've seen, I think, 2 being played today, at least, with the Power Herb trying to get that Meteor Beam. And it's been middly successful. It's not the strongest thing ever. But when it gets going, it can be very strong. Take out like Tornadus and those flyers that you need to just snipe out of the sky. And it also has fire type coverage as well.
Yeah, I think it is a really interesting Pokemon. I think we could see it more. I think another Pokemon to look out for is Torkoal.
Oh yeah,
We've seen a few different iterations of the Sun team. We've seen Hisuian Lilligant twice on stream today. I think there's a chance we see it go into top cut and maybe it gets on a run without anything to really stop Weather. Weather is in a weird place in the meta right now where it's not as dominant as it was in Gen 8. Gen 8, it was a dominant force, but now we're going into this format where Torkoal with Sun could be insanely powerful.
Yeah, it could be very powerful indeed, but Oh yeah, Raging Bolt. We've been seeing that more and more. Just got a PR from the back saying talk about Raging Bolt. So we'll talk about that. It's a very strong Pokemon, but I feel like it hasn't been dominating like it should be. It's been more of a tank role rather than just pumping out big damage.
Yeah, I think both Raging Bolt and Fluttermane are Pokemon that normally do pretty well that haven't been living up to their names today. Raging Bolt, from what I read earlier this week, top 3 Pokemon in a lot of tournaments, like top 3 in usage. We haven't seen Raging Bolt. We saw Raging Bolt in one match, and it really just didn't perform up to what it should be able to do. Yeah. So that's the question. Can Raging Bolt make it into top 8 and do something impressive? That Thunderclap priority attack is incredibly strong. Yeah, Thunderbolt, incredibly strong. The question is, will Raging Bolt be able to do it?
Maybe the one Raging Bolt we saw wasn't the best setup because it didn't have that Thunderbolt. It was running just, the priority move to try and get the tricks up on some people, but didn't quite have the utility it wanted against the team it was running against. So maybe we'll see some different builds of Raging Bolt and it'll be a little bit more successful. And I feel like a lot of teams here today are trying to counter the meta, right?
Yeah.
A lot of them have some meta on them, but are choosing not to play them because they know the team they're going up against has their kryptonite, has stuff that can just totally delete them.
Yeah, and I think that's the fun of these mid-season challenges is a lot of people are bringing unique stuff that they'll test out for the bigger regional events. I think Orlando is just in a few weeks. Orlando is on April 14th. So there's a chance that people are prepping for that and using these mid-season tournaments to start to get a feel of what the format looks like.
Yeah, but with all that said, I think I'm going to throw it to a quick break and we'll be right back with our first game. All right, here we are after a long wait. After all the Swiss, here we are. Top cut. Give us the list, Eric. Let's see who made it.
So looking at our top cut here, we have Charles, Moses, Devone, Diego, Eric, Olivia, Patrick, Rishi, and Silas all top in our top 8 today. Most of them finishing with a 4-1 record. Our 3-2 records were Diego and Patrick finished with a 3-2, but it was a very competitive day today.
Yeah, no one went 5-0. Everybody has at least had one loss, so it's a very competitive day. Everybody kind of within the same skill range right now, so I'm excited to see how this shakes up. But what's our first match on the way here today, Eric?
So our first match in our top 8, which is a single elimination, we are going to see Eric versus Patrick.
It's going to be an interesting one. We've seen Eric play before, and he played very, very well. His team had Hatterene, Ndidi, Sneasler, Ogrepon, Teal, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, and an Incineroar. And there are the trophies. That's what everyone's playing for, along with the points as well. But really, we're here for the trophies.
Here for the trophies.
And there's the Ogrepon as well, the star of the show today. Pretty much on every single team so far, and almost played every single time as well.
Yeah, Eric was running that Ogrepon Teal. That really just did a ton of work for him, along with that Sneasler team, with that Hatterene and Ndidi. He really has a very diverse team. Darevon, by the way, thank you, chat, for correcting me on pronunciation.
Darevon. But this time, it's going to be Patrick that Eric is facing this time. It's going to be Ndidi female, Ursaluna, Armarouge, Ogrepon, Cornerstone, another person running Ogrepon Cornerstone, which is interesting. Torkoal and Gallade to wrap it all up. Looking at the stereotypes, nothing out of the ordinary really stands out to me so far. As for movesets, it's looking relatively standard as well, but it's really who's going to be able to pull off this comp better. They're very similar comps, but they do have a few key differences.
Yeah, it's crazy. We talked about how prevalent Psychic teams have been here today and the Psychic spam teams, and we're seeing 2 of them face off in our top 8 cut here. The question is, what do teams... I think the Eric here has a mode that doesn't need Trick Room and doesn't need those modes, so I think as much as Sneasler is weak to those Psychic type attacks, might see it be an advantage here because it doesn't need to rely on its Trick Room mode. We have Urshifu here on Eric's team. That's also very prevalent here, where we see Patrick doesn't have Urshifu.
And he doesn't have a Sneasler as well. I don't know if you said that before. I was just thinking about the Sneasler. I wonder if one of them, this would be an interesting play, one of them could not go for the Ndidi and just rely on the other Psychic terrain.
That is true. I wouldn't be shocked because Eric's team is so diverse that he doesn't bring Ndidi and Hatterene, that he runs with his... He might bring Hatterene, but I wouldn't be shocked if we don't see Ndidi here because he doesn't necessarily need it. Or if he drops Hatterene and brings his Ndidi.
A lot of the time we've seen these Ndidis just go up, set up, sometimes are unable to be in a support, but a lot of times just get singled out, knocked out within the first turn or two. So really, not bringing Ndidi right out of the gate could be a bonus for your team. But then you're kind of gambling, because what if your opponent doesn't bring that either? You bring the Hatterene along, you don't have Psychic terrain, kind of putting yours... It's a gamble, like the Torkoal gamble we saw earlier. And speaking of Torkoal, Patrick is bringing the Torkoal.
Yeah, the Torkoal is really good here. We saw what Torkoal did in the last round. So that's the question. Like, Torkoal is really strong. It can do a lot of damage.
And they can combo that with the Armarouge.
Yep.
And I think that's it for, like, the true combo there. It's either going to be Ndidi... Well, who does Ndidi help? Oh, also the Armarouge there.
Yeah, Ndidi also helps Armarouge.
So,
and the interesting thing...
If we're going to see the Armarouge...
Yeah. For Armarouge here, Armarouge has got a lot of different modes it can go into, but really struggles if Rapid Strike Urshifu. We are going into it. We are seeing Rapid Strike Urshifu and Incineroar versus Ndidi and Ogrepon. That Ogrepon Cornerstone.
That Cornerstone's going to be rough against this Incineroar, but they also have to take into account the Urshifu could shut that one right down.
Yeah, so the interesting thing, especially with Eric's Incineroar here, is it's not running Parting Shot. It's running U-Turn, which is actually really important for this team that he's going up against Patrick here. There's that Rock Ivy Cudgel. Does not take out the Incineroar, but does a ton of damage to it. The Surging Strikes.
They're sure to kill at this point. No,
Is it? Yeah,
Oh.
it will get the knockout there. That's
There
a
it
big
is.
knockout to lose that Ogerpon early.
Yeah, losing that Ogerpon is going to be rough, especially not getting the knockout on the Ivy Cudgel.
Yeah, my guess is that it's probably Ndidi in the back, and Ndidi's going to come out and help out this Armarouge here.
Expanding force.
Goes to the Expanding Force, gets the knockout though, so we do a little bit of a trade here.
Two very strong Pokemon, both taken out on both sides. Armarouge, though, the Life Orb going to lose a little bit. That knockoff.
Oh!
Life Orb just barely not taking too much. And now he can potentially live a little bit longer now that Life Orb's gone.
That's true, that Life Orb, but it did a ton of damage, and I don't know how much left that Armarouge has in its tank. Ursaluna's going to come out against the Ogerpon. That Ogerpon is going to look for that clean pickup. Trick Room was not set up, so Ursaluna is going to move pretty slow here.
That Ivy Cudgel is going to hit like a truck on that Ursaluna, but will it be enough? I think they're singling out the Armarouge, expecting a defensive play. Ursaluna.
My guess is that Eric wants Patrick to set up Trick Room. He's going to send in Hatterene with Trick Room set up. He thinks he's going to knock out the Ursaluna. He's going to go for a big read here.
I think he's going to go all in to try and hope the Psychic Terrain comes up next. That Patrick is holding the Ndidi in tow, but we'll see if this gamble plays off. Maybe both players did.
Goes for the Protect on the Ursaluna. Not shocking. I mean, Ursaluna wants its guts up, right? There's the Ivy Cudgel.
On the
Takes
Armarouge.
out the Armarouge.
Now, Patrick taking down to his last two Pokemon. It's going to be a very tough climb back.
That's the question, is what is in the back here for Patrick? He needs something to help get Ursaluna into position to attack.
Oh, the burn.
Yeah, the burn from that Flame Orb gets the guts activated.
Sod could be coming up very soon.
It's Torkoal. Not what I was expecting, to be honest.
So now this Hatterene sitting in the back. Not looking too great, to be honest. If Patrick can manage to take somebody out here, it could be a good scenario for him.
Yeah, gonna
Eric.
double target into this Ursaluna here. This Ursaluna, unless it goes to the double attack, it's Terra Normal, I am pretty sure. Let me double check that.
Let's see.
No, this Ursaluna is Terra Fairy. A Terra Fairy could be big here. But is it worth using it on Ursaluna when Ursaluna has a good chance to die here? Or do you just Terra your Torkoal and hope that Torkoal can sweep the rest of the team?
I don't know. That's the question, and it will be answered very soon. There's the
Ursaluna
Terra.
going into the Terra Fairy. Gets rid of that ground weakness, so that Ivy Cudgel won't do as much damage as it was going to originally.
And there it is. How will this shape up? There's the Ivy Cudgel. Does it kill?
Doesn't
No, it
get
doesn't.
the kill.
Doesn't do very much either. That Flare Blitz,
Flare Blitz.
gonna hurt.
Gets the knockout.
Wow. And
I did not think that Incineroar had the knockout, but it did.
I didn't either. For some reason, I doubted that it'd do that much damage with Flare Blitz. Just such a strong move when it hits for all its power there.
But I think Incineroar goes down. No, it's still up.
It's gonna die to the Heat Wave.
Dies to Heat Wave.
Is that a Sash?
Yep.
Oh,
We did know
wow.
that Ogerpon was Sash, so the Ogerpon lives with Sash, and now can hit back with a Stomping Tantrum.
This is disastrous for Patrick Chang, but not unwinnable if he plays his cards right. The fact that Hatterene doesn't have Trick Room, doesn't have Psychic Terrain, it's not going to be the monster it usually is.
No, it's not. It doesn't have all the tools it needs to set up, but does that matter? This Stomping Tantrum is going to do a ton of damage. Not as much as I thought it would have done.
Torkoal Stanky.
Expanding Force. Gets the knockout.
Wow. Even without the setup, Hatterene, just an absolute unit there, dealing out so much damage. The first game is going to go over Eric Wong.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Eric, you got to feel pretty comfortable about that win. Nani said he's feeling it. Pretty dominant win. You got pushed back to the ropes a little bit there, but not enough to totally shake your confidence.
Yeah, definitely. It was a tough match, as these matches are going to be. It's warranted. We're here in the Talk Cut. These are the best of the best. These matches going to get longer, going to get harder. But, you know, Eric does have the match point here, and this is single elimination. I'm sure that Patrick doesn't want to go out here, so he's going to probably change his team up. And how would you expect to change his team?
If you're Patrick, what you're looking for, you might be looking to bring in Gallade. You might need the Amoonguss here. The Amoonguss is a hard read onto this team. There are a lot of grass types on Eric's team, and there's a lot of things that the Amoonguss does not want to... He does not have Amoonguss. I'm reading Armor Rouge. That's a good question. What do you do? Ursaluna really didn't get into position where it was strong enough. You didn't get Ogerpon into position where it was strong enough. You just didn't have the right setup, so who do you bring instead?
I'm trying to think. Do you think this Gallade could have any use going up against the team? I don't quite think so. You know, the Hatterene counters it, and there's not much really that Patrick could change. I think he's already leading with his strongest types or his strongest Pokemon. Meanwhile, Eric could change it up and be even stronger going into the next one.
Yeah, we know we didn't see Eric's Sneasler, which is one of his strongest Pokemon when it can get set up correctly. The question really is Gallade. Is Gallade good here? And I do not know if it is. Wide Guard's normally a great move. Blocks a lot of spread moves. There's a lot of spread attackers in this game, but I don't think that Wide Guard is going to be helpful enough in this matchup.
You could maybe try... Yeah, I don't know. I agree. There's not much, especially in this specific matchup, that Wide Guard is going to do.
Yeah, I think you look at... Maybe you look at getting Armouge in a different position. You led with Armouge, and Armouge really didn't have what it needed to win.
Yeah, there's no Psychic Terrain, no...
We're seeing the Urshifu, and we're seeing the same lead. The Gallade and the Ogerpon here.
Interesting lead. This Ogerpon really didn't get time to shine, really got singled out there in the beginning, but maybe the pressure from this Gallade, it will last
Going for the Surging Strikes.
Surging Strikes is targeting. They want this Ogerpon gone.
This Ogerpon does have Spiky Shield. If you're Patrick, I feel like you Spiky Shield and kind of just get away with it. Goes to the Fake Out on the Gallade. Gallade won't get to do anything. And the crit, because why not? Woodhammer.
Takes! Oh, it doesn't
No,
take
it doesn't.
out.
It lives on 30.
Could be 20. That's
Surging Strikes is going to take out Ogerpon there.
And a crit, add insult to injury. Eric crits every... Oh, yeah, it always crits, but still, every hit a crit this turn.
Yeah, really, Urshifu is such an unstoppable monster, and that Fake Out with Incineroar really just dealing damage to the Gallade there. You do not want to see.
Yeah, this is a rough start for Patrick, you know.
Going into the Armor Rouge there.
When you
Armor Rouge not in the position it wants to be in here.
No, not at all. Urshifu a little bit worse for wear, but I don't think Patrick has any spread moves right now on the Pokemon he has out currently.
And as you're right, I don't think either of these teams brought in DD because both of them thought the other would bring in DD. So they're both in this position of they do not have Psychic Terrain. Maybe Patrick has Indeedee as that fourth Mon, but that'd be an odd place to keep Indeedee.
I think Armor Rouge is a little bit more reliant on the Psychic Terrain though than Hatterene. As we saw, Hatterene still does decent damage without it. Now, look over here. We're going to see a Terra come out from Patrick. Who would this be on? Let's see. It's the Armor Rouge.
Terra Armor Rouge going to a Grass type here. Trying to block those Surging Strikes from just instantly wiping it out.
Still, it is not in a good spot.
Surging Strikes not going to take out the Armor Rouge here. I'd be very shocked.
It's not going to take it out, but it's still going to get it very low. Maybe enough for this Incineroar to take it out with a Flare Blitz. We really want to commit to take this one out. Let's see.
There's the Expanding Force only into the Urshifu. Going to pick up the Urshifu knockout, but not before Urshifu really chipped into the team.
Yeah, unfortunately, without Trick Room, not enough speed to really get the edge on.
Sacred Sword.
That's going to be
Gets
huge.
the knockout. Patrick back in the driver's seat here. This game is not over, folks. Ogerpon coming in. Hatterene coming in.
The second set coming out, and Patrick still has one in his back pocket.
Don't know what that fourth Pokemon is. My guess is it could be that Ursaluna hiding in the back there.
Let's see. Ursaluna.
Just waiting for the moves here. I don't know what's going to be played.
I think we might see a Terra come out on the side of Eric, potentially. Try and stop this type coverage, because right now it's not looking great for him. He needs something to swing in his favor, and he's down to his last two Mons. So he may as well commit it now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see the Terra Grass Ogerpon. Maybe he's banking on the fact that it is Ursaluna in the back, and he's going to set up and just stomping tantrum away that Armor Rouge. Do you see the Terra? What's going to Terra?
Let's see. That's a question we've always been asking ourselves every time. That is gonna be Terra.
There's the Terra Teal Mask.
There it is.
It picks up a speed boost here from the Grass Mask.
Might be enough to get a move out before anybody else
Ivy
does it.
Cudgel.
Ivy Cudgel. Who does it hit? The Armor Rouge. Oh no, the
Into
Glade.
the Glade. Takes out the Glade before Glade can set up Trick Room.
Oh, and now the Armor Rouge already at half HP. Gonna take a shot.
There's the Armor Cannon.
Does it?
Will it get the knockout? It does. No, because the
sash.
Focus Sash. I forgot about the Sash.
Can't forget. I think Patrick forgot about the sash as well. Just trying for a last-ditch effort. Doesn't quite hit the mark. Now, with Hatterene using Expanding Force, this should be all that.
Gets the knockout.
That is it. That is our game 1 here.
There's still one more Pokemon. It's not over till it's over.
I completely forgot about the last Pokemon.
What was hiding in the back?
Let's see.
It was Torkoal.
Torkoal has spread moves. He might be able to take out this Ogerpon. Ogerpon's probably going to Spiky Shield this first turn.
Torkoal needs to live here. It's going to Spiky Shield.
There it is.
Expanding Force.
It's going to hurt.
How much will this do to Torkoal? That's the question.
He's going to Eruption for sure first. Expanding Force. Wow.
Does a ton of damage. Torkoal with the Heat Wave into the Spiky Shield.
This block. There's a Heat Wave. Hatterene.
Oh, almost gets the knockout Hatterene.
If there was any time you were wishing you set up Trick Room, now's the time.
That would have been the time.
As there it is. Torkoal taken out. Patrick Chang knocked out of the tournament here. But Eric Lalonde advances to the semifinals here.
Yeah.
What a showing from him.
What an absolute amazing play by Eric. He's been dominant in the past few games we saw from him. Didn't bring the Indeedee and didn't need the Sneasler. He will go into our top 4, and we will see him again. We will just see who he's playing against.
Exactly. Eric looking very good going forward in this tournament. But props to his opponent there. Patrick played very, very well. And look at that. There's respect all around. Everybody just discussing strats, you know, because everybody wants to advance together. And, you know, they just played very, very well, both of them.
Yeah, again, some great matchups. I think Patrick was just at the scenario where he didn't have much to counter Eric's team. Eric's team's so versatile. There's so many different pathways it can go down that really just left Patrick in an awkward situation there.
Yeah, that was just a little bit rough for Patrick. He's kind of playing catch-up, and it seems like Eric was in control of the battle the whole time. You know, I think just losing Ogerpon, such a powerful Pokemon to have on your team, first turn is awful. Those Surging Strikes just kept taking out that Ogerpon. I think that's what really led to Patrick's loss there, because even without Ogerpon, he played very, very well. Yeah,
definitely some great matchups, and I'm excited to see what happens. Maybe tomorrow Patrick comes back. Again, he got to top 8 today. That was enough to get him in a top cut. Maybe he comes back tomorrow with something new. Bring some new life into him tomorrow.
Exactly. That's a good thing, you know, because we have the 2-day event here. You know, you can play this one, be a little bit more experimental, see what works, see what doesn't, learn from your mistakes, adjust accordingly, come back even stronger.
Yeah, it'll be really exciting to see what they play tomorrow. So congratulations to Eric. We can look
on.
Yeah, it was a great match.
And what are our possible opponents here? What are your favorites going in here if you had to choose, just looking at the record?
Yeah, I think one exciting matchup from two players we've already seen today is Charles versus Olivia. Olivia came out of that first game looking incredibly strong and was able to carry that momentum all the way with her into top cut here, finishing 4-1.
Wow.
But Charles, we also saw earlier today, had an interesting team.
He did have a very interesting team.
So it'll be interesting to see now that we're in these top cuts. I feel like all of the players we have seen today on stream have had these fun and exciting teams that have led them to this final place here.
Yeah, it's been so fun so far, and I just love the variety of teams we're seeing. And I'm very surprised that we're seeing the Psychic Terrain really be the meta here at this specific tournament, because, you know, we were mainly expecting it to be Flutter main and Raging Bolt, the typical favorites, and Incineroar. We've been seeing Incineroar here and there, but I don't feel like he's been totally dominant because of his Incineroar. It just feels like it's a strong Fire and Dark type to have on your team.
Yeah, he really feels like he's not the Incineroar we know and love as the dominant meta threat, but he's been appearing here and there. I really think our dominant meta threat today has been Ogerpon.
Definitely, definitely. And we're sure to see more Ogerpon after our quick break. We'll be right back with our semifinals, I believe. So don't go anywhere. We have more Pokemon on the way.
FNC House of Cards is proud to support our Pokemon communities. We are a locally run family business offering a safe, comforting, and welcoming environment for new and established customers alike. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff looks forward to helping you out whatever your Pokemon or sports card collecting needs are. Please call us or stop by for a visit or participate in our free Saturday afternoon Pokemon League. Located at 4635 Tecumseh Road East in Windsor, we are happy to serve you 7 days a week.
Hello, everybody, and welcome semi-finals match. We're just going to get started in just a few. Hope you've been having a great day. As you know, I have, and Eric has as well. It's been so fun. Pokemon is always such a joy to cast. But hey, what's going to be our semi-finals match we're going to be watching here? What is it going to be? Who's going to be going to Grands potentially here?
Yeah, so we are looking at a semifinals matchup of Charles Moses versus Diego Aguirre. This is going to be an exciting matchup here. I don't believe we've seen Diego on stream today. This is the first time we are seeing Diego on stream. We did see Charles a little earlier today with that Ducklet plushie there, running that Glamora team with the Chi-Yu, Urshifu, Fluttermane, Ogerpon, Wellspring, and Tornadus Incarnate. As we go over Diego's team here, we have Urshifu Single Strike, we have Iron Hands, Farigiraf, Ursaluna Blood Moon, Tornadus Incarnate, and Ogerpon Hearthflame.
And one thing I want to say is Charles, while he did win, I believe 2-0 in his game, he won by a hair each time. I believe it was a crit the second game, and in the first game it was by a burn.
Yeah, both games were incredibly close for Charles, so we'll have to see what he does here. He did beat Olivia in his first top 8 match, so we'll see how he carries that momentum with him into the finals here, or into the semifinals here.
Yes, and see if it carries him to the grand finals. But looking over these teams, we saw Charles. He has the Glamora, he has the Chi-Yu, you know, a little bit more variety, a little bit more of an old guard team. But looking over at Diego, we're seeing Iron Hands, another kind of previous meta pick. And then we also have the Ursaluna Blood Moon, Ogerpon Hearthflame Mask, Tornadus Incarnate Form, Farigiraf Giraffe, and Urshifu Single Strike style. So both players have very strong teams. I don't know who I'd give the edge here. I think Charles definitely has a little bit more variety on his team.
Yeah, it's hard to say. We haven't seen Diego on stream today, so it's hard to see what he's playing with and what his style is like. We know that Farigiraf and that Ursaluna Blood Moon combo is a very powerful combination. That Blood Moon Ursaluna, as though we haven't seen it work too well today, is capable of doing some incredible things. So we'll see if that's able to take use. It's got that Hyper Voice, it's got the Life Orb, it's got that Earth Power, Protect, a really strong special attacker there. The other thing to watch out for is that Iron Hands. Again, we haven't seen Iron Hands much today, do much damage, but it was a very prevalent Pokemon for a long time because just the amount of damage it can dig out. A 458 attack stat, a 416 physical attack. Wow. It does a wild amount of damage. It does the most damage, I think, out of any Pokemon that we've seen today.
Definitely, it is just an absolute powerhouse. But I want to point over back to Glamora. That could be a key pick here. It's been a little bit iffy, but I think the Glamora is mainly just to deal with those ice types, so I don't think we're going to be seeing it as much as we saw in those first two games.
Yeah, I think the Glamora is interesting here. The hard thing is, especially for Diego here, is he has a lot of physical attackers. The last time we saw Glamora, it had to deal with a lot of these special attackers. Now it's dealing with the Urshifu, the Iron Hands, the Ogerpon. All of those are really strong physical attackers, so there's guaranteed to be a physical attacker to go up against that Glamora. So we'll have to see how Charles pilots that Glamora.
Yeah, but they also have the Fear Giraffe here to set up the Trick Room. Not a bad pick either. It's got some decent moves as well. Dazzling Gleam to help out against those fighting types, or the dragon types as well. But there's no dragon types on that team. Helping Hand. It's a pretty good support mon.
Yeah, we've seen so many different Farigiraf sets, and this is very much a support Farigiraf. It's got that Citrus Berry. It's got Helping Hand, Trick Room, Imprison, Dazzling Gleam. Really, it is there to set up Trick Room, try and help that Ursaluna Blood Moon do a ton of damage, and we'll see if if Diego is able to pilot Farigiraf to do that for him.
Yeah, but here we are already in the match here. We already have a Terra on the Chi-Yu. Leading with the Chi-Yu is a bold choice, and the Tornadus. And we're also seeing another Terra be unleashed on the other side as well. There it is. Fear Giraffe going to be Terra'd.
Terra Fire Farigiraf here. Interesting Terra type there.
Is it a defensive Terra Fire as well? He doesn't have...
This is a very defensive move there. Going for the Dark Pulse.
Ooh,
does a lot of damage still, even with that Terra Fire type.
Citrus Berry going to help stop that damage a little bit more.
Gets it back to above half. That Bleakwind Storm connects twice.
Does decent does middling damage.
Gets the speed drop on the Farigiraf. That could be massive.
That could be massive if he sets up the Trick Room as well. But wow,
there's the wild charge.
Takes down the Tornadus. And now, let's see. Is this the trick room? Coming out from the Fear Giraffe. There it is.
The trick room.
And the speed lower is just going to make him that much faster.
That is true. That speed lowering is going to make Frigoraph faster in this trick room. It's going to make Iron Hands is already really slow to begin with, and now we'll get even faster. I guess faster is not the right word. Slower?
So slower, but it's a weird room. So
the dimensions are all twisted here.
what's fast is slow, what's slow is fast. And let's see if they can maybe turn this one around here. They're both very low, and Chiyu and Urshifu. Chiyu has good coverage here. He could probably take them both out here.
Chiyu is really strong. This Urshifu actually not running fake out, which I don't think it gets fake out. What am I saying?
But he uses Detect, try and outlast this one. But I think if I was Diego, you want to try and take out this Chiyu, and that's what he does.
Oh, lives on 7.
Damage by the recoil. Doesn't quite matter, though.
Dazzling Gleam
finishes off.
Gets the Chiyu.
And that is, I would say, Charles' main attacker off the field. Of course, the Urshifu's still there. But that is a major damage dealer. What
a big first 2 turns by Diego there. Still absolutely in control. Now it's just Ogerpon.
Yeah, Ogerpon being so prevalent and being so good at turning these games around. The Ivy Cudgel being super effective against Fear Giraffe.
Super effective, but do you take the chance and you Spiky Shield and try and block that damage?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions here.
He's going to Ivy Cudgel. He's going to try and get the knockout here.
Yeah, that Iron Hands is going to go first. Going to go for one more wild charge.
He's really thinking about it. He's committing to the Ivy Cudgel water type and going for Wicked Blow, I believe, onto the Iron Hands. There's the wild charge. Does not pick up the knockout.
He died? No, he's on 1 HP.
Dazzling Gleam does pick up the knockout. Does about nothing to that Ogerpon though.
The Iron Hands is going to live till next turn.
Iron Hands will live. There's the Ivy Cudgel. Takes out the Frigoraph.
Still up, but just a few more. There's a crit. Now, oh no, this is getting a little bit dicey for Charles. All he has left is this Ogerpon, and he has to go through 3 more Mons.
Yeah, it really is a 3v1 situation here. So really the question is, what do you do? And Urshifu's out in the field. Going for the Horn Leech, trying to take some damage from the Urshifu. But that Wild Charge is going to do a ton of damage.
And he uses Fake Out.
Fake Out fails.
For the style.
Goes to the Horn Leech, gets some health back, all the way back up to full.
It's strange that he didn't
There's the Wicked Blow. It is strange that he go for the Fake Out there.
Is he just flying around right now? I suppose so. A little bit of BM, but,
But he might not. He might have a Pokemon in the back. It might be Ursaluna in the back. There's a very good chance that Ursaluna is in the back here, and he does not want to bring out Ursaluna. So instead of going for the wild charge again, he's just going for Fake Out, trying to stall turns. There is the knockout.
That's very possible. Wants to stall out the turn, commit the kill with the wild charge there.
Yeah.
Iron Hands taking the victory. Diego taking the victory as well. Well, Iron Hands faints. But hey, game 1 going over to Diego, and now he is on the point to make it to Grands here. It's up to Charles trying to crawl his way back here.
What a massive victory there by Diego. That was just complete control the entire game. Did not let up once. We'll see what happens. If you're Charles, what do you do to change? Do you bring Glamora? I think that Urshifu did so much damage to you, and that Iron Hands did so much damage to you. How do you take out Iron Hands? You don't have a ground type here. That's the question. I think Glamora is your answer.
A good Terra Grass to try and take a little bit of damage off potentially, but I don't think it's going to work out too well. But I think you do just have to run Glamora. And hey, if it does die, maybe you also get the Toxic Debris out as well, because there's so many physical attackers on that team.
Yeah, there's a lot of physical attackers. That Toxic Spikes could be really good. I mean, Sludge Bomb hits well into Ogerpon. You have Meteor Beam hits well to not a lot of things in this team. Tornadus, really. And then you have Earth Power, which is going to hit that Iron Hands really hard. It's going to could hit for Frigoraph pretty hard. There's a lot of things that Glamora might just be there to take out. I don't think Chiyu really helped out much there. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's worth bringing Chiyu again. I think Chiyu, as cool of a Pokemon as it is, really just it doesn't have enough to be effective against.
Yeah, it was nice pressure in the beginning. I think that's his main coverage user, I suppose. Like, it doesn't he doesn't have many other ones that can hit as wide as Chiyu.
Yeah.
There's maybe the Flutter Man, which he didn't bring out. We might see that come into play now that he's on the back line. He needs to just bring the best of the best forward. Because what does he have, really, to counter Flutter Man here?
That's the question. Fluttermane could be a really big play here. I think you lead Fluttermane and you just click Dazzling Gleam and you're going to shred through a lot of things on this team.
Definitely. It is looking a little bit dicey here for Charles, but he has some options open to him.
Yeah, he does have options, and the question is, how do you adapt? And again, if you're Diego, do you stick with what just worked for you, or do you change it up and do you try and put more pressure on him that he wasn't expecting?
Yeah, you definitely have some secrets in your pack right there with your team. And right now, looking at this team sheet, I think he's going to run the same. I think he's confident. If it's not broke, why try and fix it, just run the same one. But if he's feeling adventurous, he might start with a different lead.
Here we go. We do see Glamora in play. We do see Fluttermane is here now.
Predictions are correct. Now, looks like he wants to switch out, though. He's led Glamora and Chiyu.
It looks like he did leave Urshifu behind in favor of Glamora versus the Togekiss, or the Tornadus and the Ogerpon there.
Now we're seeing that. Looks like Chiyu just going to try and lay down some fire here, but Ogerpon being fire as well. Not going to do as great damage as he wants.
There's the spiky shield.
It is with no physical attackers on the shield.
Another spiky shield. Two spiky shields.
There it is. Two protects coming out right now.
There's the Tailwind. Gets the speed boost.
There it is. No Trick Room setter this time, I don't believe.
No, I do not believe there's a Trick Room setter. Maybe Diego has it in the back, but there's a good chance Diego has Iron Hands and Urshifu in the back. That's my prediction.
Look at that overheat. So much damage.
Did do a ton of damage, but not enough.
This Meteor Beam might be good against Ogerpon as well.
It could be good, but he's got to be careful of that one-shot knockout. I don't know if it's doable from Ogerpon, but there's a chance. Going for the Terra.
Who is it going to be?
My guess is we're going to see Terrafire Ogerpon as he bathes in the bright lights.
And dons the flaming mask. There it is. And now with the attack boost.
There it is. Gets the attack boost.
That's going to be a scary mon. All right.
Ivy Cudgel, fire type.
Upon who? It's going to be on the Glamora. Doesn't take
it out.
And now, look at that. Toxic Spikes down.
Yeah, gets that poison down. Liquid Storm. Does not kill.
Glamora
lives on 26.
And now the Meteor Beam. All but
Meteor Beam is going to do a lot.
There's the overheat. Takes out
Tornadus
the Tornadus.
Goes down.
Let's see this. Look
Meteor
at
Beam
that.
Connects.
The Power Herb. This is going to hit hard and hit very quickly. There it is. Let's see the one-turn Meteor Beam. There it is. And that is
Ogerpon goes down. Ogerpon did not stand a chance there.
And the Terrestrialization burned in one single turn.
And you can see that the game plan totally shifts around now. What is in the back? I do believe it's going to be Urshifu and Iron Hands. It is Urshifu.
Is it Iron Hands?
It's Ursaluna. Did not think we'd see Ursaluna Blood Moon today, but we do. Both of them get poisoned.
Oh yeah, the Toxic Spikes. Ursaluna likes that though, not as well as the burn.
Yeah, Ursaluna will get the Guts effect off though instantly now, thanks to the Toxic Spikes. So it will be able to attack this first turn if it wants to. The other thing about Ursaluna is its Mind's Eye ability. It can attack Ghost types, so Fluttermane cannot counter Ursaluna here.
Things are getting dicey here. Diego needs to make some very smart plays here as he's now on a time limit with this poison. It's going to be going quicker and quicker here.
Yeah, thankfully he only got everyone's poison. It's not toxic, so it's just going to do 1/16 of its health this entire game. It's not going to get up all the way to that poison damage that's deadly.
Definitely. And now
there's the Wicked Blow.
Doesn't kill.
Not take out the Chiyu. It was a crit, but Wicked Blow always crits. Hyper Voice picks up the double knockout.
Good setup by Diego, evening the battlefield in one mere turn. There it is.
All right, so we now see that Ogerpon water come in, and we're going to see that Fluttermane come in.
Interesting. Fluttermane's going to be good against this Urshifu. But oh, how well. Oh, yeah. Both these mons actually are good against their opposing foes.
Yeah, Charles honestly is in a really good state here.
They're poisoned. They're on the back foot here. Fluttermane gets unleashed. This is going to be it. And
there's that shiny Fluttermane that we saw from Charles a few games ago.
no terrestrialization on the side of Diego anymore. But Charles does have that terrestrialization still in his pocket.
Yeah, the good thing here for Diego is he still has Tailwind up. He can still take advantage of that. Can he do enough to knock out both these Pokemon before they can knock him out? That's the question that I don't have the answer to. I think we'll see the Spiky Shield here, as we will, just to block that damage, stall it out a bit more. As we go into the Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam from the Fluttermane, a super powerful attack.
Let's see this one. And
as always, Terra breaks the game.
It's just too strong, you know.
There we go. There we can see it now.
And now there it is. It's unleashed. There's a Spiky Shield. Dazzling Gleam goes next, potentially. Let's see if that's correct.
No, Wicked Blow goes next.
But it hits through the Spiky Shield.
Hits through Protect.
And now there it is. Dazzling Gleam. Does this kill anybody?
Knockouts. Knocks out the Urshifu. Ursaluna is still alive. There's still a chance here for Diego to clean up with the 2-0.
There's Blood Moon.
There's Blood Moon.
Look at that
Take
crit.
out the Fluttermane with the crit.
Don't know if that mount mattered, but nonetheless, that is a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage.
Now,
that crit probably mattered. Fluttermane is a bit more specially defensive.
And Ursaluna, being a slow attacker, is going to be having a bad time here, especially with the Tailwind no longer in effect.
Yeah, go for that Ivy Cudgel. This should get the win picked up here.
And we're going.
Charles picks up the win. We are going to Game 3, folks.
Yep, we are going to Game 3. Won one, Charles won the other. Charles seems to be very good at adapting here.
Yeah, I think that was the same thing we saw last time with Charles. I think Charles did lose his first game, but picked up his next two, if I remember correctly.
So maybe we'll see a repeat of history coming out here, unless Diego is just that good as adapting. Did he switch up his team that second one? Yes, he did. He brought the Blood Moon out this time.
Yeah, we saw Blood Moon.
Instead of the Iron Hands.
Yeah, I think we'll see Charles stick with what he did. I think Glimmora was incredibly powerful for him. It put on a lot of pressure. It put up those toxic spikes, and it forced Diego to make a few different moves that maybe he wouldn't have liked to do otherwise. Yeah. We did see he just instantly lost that Ogerpon Hearthflame, which is detrimental, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've been saying this whole tournament that Ogerpon is the most important piece that you have. Losing Ogerpon sucks.
Ogerpon is just so versatile. It's your support. It's sometimes even your tank. Sometimes it's your DPS. Like, it can just do it all and even do more on top of that, depending on how you build it. And even if you build it to be a flex pick, it's just so good at being a flex pick as well.
Yeah, it really is.
And now, as we look over, I think you were right. The one flaw in his plan was that Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu didn't do the best work. Sure, it did a lot of damage. It got a few assists in the knockouts, but other than that, it died within about 2 turns. It really just sped the game up, but not in... I feel like he could play a little bit better if he didn't bring the Chi-Yu.
Yeah, I don't think Chi-Yu is the most impactful Pokemon here. I think I'd rather see maybe Tornadus here as try and slow down the game if you need it.
Mm-hmm.
But he seems confident in the Chi-Yu. He seems that the Chi-Yu was doing good damage for him, so I wouldn't be shocked if he brings it again.
I wouldn't be shocked either. I wouldn't be shocked if we see Charles run the matchup that won him the first game, and Diego run the...
Yeah, it looks like we're back in the game here. We see Glimmora and Ogerpon versus Farigiraf and Iron Hands. That Iron Hands immediately applying pressure to the Ogerpon there. It's also got Fake Out, which really could slow down things.
Yeah, this is very dicey. This first turn is going to be key here. As always, these first turns, that is explosive. The Fake Out from Glimmora, very effective, but it triggers the toxic spikes.
Yeah, that really is a questionable play. I mean, you block the Glimmora from doing something super damaging, but you do get toxic spikes. Farigiraf eats that crit, Forced to burn up its Citrus Berry.
Decent damage. Not the best turn from Charles. But what's Diego's answer here? Let's see the
There's the Trick Room going up.
And looking at the stats, it's going to be definitely more advantageous for Diego, but I wouldn't say Glamour is exceptionally speedy.
Oh, we do see the Chiyu get left behind in favor of the Urshifu and the Fluttermane here from Charles.
Looks like our prediction were pretty correct here. Once again, on the side of Charles. But what can he do here? Do you focus for your Giraffe, try and get out of here, or do you just want this Iron Hands gone? Because that is going to be the main damage dealer. Looks like
Earth Power, Ivy Cudgel.
Power, Ivy Cudgel. Who do you Ivy Cudgel you, though? Or do you even Earth Power?
Going to the Spiky Shield instead. Going for the double Spiky Shield instead.
It's the Helping Hand. That was good play.
That was a good play. That Iron Hand is going to take a ton of damage from the Spiky Shield now.
And no matter who he chooses, it's going to hurt him.
Yeah, neither option is great here.
Especially with the Wild Charge. He's going to already take the recoil damage into Spiky Shield. It's going to be too much damage. Oh, the close combat. Even worse. He's going to have the stat debuff. There it is.
Takes that little bit of chip. Takes that little bit of chip damage.
Now the Trick Room's still up for 3 more turns. Let's see how this one shakes up. There is no stat drop because close combat did hit the shield, so it's not gonna go through. But still, very good turn from Charles. Good defensive play.
Yeah, both players playing very defensively, both very scared of not wanting to get knocked out here.
No, you're just that close to Grands. It's that close to the coveted points at the top.
Yeah, this is our game 3. These players are 1-1. Winner goes on to Grand Finals. Helping Hand. Is it into the Fluttermane spot? Wild Charge.
On the Overpawn.
Overpawn lives even with the Helping Hand. It is not enough.
There's the Horn Leech.
Horn Leech gets a lot of that health back.
It's going to be good. Keeping Overpawn's survivability is going to be key here. Now is Toxic Spikes up. Trick Room a few more turns. Fluttermane in a decent spot. Not going to commit the Terra in case this Flutter dies. He knows that it is going to be public enemy number 1 going forward in this game.
Takes out that Frigoraph. What's going in instead?
Ursaluna.
Ursaluna is going to eat a big attack here. Gets poisoned, so it instantly activates that Guts ability. Wild Charge into the Fluttermane. Fluttermane lives on 9!
Wow, and the recoil. This Dazzling Gleam's gonna hurt.
And there's the Horn Leech healing back up the Ogerpon.
Does this Dazzling Gleam kill Ursaluna right here?
I think it will.
Kills both!
And Iron Hands go down!
Amazing play from Charles. And now Diego down 2 Mons. Gonna have a really hard time coming back from this.
Here's the question, what does Diego have left? I do not know.
Probably Ogerpon.
It's for Rigoraph and Urshifu.
Oh, interesting.
Not what you want to see. That Urshifu single strike is quad weak to Fairy. It could Sucker Punch, try and Sucker Punch out the Fluttermane. I wouldn't be shocked if we see that happen.
Is Trick Room still up? Because if so, this single strike is gonna have a rough time. Let's see, is it still up?
Trick Room is still up for at least 1 more turn.
This is not looking good for Diego. Might see a swap, but we might see something else.
Going for the Dazzling Gleam. And the Ivy Cudgel into what?
You have to make a choice here. You want to take out, do you think the Dazzling Gleam will go off? Probably not, most likely not. Or do you want to try and just get the damage in on Urshifu while you can? Let's see. Seeing the Terra be committed, I'm going to guess this is the Urshifu. It is.
It is the Urshifu. So we're going for a Terra Dark Urshifu. Are we going to see the Sucker Punch here? That is my guess.
Sucker Punch could be a very good...
Dazzling Gleam from Frigoraph takes out the Fluttermane.
Alright, so this Ivy Cudgel needs to land, and this Ogerpon needs to live through this.
Ivy Cudgel.
There it is.
Gets the knockout.
It's all down to this Urshifu.
It's a 3v1 here. Diego is on his last legs.
Wicked Blow.
Wicked Blow with the powered up Dark type.
Should get the kill.
Gets the knockout and the crit. It always crits, but it's still fun to say.
It is fun to say. It's fun to act surprised every single time. And ooh, the poison. Whittling away at this Urshifu.
So it's Glamora and Urshifu versus Urshifu.
Duel with the Glamora. It's gonna be very tough. Trick Room is gonna go down soon. And now this Urshifu should be going first here. So he has his pick of moves.
Still has the Terra available. Not going to use it. Just going to close combat. Glamora lives.
Oh,
Defense is drop.
Tried to go for the last ditch.
That might be all she wrote.
Toxic Debris doesn't come into account though, as this is what is going
Close
to lead
combat.
us
Gets the knockout.
to Grand
And Charles, with the reverse sweep, moves on to into the grand finals of our day one of our mid-season tournament.
And Charles's second reverse sweep of the day.
Yeah, some absolutely insane plays by Charles. He was absolutely able to adapt there in those clutch moments, and some great work by Diego there, who really tried to hang on for as long as he could.
Charles is so good at analyzing the situation and learning from all the mistakes he made in the first game.
Yeah, I really think he learned that Chi wasn't doing enough, so he left it behind, brought in that Urshifu, brought in that Fluttermane instead, brought in the 4 Pokemon that won him that game.
Yeah, that was amazing all around, and you could see he slowly moved to like the perfect team to take down Diego. First game didn't go well. Second game went well, but there's room for improvement, and he just saw how to improve perfectly every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see who Charles is going to face in the finals. He will either go up. He could be going up against. Who did he play? We could be going up against Eric again. Eric could be the person he could go up against. I do not know who is in the other semifinals against Eric, but if he wins against, but Eric we know is incredibly strong and has this wild team that's been doing him very well.
Yeah, you can remind me of which team that was again, if you remember.
That was our Sneasler team that Eric is piloting.
Yeah, that team, very, very strong, very vicious team. Just gets in there. And another psychic team, if I'm not mistaken, because that enables the psychic seed on the Sneasler to be eaten up, get the special defense boost, and then you're unburdened.
Yeah, we don't know what's coming down the other side. We don't know who else is in it. So it'll be exciting to see who the other person on the bracket side that we haven't really visited is going to be.
Yeah, and props to Diego. He played an amazing game today. He got all the way to the semifinals here.
Yeah, Diego also went 3. He was one of our players that actually went 3-2 in our regular Swiss format today. So he was coming in with that disadvantage. So now we can take today's momentum and say, hey, today I finished in top 4. I can take that momentum with me and go into tomorrow even better.
Yeah, great improvement all around and going over.
All right, so we have news that Daravon was actually the winner on the other side. He beat out Charles.
Wow.
Or he beat out Eric. So we'll see Daravon versus Charles. There we go.
Yeah, amazing game. And honestly, the one game I think we did watch of Daravon, he lost. And I think that was one of the only games he lost. So excited to see Daravon play at his peak power here. We're going to see the battle of the best. It's been such a long day, but this is what we've been waiting for. Who's going to earn the points here today? We'll be right back with Grand Finals. Hello, everybody, and here we are with the grand finals of today. It's been such a long journey, 5 rounds of Swiss, semifinals, quarterfinals, semifinals, and now we are here in the grand finals. The journey everybody has made here for the 50 points to go towards potentially going to Worlds here. And wow, this Pokemon Midseason Showdown, the first one of this weekend, has been amazing. And Eric, what a day it has been.
It has been an intense day, and all of these competitors have done a ton of work to get here. Looking at our finals today, we have Charles Moses versus Darevon Soup, as he likes to be called here. His last name's a little long. We'll go with Darevon Soup. This is an exciting team. Both these players 4-1 in their in their Swiss formats. We did see Darevon lose in his round on stream, but now he's coming back for revenge. He wants his comeback. He wants that victory.
Yeah, he has been playing very, very well to get here, and now we're just about to see it. And there is a little sneaky plushie there. Anyways, we're going to go back over to the teams there, and they're the trophies. Those are the ones they're playing for.
They
Look
are.
at that. Gold and silver. Who's going to get the gold one? Who's going to get the silver trophy? That is all up in the air right now. As you can see, they're discussing, just getting hyped. It's good vibes all around, but now it's a very tense competition nonetheless. And overall, I'm excited to see Darevon Soup really show his true colors, because the one showing we did see from him wasn't his best showing. I think that was like one of the few games he did end up losing. So other than that, he's been on an amazing win streak so far.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm excited to see how this one all shapes up. But doing a quick review of the day, I think we saw Olivia start off. Was that against Darevon?
I do believe so.
Yeah.
I think. No, that was against Silas.
Yes, that was against Silas Brooks there. And that was an interesting match. Olivia ended up winning that one 2-0. And we had a few 2-0s throughout the day. I believe the next one was a 2-0. I think that one might have been the one Darevon was.
Yes, Darevon we saw second on stream there.
Unfortunately. And that was an unfortunate 2-0. And then the next game was Charles with, I believe, our first game 3.
Yeah.
And it was the crazy
reverse sweep.
Crazy reverse sweep, a burn, a crit, just that little things that you need to get that far.
Yeah, both these players have put a ton of work today. And now, let's go over the teams and see what's going to make them stand out today. Looking over at Chris's team first, we have that Glamora, we have Chi-Yu, Urshifu, Single Strike, Fluttermane, Ogerpon, Wellspringer, and Tornadus. Yeah. Over on Darevon's team, we have Tornadus again. We have Urshifu, Single Strike as well. We have Ogerpon, Hearthflame. We have the Blood Moon, Ursaluna, the Farigiraf, and that Iron Hands. So one Pokemon that's been prevalent amongst all of our teams today is Ogerpon. No matter what, no matter which team you are, Ogerpon exists. It's there. It is dealing damage. It has been the MVP of this tournament.
Yeah, Ogerpon is inevitable. And this time, there is going to be a little bit of a difference here with the Ogerpons. We have the Wellspring on the side of Charles, and then we have the Hearthflame on the side of Darevon Soup. So it's going to be quite interesting. Just looking at these teams, very similar, but it's very interesting to see Darevon Soup, because on one hand, he has half of his team that wants to go fast, speedy, go there. You don't want Trick Room down. You just want to blitz to the end there.
Yeah.
And on the other side, you have some really slow Pokemon, Ursaluna, Blood Moon, Iron Hands, and you have Farigiraf trying to set up that Trick Room. So no matter how you cut it, there's going to be somebody on this team that is in a zone that they don't want to be in. Either they're in a tailwind, they're slow, and they're not really where they want to be, or you're with the Trick Room.
Yeah. But the thing you have to think about, Charles just played this team.
That's true. He's familiar.
This is almost the exact team he just played. So we'll see if he takes all the things he learned. He learned not to bring Chi-Yu. Maybe Chi-Yu isn't really great here, so no need to bring Chi-Yu. We'll see that Glamora. The one thing that is really interesting, Stellaterra Iron Hands. A very interesting Stellaterra type has been weird. We haven't seen it. We've seen it used twice on someone's team.
We saw Dark last time, but this time it's going to be Stellar on the Urshifu.
Actually, I think both
and the
times,
Iron Hands.
I think both times we saw Stellar was Darevon when he used it. I think both times he used the Stellaterra type. So it'll be interesting to see if he's taken those past experiences and learned to evolve them properly.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, Stellar not widely used, not widely embraced just yet, but they has some strengths, some weaknesses. Just strange to play around. Meanwhile, Terra is just very strong in the defensive coverage it also offers.
I think also the big difference here that's going to separate these two is how they use Ogerpon. We see Chris with the Water Ogerpon playing that more support role. As we jump into the battle, we see that Water Ogerpon alongside the Glamora there, facing off against Darvon with his Farigiraf and Iron Hands.
Yeah, this is interesting here. Definitely going to get a Trick Room up on the side of Darvon. Now Charles has a few key choices here to make. Does he go with the defensive spiky shield out of the gate once again, or does he know the setup's coming and try and eliminate one of these out of the
There's
gate?
the fake out into the Glamora, dealing that little bit of chip damage, but again, it's setting up that toxic debris.
Yeah, you kind of have to try and fake out this Glamora, try and stall out that meteor because you don't want to lose one turn one.
Ivy Cudgel just gets the flinch. The flinch. We knew the flinch was happening because of the fake out.
Oh, yeah, oh yes, I thought that was the flinch
I
on
thought
for
that
some
was something
reason.
else.
It's a long day.
That would have been wild.
But here we are. Trick Room is up. Now this Iron Hands is going to be the first one to make the move. And honestly, it's going to force the defensive play to come out on the side of Charles. He's kind of forced a spiky shield here. Do you double spiky shield? Do you try and use Meteor Beam? You have a few interesting
The double
choices.
spiky shield is a little risky here.
But it's the safest choice.
The safest choice here, though. It will bait out an extra turn Trick Room, which could be very useful. But he looks like he might just be full sending it into the Horn Leech.
Does he not even spiky shield once?
He
doesn't.
He's going to Meteor Beam on Horn Leech. He's going to
I think
withdraw
he
the
read it.
Farigiraf. Into the Blood Moon? No, into the Urshifu.
Interesting. Poisoned.
Gonna get that poison from that toxic debris that was set on the ground earlier. Close combat.
Doesn't kill, I don't think.
Does
No
not
helping
take out
hand.
the Glamora. Lower Iron Hand's defense and also set up that full toxic spikes now.
And the Horn Leech is gonna hurt from this Ogerpon now with the defense
There's
lowered.
the Meteor Beam set up.
All right, which one did he shoot? I think he shot the Urshifu, no?
I'm pretty sure they targeted the Urshifu, yes.
It's not gonna be super effective, but it still gives him the special attack boost.
It will still hurt, yeah.
It missed.
It missed.
Urshifu dodged the attack.
That is the first time we have seen it miss almost all day today. That is game-changing there.
All right, now Charles in an awful position. Doesn't get landed, but now he can try and take out this Iron Hands.
You almost debate if you're Charles, do you use Spiky Shield here? You want to block that damage, stall that Trick Room again, but he looks like he's just going to fully go into it.
Going in for the kill right now. Going in for the knockout. There it is.
Terra.
Let's see this Stellar type. It's going to be Stellar no matter who it goes on. Just which one did he pick? Is it Iron Hands with the Trick Room or...
No, it is
Urshifu?
Stellar type Urshifu.
Interesting. And with this Trick Room though, this Urshifu is going to be one of the slowest ones on the field.
Yeah, it is here, which is interesting. Glamora goes down, though.
Iron Hands
Another
takes out
close
one.
combat from Iron Hands.
All right, now looking at the other side here. Let's see.
There's the Ivy Cudgel. Into the Urshifu. Does not take out the Urshifu.
But a lot of damage is invested.
Urshifu will close combat with the Stellar Terra type, getting that boosted damage. Does not take out the Ogerpon, though. It is not enough. But it is enough if that Iron Hands wanted to target into it.
And now it's looking very risky. Charles still has Spiky Shield. If he wanted to stall a little bit longer, he definitely could.
Yeah, he really hasn't used Protect to stall at the Trick Room. He's sort of just playing with it.
Now he can stall the Trick Room and also try and stall out this poison just a little bit further.
Yeah, that is very true. I wouldn't be shocked if we see the Iron Hands get a little greedy and try and attack into that Ogerpon. I think that is the perfect time to drop.
I don't know if this Dazzling Gleam is the play. You might want to go on the defensive. Just try and stall out this Trick Room. But then again, Urshifu is going to be moving last in this rotation. Actually,
Yeah.
no, that's going to be Fluttermane moving last, but second last is going to be Urshifu. I think maybe a defensive play would have been the right decision, but
Yeah.
looks like Charles does not want to let up on the attack.
Charles is looking very offensive here. It's a little scary. If it works for him, great. But if it
terrored.
doesn't, a big chance this could be the end of the game for him.
Terra Flutter, there it is. Now, will this damage be worth it? Let's
Goes to the detect on the Urshifu. The wild charge into the Ogre Pawn, takes out the Ogre Pawn.
And now it's going to get the glitter, the move off on Iron Hands.
Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah. Let's see it. Urshifu protected. And let's see how much this does to Iron Hands.
Takes out the Iron Hands. I mean, that Iron Hands with that -2 close combat really wasn't going to stand much of a chance for much longer.
Oh no.
Urshifu will die next turn to poison damage.
And yeah, he hasn't made any use of the stellar typing.
It did hit that first fighting type, but is really waiting to use that Wicked Blow or that close combat or that Sucker Punch.
Yes, but whatever comes out next is going to be badly poisoned as well. Diego, or not Diego, Darvon in a bad spot.
There's the Frigoraph.
Urshifu answers back with another Urshifu. It's a 2v3 scenario right now for Charles, but I think he's in a better position.
Yeah, Charles really is in a good position if he can double protect, if he can get the protect off here. The protect is really what is going to save him. But he's going to go offensive here.
I think he's hoping that I don't know.
He goes for the offensive move on the Fluttermane and the detect on the Urshifu.
Let's see it. Oh, this is a dicey situation for Darvon Soup here. Don't know how this one's gonna shake out. Every game is going to be a nail-biter here, as this is the grand finals. You don't want to lose this one. You're so close to the coveted points. Helping hand. Urshifu, he should go first, as Trick Room is down.
Detect into the Urshifu.
I think he's going to try and take out this Fluttermane.
Wicked Blow.
Who's it at?
Into the Fluttermane. The Fluttermane's out.
And that is a great kill right there. And now we're going to move over to the side. This Urshifu's gonna get poisoned now, and he's gonna faint.
Yeah, I really think Darvon needed to take that double protect, but you can't double protect in front of Urshifu, because Urshifu hits through protect.
This is very dicey. Urshifu definitely gonna go down to poison. Now, all that's left is the mystery Pokemon on the side of Darvon.
Yeah, Darvon is positioned incredibly well here.
It's a very good position. Ooh.
Don't know who's not. It's Ursaluna in that last slot.
And that just on pure raw damage. Not going to be able to take that one out very easily.
So here's the thing. Do you close combat into that Ursaluna and hope you get the knockout? I don't know if it doesn't do enough damage.
Could, but yeah, I think you must have to. There it is.
Close
it does!
Gets out the Ursaluna.
Oh, wow, it's down to the wire here. Does this Spear Giraffe have enough to take out this Urshifu?
Dazzling goes for the Trick Room. I think now it is just a protect and stall game.
Yeah, this is a stall game if I've ever seen one. But this Urshifu on the side of Charles, not very fast, only 166 speed, but still slower by a large margin than the Spear Giraffe. This Dazzling Gleam gets protected out.
There's the protect.
Oh, the poison. Hit one more time.
Here's the big question.
Does he get one shot?
Does Dazzling Gleam kill? Not going for the Sucker Punch. The Sucker Punch is what I would do here, but we'll see what happens. Dazzling Gleam.
What? Focus Sash!
Right, Focus Sash!
We forgot about this Focus Sash. Hung on with the Focus Sash. The Wicked Blow.
Gets the knockout. What an intense game, down to the wire. That game could have gone either way. Charles able to pick it up in the end.
What a win from Charles, getting the first game, and that game is going to be major. And Charles getting his first win that we've seen on stream.
Yeah, absolutely incredible moves by Charles there. The question is now, if you're Darvon, do you trust what you just played, and do you trust it going forward? Because it did you really well.
I think you just run it once again, because Charles is very good at adapting. I don't think he needs to adapt right now. I don't think he needs to adapt unduly. What he did worked nearly very well. Of course, Darvon had his moments where he was in the leading position, but I think Charles just had the perfect setup there. The Toxic Spikes really put the pressure on Darvon to get things moving. You couldn't stall it out. You had to keep things very quick.
Yeah, I think it got into a really shaky position there I think for both players. Both players got into a very shaky position, but Charles had that endgame win condition and was able to pull it out successfully.
Yeah, that focus sash. If he didn't have that, that would have been it.
No, that would have been it for sure. I forgot about the focus sash, and we have the team sheets right in front of us here.
Yeah, that was amazing. And now, it could be going Charles' way right here. This could be it. He could be earning the points. And now Darvon, so close. I think he can do it if he rearranges his team, but I think he really needs to rearrange his team because Charles really just went up against pretty much the exact same team, and now he's just running it back. He knows what's good against this. When you see something very wild from Darvon, something unexpected that the last guy did not do.
Yeah, we really need to see Darvon really try and play something way out of left field, play something that Charles is not going to expect, that Charles is not going to be ready for. The question is, what is that? What is that? Tornadus, maybe? Is that...
Yeah.
Is it Ogerpon? I don't know if he brought Ogerpon that game, did he? I don't think he did.
Think he did. I think Ogerpon is just the win condition throughout all these games. If you don't bring Ogerpon, are you really going to win the game?
That is the true question there, and I would love to see Ogerpon come out and be that key piece for Darvon to get the win here.
But what does Ogerpon Hearthflame really give him is the problem. I feel like the other types have a little bit more variety to them. Especially, he's not running Follow Me. This is just an offensive Ogerpon.
Yeah, it gives him Stomping Tantrum, which might be the key to beating Glamora. That ground type attack is going to be incredibly damaging into Glamora there, and I'd love to see how that works out for him.
But once again, this is all physical attackers, which Glamora loves. So There it is, starting off Glamora once again. Same exact start for Charles on the side of Darvon. We're just going to have to see. It's Urshifu and Tornadus. There's a Tornadus like we were talking about.
There's that Tornadus I thought.
Yeah, there's a Tornadus. Now, is there going to be a Terra turn 1? That's the question. You could try and start Explosive, but I feel like Charles, a lot more of a reactive player. Sit back, relax, make sure he knows what's coming.
We are seeing a Terra here.
There it is. It comes out. What is it going to be? That's going to be Terra.
Terra Steel Tornadus. That Terra Steel Tornadus has been a pretty wide fan favorite over today.
I don't know why, though. It's
a very defensive type. Does a lot of damage to Ogerpon. A ton of damage.
It is huge.
And there's the Brutal Strike to finish off the Ogerpon. Ogerpon does nothing for Charles in this game.
And that's what we've been seeing. Ogerpon, very strong pick, but if you just focus it at the beginning.
Oh, but the Meteor Beam.
Oh, but that's not going to be too
not
good
going to
against
do a
the
ton
Tornadus.
of damage into that Tornadus.
Yeah, we're going to see how much it does, though. Special attack boost. It is a very strong move, so maybe it'll do a decent amount, but not enough to kill.
No, just over half there. A ton of really strong damage, but really puts Darvon into a great position here. Fluttermane comes out. Again, that Fluttermane able to put a lot of pressure on, but against the Steel-type Tornadus, attacks won't do a ton here.
It's very tough to play against Earth Power. Tornadus here.
Going to the Terra Fairy.
He needs to try and take out this Urshifu. Take any of these Pokemon as fast as he can. Does this Tornadus have Protect?
Tornadus, I do not believe has Protect, but it does have Tailwind, which I would be shocked if it doesn't set up this turn. Set up that Tailwind, give Urshifu that speed boost.
They're facing off right now. This is it. Darvon starting off to a good start. But just like that, Charles might be able to flip the script. We shall see. There's the Terra Fairy on its way to Fluttermane. There it is. Too strong. So strong. One of the strongest Terras in the game.
Honestly, Fluttermane is such a scary Pokemon. We have not seen a lot today, but when it does arrive, it does a ton of damage. There's the Tailwind like I thought.
There's the Tailwind. Now, Darvon going to have the speed boost the entire time.
Close combat into the Glamora. Does not take out the Glamora, but it will set up those Toxic Spikes for whatever's in the back.
He doesn't have anything to deal with that. It's going to be rough going forward. Now we're gonna move over. Gonna see how this Dazzling Gleam does. Doesn't kill Urshifu because he has the Focus Sash.
Urshifu's got the Focus Sash. Urshifu's still up.
Now.
But what is Glamora going to do here? Earth Power into the Tornadus.
That should...
Probably knocks out the Tornadus.
Yes. That's gonna be a knockout right there. And a critical hit to boot.
Sure, why not? Throw in the crit.
So that's gonna be good for Charles, but right now Darvon still has this Urshifu up. Gonna get in at least one more hit before he goes all the way down. Now.
Let's see what is next. Seeing that Ogerpon fire come out. It's gonna take that poison.
Can't rely on stall as much with that Ogerpon now. Let's see.
Urshifu in the back.
What do you do if you're Glamora here? Try and Sludge Bomb. Do you Spiky Shield? Try and stall it out. Defensive play. We try and get Urshifu to knock itself out.
Yeah, that Urshifu also still under the effects of Tailwind, making it the fastest thing on the field today. I would also assume that Ogerpon also loving that Tailwind, having an incredibly high speed stat here.
Go protect on Fluttermane, play defensive, because you know that Urshifu is itching to take out this Fluttermane. See, time is ticking down to less than seconds. Here it is. What moves have these players committed? Just protect on the Fluttermane.
Ivy Cudgel into the Fluttermane, it's blocked.
Massive protect here, but it doesn't get the double block.
Wicked Blow into the Glamora.
Takes it down.
Will set up the full Toxic Spikes for whatever's in the back.
Very frustrating for Darvon, but no more. He has only one more switch left on the board, so looking too bad for him. Whoever is going to switch in next is badly poisoned.
Looks like it will be Urshifu, the final Pokemon here for Charles.
It's a 2v3 situation, but Urshifu very, very low right now. Let's see how this one's going to shape up. Dazzling Gleam unleashed. We got to think there's going to be a Detect on the side of the Urshifu, and maybe even a Spiky Shield inside of Ogerpon. But maybe not. There's a Tailwind still up.
Yeah, I think we only have... Darvon could win.
Sucker Punch.
The Sucker Punch, that might do enough. The Ivy Cudgel.
Will it be enough?
Takes out the Fluttermane.
That is huge for Darvon. And now we're down to Charles' last Pokemon, an Urshifu, versus 3 more Pokemon.
Does not take out the Ogerpon, but the Ogerpon will die to poison.
That might be enough. That might be enough that Charles needs. It is a 1v2 situation. He still has a Focus Sash, though. Even if this is a Fear Giraffe, something super effective.
It's the Iron Hands.
Who do you take out here first? I think you have to go for the Urshifu.
If you're a Charles, I do not think that's the Pokemon you wanted to see. You would have loved to see the Ursaluna or the Ogerpon or the Farigiraf there. The Iron Hands is not the one you wanted to see. I don't know how he wins this one.
Don't know either.
Gotta protect this turn, gotta hope for that poison damage. But that Urshifu will hit through Detect. Goes for the fake out, misses.
Yeah, that was good protect there. This is the only move unless he wanted to waste his turn.
Close combat into the Urshifu. Gets it down to its sash. That might be game, folks.
This might be the game. It's looking like we're going to go to a game 3, and I wouldn't have it any other way here in the Grand Finals, but unless Charles, he has no coverage moves, he has nothing, that'll be able to take both of them out in the next turn. Tailwind does peter out, but I think this is all that she wrote right here. It's the Urshifu. And one last Mon.
Unless this misses, which I don't think it can. Close combat. Takes out the Urshifu. All right, chat. We are going to a game 3.
Here we are. 1 versus 1 for the Grand Finals for the 50 points that could potentially take you to Worlds. We're going to be here going all the way to the game 3.
All right, chat. Who do we think is going to win? What are our predictions in chat? This has been intense games all day.
just knowing Charles's track record, I think this might go his way. He's very adaptable. He's just going to try and play around this Tornadus. I think this Steel Terra Tornadus really threw him off there. We haven't seen that in a while. We haven't seen that be used successfully, but that was... I asked why you would ever Terra Steel. Now I definitely know.
Yeah, that Terra Steel kept it alive.
And that's what Terra is for sometimes. You need something to just break up the tie sometimes, because these games are so evenly matched. And sometimes Charles even looked like he was the favorite going in at the beginning of this game. But now, should he rearrange his team? Do you think he played his team to max optimal plays there?
Yeah, that is the question. We do have a prediction getting started in chat here, so be ready for that. You can vote on who you think is going to win this grand finals of best of 3.
Who's it gonna be? I'm going to guess Darvon. I think he found his flow. I think he's going to get the reverse sweep. He's going to Charles. He's going to get him at his own game of adaptability.
Yeah, I think both teams are very strong here. I think Darvon has more modes in his team.
I think so. But honestly, if Charles plays, it's all up in the air.
It really is.
These players are both so good, so evenly matched. And what a first grand finals here in this weekend. It's so exciting all the way in the game 3. I don't know who's going to win. I am just so eager to get inside this next match. And
chat right now, behind Darvon. We will see how that closes up. A lot of hype behind Darvon right now, though.
Darvon is looking to be the favorite after that last match, but we can't let recency bias get us good. Charles, always, after he loses the next one, he's always won. He's always made the comeback, so I think he could potentially do this.
Listen, chat, if you want to be here for our next event, we're going to have a special charity-based event on April 14th, and we're going to have our big next mid-season finals is May 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th. Let's get into the grand finals here.
Yeah, we're bringing out the Charles Chi-Yu, the Charles Classic, starting us off here, along with the Ogre Pawn. Now, I'd like to see Charles go a little bit more on the defensive side. He's always been very aggressive with his Ogre Pawn, and manages to get taken out within the first turn or so. Now, Darvon using what worked in the last game, Urshifu Tornadus to start us off here.
Going to Dynamax early. Dynamax into that Ogre Pawn. We're going to get that big water Ogre Pawn here. As always, breaking the stream when it Dynamaxes.
And the special defense boost is going to be huge here, especially against this Tornadus.
Going for the follow me.
Using this Ogre Pawn as a tank, trying to absorb all the damage.
Oh, it's not Dynamax. Yeah, this is Terrestrialization. I know what game we're playing.
It's a long day, but we're here for it. There's the Heat Wave.
Heat Wave.
Wow! Look at that!
I didn't think that would do that much
damage.
Is there
a burn? Is there a burn on either side? We couldn't see. I don't think there's a burn.
Ogre Pawn lives.
No burn.
No burns.
Ogre Pawn still is alive here.
Ogre Pawn fine with with going down.
Just as long as this Chi-Yu.
If Chi-Yu lives and Chi-Yu picks up the double knockout here.
That would be massive.
Goes to the detect.
It's not going to take out the Urshifu, is it? And now, Darvon.
There's the follow me.
Going to lose this Tornadus.
There's the Tailwind.
It's the setup before dying. Tornadus did his job here. There's the Heat Wave coming out. The Chi-Yu. There's one and a crit.
And the
1
crit
HP.
because why not?
Why not? Why not end it with a crit? It's the grand finals. These Pokemon are giving it their all. Now, Ogre Pawn being answered.
Ogre Pawn Hearthflame is out. Will this be the Pokemon that tears to block that Chi-Yu from just heat waving its way to victory?
Potentially. Do we see the swap out of the Chi-Yu is the question. Or the Ogre Pawn swap as well. Now, Ogre Pawn. Sacrifice for this Chi-Yu. Using Follow Me, trying to get all the attacks to come its way. Just so this Chi-Yu can get one more overheat. The Terra comes out though.
The Terra, I think this is going to be Terra Yep. Terra Ogre Pawn into that fire type.
There it is. The attack boost is going to be huge here. There it is in body aspect. Attack raised. Now with the Heart Flame Mask,
There's the follow me.
Looks like this is going to be the last we see of Charles's Ogre Pawn.
Ivy Cudgel.
Here it is. That's going to take him out. There it is. The final blow has been dealt for this Ogre Pawn. He's finally fainted. Now, does this Urshifu land its strike?
Close combat into the fish. Into the Chiyu. Does the Chiyu take it? No, Chiyu does not.
This Chiyu was all damage. And now, when it looked like it was all going Charles's Chiyu's way, in one mere turn, it has just been reversed by Darvan.
What is left? Urshifu and Fluttermane with the Tailwind up. You can protect, solid the Tailwind for another turn, and then go from there.
Alright, there's a Sparkle. Urshifu also being unleashed right here. Two very strong Pokemon, but are they strong enough to bring Charles back from the brink?
Darvan is in a great position here. 2 more turns of Tailwind. Gets Sucker Punch. It's a big call here.
Let's go with it. Urshifu might go for Detect.
And goes for the Protect.
Fluttermane might not do that though. Looks like gonna maybe go for something else. Maybe a Dazzling Gleam, maybe something offensive, but no. I think Darvan went for Detect on the side of Urshifu, maybe.
Sucker Punch into the Urshifu,
lands.
takes out the Urshifu.
It's gonna be huge. And now the 3v2 has been turned into a 2v2.
Gets the read correct. It is a 2v2.
Brilliant, and it's only one more turn of Tailwind remaining on the side of Darvan.
Iron Hands is back out. Going for the Detect. One more turn to Tailwind.
Dazzling Gleam is up.
He's going to double protect. If he gets the double protect, Charles is in a great position here.
Charles is known for the gamble.
Fails. Double protect fails.
He goes for the Detect. Protects himself.
Goes.
Uses the fake out. Now, protects itself. Ivy Cudgel.
Does this knock out Fluttermane? Fluttermane goes down. Folks, we are almost at the end here.
This is it. This is for the grand finals right here. Darvan 1v2. Charles in a very tough spot. He does have a focus sash though, so if he does get the one shot taken, he has at least 1 or 2 more turns left in him.
He needs to get this done. He needs to double to both these Pokemon, but Ogre Pawn goes first.
Ivy Cudgel lands.
Break the sash here.
Breaks the sash. And now, does he go second or does he go last? That is the question.
Goes
the Wicked
second.
Blow goes off, but he picks the wrong target.
Doesn't get the one shot either. Ladies and gentlemen,
Darvan is
your
our winner.
Darvan of the first ever mid-season challenge here at St. Clair.
Winner of the Golden Trophy, the first winner of our grand finals, and what a winner he is.
What an absolute incredible match there.
What an incredible match all around. Charles, known for bringing back from the brink, but Darvan really pulled a Charles, beat him at his own game, got the reverse sweep, and won the grand finals.
Absolutely. That was an incredible set of games there. What an absolute insane play from Darvan to win that final set there and take home the victory in our day 1 finals there.
Yeah, what a victory. That was just very intense, you know. That felt so equal. It feels like it could have gone either way. It was just the way the strategies worked out. It seemed like Charles wanted to go for more risky plays, and they just didn't end up paying off. Darvan was way more consistent, just played the game how it was meant to be played there. It was very concise, knew what he was doing, very strategic, and got out with the win.
Yeah, really, if Charles is able to get that, maybe if Charles gets that double protect off, maybe he comes back and he can get that win, having both Pokemon alive. But as soon as that Fluttermane went down, Darvan had it in the bag and was able to pick up the win.
Yeah, that was it. And honestly, props to Darvan. He brought it back. He didn't lose his mental right there. He kept the morale high after losing that first game, because you really don't want to lose after you get to finals. And props to Charles. He took the loss like a champ. But the points are going to be going over to Doravon, so congratulations. And we also have a trophy to present them a little later.
Yeah, and remember, folks, this is only day 1 of our event. We come back tomorrow at 2 p.m. for another full day of Pokemon, another 8 rounds. If you want to be here, you can show up. 2 p.m. registration opens. Come play Pokemon, come enjoy the space, and have some fun with some other trainers.
Yeah, there's so many people here today and so many friendly faces. It's always so fun to be here. And if you can't make it this weekend, of course, there's more coming down the line, isn't there, Eric?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have a Premier Challenge on Friday the 22nd. We also have a big charity event we are hosting on April 14th. If you want to come out and support charity, support Extra Life, which is what some of the players' funds go into. It's the charity stream we do every year. And if you want the next Midseason Challenge, we have a 4-day event on May 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th. We'll have details and codes for you for hotel staying at the residence on St. Clair coming to you all very shortly.
Yeah, it was an amazing day today. And what was your favorite Pokemon you said you saw today?
I think it's hard to argue against Ogerpon here today. I think Ogerpon is just the MVP from today. Did so much damage, really won the match for so many different people. It's hard to argue that Ogerpon wasn't the MVP. It'll be interesting to see how all the players today take all of the information and change it up for tomorrow.
Yeah,
6 of our top 8 players were on stream today, so their teams are out there for players to study going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting seeing what happens tomorrow, how the meta is going to be shaken up. If I'm going to say my favorite I saw today, I'm going to say Glamora.
Glamora, yeah.
Glamora, very underrated, newer Pokemon, not anybody's favorite so far, but honestly, Glamora is very entertaining to watch. The Toxic Spike setup is very interesting. The Meteor Beam Power Herb is just so fun to watch as well. Very intense to see, does it one-shot or does it not? It was very exciting to watch, but overall, it's been such an amazing day.
Yeah, again, congratulations to all the competitors out today. A big 26 people out today. We hope to see more of you out tomorrow.
Yes, if you come out tomorrow, there'll be more fun to be had. But with all that said, we're going to start to close it out here. Eric, any last words before I close it all the way out?
I don't think so. Thank you everyone for watching today. We'll see you back tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, everybody.